You're Rand and Jeremy. Good to see you both. We'll kick off in a few minutes.
Kia ora, morena.
Morena. Hi, Rand. Are you Tuma's son?
That's correct, Jeremy. Kia ora, how are you?
Good. I interviewed your dad 15 years ago on this very issue.
All right, awesome.
Okay, everybody, so we're going to get started. Kia ora koutou, my name is Sean Phelan, and I'm here to chair this panel, The Genocide in Gaza, Political and Media Responses in Aotearoa, New Zealand. Right now, I'm the only in-person panelist, but my colleague James Hollings is on the way. He's just been slightly delayed in traffic. And we're fortunate to be joined by, so we've total, including myself, 5 panelists. My Massey colleague, Rand Hazou, a Palestinian theatre practitioner and scholar and senior lecturer at Massey. Jeremy Rose, a journalist and a member of Alternative Jewish Voices. And if you find yourself having an uncanny experience in hearing Jeremy's voice at this hour on a Sunday morning, that will be because Jeremy, one of his previous jobs, was producer and co-host of the RNZ programme Media Watch. James, another Massey colleague and associate professor in journalism. And we're also fortunate to be joined by Josephine Varghese, who's an activist and organizer for Palestine Solidarity Network Aotearoa, and a lecturer at the Department of Sociology, Anthropology and Human Services at the University of Canterbury. And unfortunately, we were originally supposed to be joined by 6th panelist, Sama Hurawai Saiger of the Aotearoa Liberation League, but she had to withdraw because of another appointment. So, yeah. Okay, so there's a lot to say. You could say a lot about the topic of Palestine, politics and media, and the interplay between those spheres, which we sometimes see as distinct from each other, but of course they never are. And really, this is a panel that was organized it was only the week before last that we decided that it would be appropriate to have a panel on Palestine. So I'm very glad that we're having it. And I guess one of the reasons why we're having it is people may not be aware of it, but a kind of crystallizing moment that, for starters, encouraged myself and Jeremy and his co-authors to have some kind of recent conversations about the sort of the inadequate, let's say, put it as euphemistically as that, nature of how the conflict or how what has been going on in Gaza has been represented in New Zealand media. And so a crystallizing moment for that was, and a lot of people may not know this, I only realized this myself a few weeks ago when I read an article by Jeremy and his co-authors. But in March 2025, RNZ published a report on its coverage of what it called Israel-Palestine issues. So the management at RNZ had requested an assessment of, quote, the complaints and responses relating to RNZ's broadcast and online coverage from October 2023 to July 2024. And secondly, for what it vaguely described as for a view on the overall coverage during this time. This report was carried out by Colin Feslier, former RNZ editorial policy manager, a communications consultant. And the report basically gave RNZ's coverage a pass. It concluded that the coverage met the requisite Media Council and Broadcasting Standards Authority criteria of accuracy, fairness and balance. Here's a headline from an RNZ article reporting on RNZ's own report, and it includes a quote from Feslier. I heard and read nothing I would consider likely to reach the point of breaching the standards, with the exception of one matter which led to RNZ quickly retracting and correcting a writing error and upholding complaints. Now, as I mentioned already, I was alerted to the report in an excellent critique of the report written by Jeremy with his co-authors, Eugene Doyle and Raymond Das. And if you're interested in hearing more, I would strongly recommend a YouTube conversation that the 3 guys had with a YouTube channel called Neutrality Studies. I think the author might be, or the guy who's behind it might be based in Japan. has a decent audience, and it kind of discusses, focus on international relations issues and so on. And in the critique of Jeremy and his co-authors, they said the report, as presented, does not meet a credible standard in terms of breadth, methodology, and analysis. The report risks appearing to be a quick sanitizing exercise that ended in a predictable finding of nothing to see here. You're doing a great job. Its most glaring failure is not to see the forest for the trees. And there was a particularly egregious reference. Welcome, James. Please come to the front. Yeah. There was a particularly egregious reference to the news value of proximity, which for those of you who've been teaching on news values over the years, you'll know is one of those values that's mentioned in the classic News Values 1965 article by Galton and Rouge. And this is the language from the RNZ report, which makes for interesting reading, let's say, in that it basically suggests, well, if there are maybe biases on the coverage that seem to be more aligned with Israel, that might have something to do with cultural proximity. Myself and Mohan have ongoing conversations, disagreements about the adequacy or the value of the concept of whiteness as a way of understanding the world. But in this case, I'm in total agreement with Mohan, because it just seems like a clear instance where that white solidarity seems to be coming true. And of course, for those you remember, the original article by Galton and Rouge was actually a critique of how capitalist media represented the rest of the world. The fact, so it was a study empirically based in Norway, and showing the fact that much like what gets covered in terms of international news here, as Valerie talked about yesterday, tends to be from sort of other Western countries. So it was a lament of the inadequacy of how the media represent the world. So there's something bizarre about how this report appeals to it, as if it's this news value that comes from the heavens, this is sort of eternalist value that somehow should explain, gives an adequate justification for the coverage. So when I looked at myself and read the report, I felt there's a lot to say in this report, because it really is a symptom, I think, of really, really profound inadequacies in the local journalism culture that I think go beyond the case of RNZ. So this is something I wrote about and had some colourful exchanges with journalists years back. But historically, as in lots of countries, to be fair, there's a kind of historical division between the academic field and the journalistic field. And one of the consequences of that, journalists are often trained in a way where there's really no engagement with kind of academic literature on sort of journalism. So this is very evident in the report itself. It refers to proximity, but it doesn't refer to Galton and Rouge. But it's about the nearest thing to an academic sort of reference that sort of supports the argument. And of course, what's also striking is you realize, the topic of Israel-Palestine has been very, very well studied for decades. Some of you will know, who are media scholars, the work of the Glasgow Media School, particularly Greg Philo, more recent work by people like Mike Berry, which documents in great detail over time the systematic biases that shape Western media coverage of Israel-Palestine. Most of their case studies were specifically based in the UK, and for some of those reasons that Galton and Rouge talked about, I guess there's a sort of spiritual affinity with how things are covered here. What's extraordinary, but there's so many, the report is just extraordinary. It says nothing, it doesn't even use the phrase public relations. So if you look at the Glasgow Media School work, they say, well, if you're not understanding the relationship between public relations and journalism, you're not understanding anything in terms of how the topic is constructed as a sort of narrative. So the report says nothing about public relations, So it implicitly appeals to this myth of journalistic autonomy, that journalists are heroically making judgments, and there's not backstage actors that might be shaping the kind of narratives that end up centering their own practices. There's no analysis of sources. As Jeremy and his authors pointed out, there's no attempt to kind of explicitly say what is the methodology in the report. I mean, I find this full of ironies, like no attempt to give a systematic factual account of the coverage. There's sentences in there where the author says, I listened to lots of stuff and I didn't see anything that kind of concerned me here. So just like, you know, if an undergraduate submitted an essay like this, you'd go, Jesus, there's problems here, yeah? So it's kind of very interesting that the state broadcaster thinks it's letting itself off the hook with a report this is this sort of shoddy as a kind of intellectual artifact. The term never refers to objectivity, which I kind of find interesting, because unless you've never left the house at all over the last 50 years, you'd realize that there's maybe a problem with the idea of objectivity. So it's not invoked because the author presumably is aware that that's a problematic term, but it is there everywhere in spirit. Michael Schudson referred to, he has a nice typology of different understandings of objectivity over time. Objectivity 1.0, objectivity 2.0, objectivity 3.0. The understanding here is located in what Daniel Halen called a high modernist version of journalism. This is the journalism 1950s, 1960s. We're just focused on the facts, blah, blah, blah. And alongside that, so how am I going? I keep an eye on my own time. So in one sense, there's this kind of objectivity doxa, this objectivity kind of common sense appeal to objectivity. But at the same time, there's these comments, just again, weird comments. So some of these complaints seem to be motivated in part by emotion. And so it recognizes, of course, it's understandable people have an emotional response. But again, if you think of the history of how the masculine nature of the concept of objectivity, the denial of the legitimacy of subjective knowledge, and so on. And then this gem of a sentence near the end. These recommendations are intended to stimulate discussion among the editorial staff at RNZ, already applying the common sense traditions of impartial journalism. So, I mean, at the moment we're trying to refresh our Bachelor of Communication. We may have a potential student down the line here, because that sounds very dismal, but it's just extraordinary in terms it doesn't, if an undergraduate student put in a sentence like that, and if you wanted to give you'd be giving them thoughtful feedback and say, hey, there's some problematic assumptions in here. So it's extraordinary. This is consecrated as a report by the public broadcaster, as a serious inquiry into how they've covered Gaza. So what's happening here is the classic Gay Tuchman's media sociologist from the 1970s, objectivity is strategic ritual. He said, she said, both sides formula. And then we start thinking of all the problems from that when you start thinking about the role of PR narratives and so on. Okay, just very quickly. Let me also just note, and this is, I'm only touching, I'm not attempting or claiming to give any comprehensive account of the public communications of the New Zealand government on Gaza. But of course, again, going back to basic concepts that have been there since the 1970s in the sociology of news. Journalists are not the primary definers of news. The primary definers are often the political elites. Journalists take on the role of being what Stuart Hall called secondary definers of the news. So they reproduce definitions, narrative framings, and so on that are proffered to them by others. So again, if you want to explain, so I think I'm trying to be more sympathetic to the journalism culture here. Because if there's problems in the journalistic coverage, well, again, we're not going to understand much until we start thinking of the wider political silences in this state about what's been going on. I was teaching an international communication class this semester, And I did an exercise with students ahead of a class. We were talking about the topic of public diplomacy. I was chatting to Valerie about this last night, digital diplomacy, and how governments can use platforms like Twitter to communicate to the public their policy preoccupations and so on. And I just did a quick comparison of what Winston Peters, I was curious, when was the last time Winston Peters had referred to Gaza on his personal Twitter account? And I was prompted in part because I'd seen some strong messages coming from Peter's Irish counterpart, Simon Harris, that day. I think in the previous week alone, Harris had referred to Gaza 5 times on his Twitter account. 2 of those were official press releases from the ministry about the ongoing blockade. The 3rd was an appearance by Harris and he circulated a video clip of this on his Twitter account, where he appeared on what's still Ireland's most popular television show, The Late Late Show, which goes out at 9 o'clock, 9:30 on a Friday night. And he came on and he was interviewed with a guest and made an emotional comment about Gaza. And I was thinking, okay, it might be interesting, trying to get the students to see, because again, and I think we need a lot when we're trying to understand the inadequacy of the public and media discourse here, comparisons with countries like Ireland are helpful. And Ireland, for lots of reasons, not just biographical, I think is not such a bad comparison with New Zealand. But guess, when was the last time that Peters had referred to Gaza on his, so I haven't checked it, he might have referred in the last week or 2. Guess when was the last time he referred to Gaza?
Never.
He had. I should also clarify, Peters has 2 accounts. One is a ministry account, and one's a personal account, but the personal account has a lot more followers. The last time he referred to Gaza on his personal account was April last year. And that was a clip from him dutifully doing his role as Minister for Foreign Affairs, where he spoke at the United Nations. Interestingly, Israel was only referred to once during that time as well. So it wasn't as if he was actively making a partisan stance on behalf of one actor. Instead, so I suggested to students, this suggests a government that doesn't want to talk about this. And actually, the single reference to Israel was really about the local context, because there was an attack on the activist John Minto for something he said about Israeli tourists in New Zealand. So again, I know some of you will probably assume I'm completely woke obsessed. I can't go anywhere without talking about wokeness. But there clearly is a link. Because if you look at Winston Peters' Twitter account, every second tweet is something to do with wokeness. And I think there is a clear sort of link. So in one sense, we laugh at that war on woke stuff and we go, oh, who really buys this shit? But I think it does have the effect of stigmatizing, what are seen as typical left-wing political causes. And one of those is Palestinian solidarity. So yeah, this played out, I think, I'll end quickly now, but this played out in terms of the disruption to the State of the Nation speech that Peters gave in Christchurch in March. And I just looked at some of this last night. There's something so ugly about the tone in which just Peters dismisses. Turns it all into this comedic sort of event, knockabout stuff with his supporters. And then I guess, again, just to note the point quickly, you can at least ask the question whether RNZ's coverage also might be helpfully understood in terms of those cultural war dynamics and so on, because of its own desire to protect its brand in some way from far-right flak. Yeah, we can recall maybe potential connections with the controversy over the previous case involving Mick Hall, where I know an interview that Hall did with David Fisher in the New Zealand Herald, it suggested that management at RNZ were very quick to come out of the blocks because of wanting to repair and make sure its brand wasn't damaged. you can understand some of this because they have a right-wing government who's recently cut their sort of funding. So I'll end it at that. But I'm trying to just kind of connect some dots here in terms of how capture things that are just utterly invisible in sort of RNZ's own kind of inquiry. So yeah, listen, I'm going to leave it at that, and I'm now going to move to Rand. So please, and so we're going to go in the order of Rand, then Jeremy, then James, and we're going to end with Josephine. Okay, thank you.
تنا كنت كاتوا كو جب زيتون تماونا وكو نهر الأردن تاوا نو بريهتي أتفنوا كو رند توما جميع توما هزتو كوينوا نو فلسطينيا هاو تنا كنت كاتوا. Thank you very much for the invitation, and it's good to be in conversation with everyone. Yeah, my name is Rand Hazu. I'm the son of a Palestinian journalist and a Kiwi nurse. I grew up in Jordan in the Middle East. Got my first job there in a theater as a backstage manager, and then was lucky enough to be able to live in Australia for some time and study there, and then moved to Aotearoa about 14 years ago now. So lucky enough to call Aotearoa my home. So I just wanted to start by just acknowledging Jeremy's work. Really, Jeremy, Eugene, and who's the third, Jeremy, writer of your analysis?
Raman Das.
Raman Das, that's right. Really wonderful kind of critical exploration of this RNZ kind of internal report about the editorial processes and reporting on Israel-Palestine. I thought it was really insightful and useful. Partly because we as part of the wider kind of I guess activism and community organizing that I'm involved in with people like Josephine, who's here, Kia ora, Josephine. Is that we did organize. There's twice now in the last sort of 2 years I've been involved in a kind of protest at TVNZ offices here in Tamaki Makaurau. So the first was like a year after the October 7 massacres and conflict, where we went to organize a vigil there at TVNZ to point out and to bring some attention to the lack of kind of adequate coverage on the issue. And at that time, Destiny's Church put out releases saying that they were going to stop us from being there in the square and that they were going to be rallying there. And so, and a lot of people say, well, we probably shouldn't go. And there was a lot of us that felt very indignant about the idea that any Zionist is going to be able to tell us what rights we can exercise here in Aotearoa. So we went along anyway, and it was a wonderful protest in the sense that we had such a diverse group of people there, from Palestinians, obviously tangata whenua, lots of tau iwi supporters and people from the queer community, the disabled community, all shouting down this kind of mob of quite angry Destiny Church followers. And we shouted them down. We that we were kind of chanting, no, hate isn't welcome here, hate isn't welcome here. And in the end, they left, and we kind of took the square. So that was the first one. It was sort of, I guess, the confrontation with Destiny's Church sort of took the focus away. The focus was really about being present at TVNZ and saying, every time the media lies, another kid in Gaza dies. And so, and then we repeated, I guess, the experience about a month ago. So there's been two requests already via activist groups in New Zealand, requesting that TVNZ do a similar thing to what RNZ does and do a review on their editorial processes and reporting on Israel-Palestine. No official response was received. So in May last month, there was a big rally from Britomart and Aotea Square, where people started, and we marched up to TVNZ and delivered this letter in person. and it was really useful for me because I was tasked to kind of give a speech outside the TVNZ offices. Yeah, to be able to kind of mention Germany's work and the fact that a similar kind of exercise has been done at RNZ. We're asking for a similar one at TVNZ, but also pointing out some of the problems that Jeremy and his colleagues have pointed out that were wrong with the review. So I'll leave Jeremy to but maybe go over some of that if he might. But the key thing that I guess we wanted to say is that there's just basic things in the way most of the media operates here. One of them simply is the fact that when they report on Palestine, the West Bank, they don't refer to them on their official designation. This happens all the time. So they don't refer to the occupied West Bank, occupied Gaza. That's the official designation under international law. That's an official term. And yet the media here seems to constantly not want to mention the fact that these are occupied territories or that Israel is an occupying army. So that's a curious thing. So just coming back then, I'll just make a comment about what we see going on here, because I guess I've got a lot of friends that work in the media, and talking sometimes to members of the wider community, the frustration builds up to such an extent that sometimes people wonder, like, what's going on? Like, is it an intentional, is there kind of like, to revert to these horrible, simplistic, anti-Semitic kind of tropes, that there must be this cabal of these powerful people sitting in editorial offices that are controlling the discourse, right? I don't agree with that at all. But there is something odd that's happening here, and I think it was mentioned in that first slide that you put up, Sean. This that was mentioned in the report. The sense of the editorial staff being common sense. I really that notion of what common sense. Whose common sense are they applying in the editorial, decisions? And so what I think has got going on is that it's not so much an unconscious bias that's in the editorial teams or reporters, but a conscious bias, because that feeds into this kind of wider discourse around Israel as a Western nation, as a country that has liberal values, that participates in Eurovision, I mean, and underneath that is this real Islamophobia, that drives that identitarian kind of common senseness. People look at Israel and they think, well, I've met lots of Israeli tourists. The amount of times I've met older generation is, Kiwis or Australians who've said, yeah, I spent some time in Israel, as a tourist. I worked on a kibbutz, our Human Rights Commissioner, Stephen Rainbow, has that kind of affinity. Their experience is Israel was a great place to kind of hang out for a while, And the people I met there were kind of cool. Yeah, we smoked a J together, sang some songs, There's a kind of common senseness that's based on Western liberal ideas. And underneath that, it's kind of bolstered by this real anti-Islamic kind of fear, this Islamophobia, that Israel has done a wonderful job in bolstering, and propagating. But that's at the heart of the issue here, is that people, when they look at Israel, they see themselves. They see themselves. They see a white Western liberal nation fighting the crazy Arab Islamists, the crazy Arab, terrorists. It boils down to the clash of civilization in a lot, that somehow Palestine, it just doesn't fit with the Western kind of framework. That's at the heart of it, I think. And I don't think the situation has changed so long as we have people like that are deeply Islamophobic, you know, that look at them at a country that's located geographically in the Middle East, but see it as a Western nation, a Western liberal nation. The situation with our journalism is not going to change until we tackle that, until we unpack the common sense that sits at the heart and minds of people that work in these professional positions. So that would be my sense of what is happening here, and that's I guess, for what it's worth, because I don't believe that people are, like I said, I don't believe in the some of these yeah, I hope that's useful. I don't know. I'll leave it to others to kind of unpack a little bit more. But the anti kind of Islamic kind of anti-Palestinian kind of this kind of lack of objectivity, as we said, or lack of reporting, the fact that journalists here are so willing to accept and report uncritically comment from Israeli army spokespeople without any critical questioning at all. I mean, in any situation where when that happens, it's called propaganda. But our journalists here are willing to do that, and why do they not question it? Because there's this kind of shared common sense view of the world that Israel is a Western nation and somehow the bastion of liberal democracy in an otherwise kind of barbaric Middle East. So I'll leave those comments there and hopefully pass on to someone else and see where it might go. Namihi nui kia koutou.
Thank you, Rand. So Jeremy, please unmute yourself. Thanks.
Yeah, hi. Thanks for the invite. I've got a slightly sore throat, so I apologize if for that in advance. As Sean mentioned, I worked for Media Watch for about a decade. It was part-time. I was half-time on that. And back in 2010 was the first time I looked at this topic. I did a two-part look at whether the media was biased for or against Israel or Palestine. And one of the people, I interviewed 4 people for that. And one of them was Rand's dad, Tuma, a journalist with an immense amount of experience in Jordan. And there's a few things that came, and I had a listen back, which is always a slightly painful experience when you go back to old work. But there were a few things that came out of that program. In 1991, I reported that the BSA had basically warned journalists that this was an extremely sensitive topic, and they had to be absolutely careful with the facts, and the BSA would pounce on any mistakes. The other thing I looked at was the number of complaints, and there was almost equal, slightly more complaints from Zionist groups than pro-Palestine ones, and but the pro-Palestine ones had more luck at being upheld. They were always on issues of fact, so things like not mentioning that East Jerusalem was occupied or that Bethlehem was in the occupied territories, those sorts of things. The other people I spoke to were Anthony Lowenstein, well-known Australian journalist who had just written a book called My Israel Question. David Cohen, a former editor of the New Zealand Jewish Chronicle, and a guy called Chris, I've got it somewhere, but anyway, he was from an outfit called Kiwis for Balanced Reporting in the Middle East. And that was actually, I think, what prompted me. I'd forgotten all about them, but they used to be quite prominent because they were very well resourced and published big adverts in the newspapers of all the metropolitan dailies quite regularly. and they were anything but balanced. And so one of the things I did was I took the very first point on their frequently asked questions, which was, were the Palestinians expelled from Israel? And it said, no, they left after the urging of Arab leaders. So I sent that off to an Israeli historian at Oxford, Avi Schleim, and said, what would you say to that? Is it honest, balanced reporting? And I got back a reply almost immediately saying, look, it's not honest, it's not fair, and it's pure propaganda. So that was kind of the starting point. And I got in touch with them and, lining up interviews. And I got a letter from David Schwartz, who wasn't one of the people I'd been in touch with, former honorary consul for Israel, former chair of the New Zealand Jewish Council, one of the most active Zionists in the country. And he said, Jeremy, I would encourage you not to go ahead with this program. It could cause you problems. And he had two concerns. One was that I had invited Anthony to my house to meet with New Zealand Jewish people. Anthony was giving a talk in Wellington organized by the Palestine Group. I felt that I knew that there'd be certain Jewish people who would like to hear what he said, but wouldn't be comfortable going to a Palestine Group meeting. Now, that's not my position, but I knew it was the case. So I said, Anthony, will you come to my house and people that want to meet you can? And so he said, yes. So that was David's first problem. He said it showed that I couldn't be an objective journalist. And his next problem was my lineup of guests. Now, I hadn't even been in touch with him. So obviously the Kiwis for Balanced Reporting had, and my lineup was absolutely balanced. It had Anthony and Tuma on the one side, and David Schwartz and David Cohen, and a man from the so-called balanced reporting in the Middle East. That kind of gives you a hint of the amount of pressure that journalists are under. And one of the points that Anthony made in the interview is that he thinks people don't do stories because they know, and he mentioned the ABC, he's an Australian, because the complaints that are going to come, and those complaints take time to deal with. And I think that is an important insight, that people are avoiding doing stories because of the fear of what's going to come up. So I think the last thing from that report, which was interesting and I haven't looked at, was David made the claim that when you look at New Zealand editorials, that they were biased or more often in favor of the Palestinian cause than the Israeli ones. And the very fact that there were editorials showed that there was a more intense focus on Israel-Palestine than other parts of the world. And indeed, that was one of my key conclusions, was that if the Zionist lobby had any legitimate complaint, it was that this is an issue which gets an outsized amount of attention. Now, that was certainly the case then. So if you compare it to something like East Timor, there is no comparison. I mean, East Timor was absolutely ignored. You could literally have Ramos Horta visit Wellington and not a single paper in the country, other than a very small alternative one, ran a story on him. Now, that was true at the time. Zoom forward to now, and that report coming out. The first I knew of the report, the first mention of the proximity, which is actually what upset me and made me think I should write something, was in a Mick Hall Substack. And I couldn't quite believe what I was reading. And I didn't go and read the report. I was kind of felt disgusted. But anyway, Eugene Doyle, about a month later, gets in touch with me and just to brainstorm. He's going to write something on this issue because he's got a copy of the report. So I finally sit down and read it. And not being a media academic, I'd never heard of the proximity idea. I couldn't believe what I was reading in the way that it was framed, which, as has been explained, is actually does a complete disservice to the original idea. It was kind of pure racism in the way it's framed. It says, look, we're familiar with these people, these are our type of people, so of course we're going to report them more. And then it says this is something we should be aware of. I don't think that's the adjective, but anyway, we need to be aware of this. And I think aware of it, I mean, if it's true, it is disgusting and you need to stamp on it. So that's kind of what got me to then look more closely at the report and team up with Raman and Eugene and write what we did. So to that, our response, which is, you know, the very first thing I did, which I didn't include in the end, but the Radio New Zealand database goes back, the online one, to 2008. That's when it first went online. So you can search by topic and you can search audio. So I thought, let's look at Ukraine and Gaza. So if you search Ukraine, you come back with over 6,000 results. If you search for Gaza, you come back with under 3,000. Same with the audio. So in fact, you look at it and you think, okay, let's go back to 2008. That's the year of the so-called first war on Gaza. And there's been 5 since then. So it doesn't really make sense. You think, how could that be possible? Especially when you consider what I've said before, which Israel-Palestine tends to get far more coverage. And the reason I didn't include that in our thing is because it gets slightly more complicated. When you go back, and it takes a bit of time, you go from October 7th, 2023, it balances up. And so very similar numbers on both of those things. And I should say it doesn't capture, neither of those figures capture everything that's been in the news items or items which they don't have copyright for to keep on their website. So it's not complete, but it is like with like. And I don't know if you cast your mind back to that first year or two of the Ukraine invasion, it was just absolute saturation. You constantly heard about it. And I suspect what happened was that as the Gaza campaign ramped up, journalists everywhere knew you had that if you were going to report 20 civilians, 1 or 2 civilians being killed in Ukraine, then you had to give at least as much weight or far more weight to the hundreds being killed in Gaza. So I think the Ukraine coverage went right down. Now, a big problem with the report, there's a lot of problems in my view with the RNZ report, but a big one, and the one we kind of focus on, is the omission, is the lack of reporting. So it's not at all a surprise to me with the terms of reference for that report that it came to the conclusion it did. It was inevitable that if you look at the complaints, which haven't been upheld on the main, you're going to come back and say there's nothing to see here. But if you had looked at the next thing I did was I tried to look, and it's a little bit difficult, but I tried to look at, my background at Radio New Zealand is in the so-called day parts, the non-newsroom. So as a producer on Sunday and as on Media Watch and Ideas program, we line up long form interviews and so on. And if you look at the Sunday program, for instance, there hasn't been a single long form interview with anyone, Palestinian or Israeli, since it began. There's been no interviews with experts on genocide. You know, genocide is in the news. There's two that I know of, two interviews that touch on the genocide. One is with an Amnesty International New Zealand spokesperson after they declared it a genocide. And then just a week or two ago, after Trump alleged there was a white genocide in South Africa, they have a South African academic who makes the link and says, look, of course, what's behind this is an attack on South Africa and the case at the International Court of Justice and the whole idea of genocide and trying to diminish it. So that was kind of an aside that came out. But this is a major issue of the 21st century, of our times, and there hasn't been a single interview on Radio New Zealand exploring it. And if you can, I mean, one of the experts who I mentioned in the report we mentioned is Omar Bartov. He was one of the first to declare that there was genocidal intent, and then later that it was a genocide. He's been interviewed on Radio New Zealand twice, 2008, 2009. Not at all this time. You go to the ABC, you go to RTE, he's been on multiple times. Same with Francesca Albanese, the special rapporteur on the occupied territories. She was in New Zealand, in the Radio New Zealand studio for Morning Report. They do an item where they have over 2 minutes of Mark Regev, the IDF spokesperson, and give her less than a minute to reply. Now that let him frame the whole issue. I mean, they didn't interview him, it was just a clip from the BBC. And this very complicated issue with a world-renowned expert on it, she gets this tiny amount of time to try and reply. In its reply to us, Radio New Zealand kind of got the wrong end of the stick, or patronizingly, whatever, told us that they're an independent organization and they don't take their lead from the ABC or RTE. I mean, that is not the point we were trying to make. We're trying to make that was that you could, in fact, cover this stuff. The other day, I heard one of the only, maybe definitely only report I've heard with an interview from somebody inside Gaza. That was on Morning Report. It was a UNICEF spokesperson. Ingrid Hipkiss, her back announced to that, said, look, you know, that is a very rare interview. It's very difficult to get interviews inside Gaza. Now, anybody who listens to Democracy Now! Or Al Jazeera knows that it hasn't been difficult to get interviews inside Gaza. It's been quite extraordinary until a week ago when Israel finally attacks the high speed fiber connection. You could get access easily. You could make Zoom calls to Gaza. So that doesn't explain why they haven't been doing it. And so, yeah, to that question of, I got hold of someone had put in an OIA on, you know, advice that RNZ gave to its journalists on the coverage of this question. And there's quite a long document produced by their editorial standards head. And it kind of revealing, but only revealing in the sense that it's almost unreadable. It's not a guide. It would leave you feeling paralyzed at dealing with it. It's got huge amounts of background, almost like it's been done by AI on every single question. So rather than having something useful that says RNZ's policy on the word genocide is that it hasn't been decided, whatever their policy would be. These are the occupied territories. These are the correct ways to refer to things. It kind of, you know, a practical guide would be very useful. As far as I can see, they haven't got it. So my feeling is that people, and certainly when you search by individual programs, Saturday morning, Sunday, 9 to noon. What is striking is that I believe in the last 20 months, there have been far fewer interviews with either Palestinians or Israeli critics or Israeli supporters than in any other 20-month period. Now, I haven't been back to check that, but I know that it was quite common to have the likes of Gideon Levy, Abu Sita, I've forgotten his first name. We had long form interviews with renowned intellectuals from that region. Quite, I wouldn't say regularly, wasn't uncommon. Yeah, maybe. So the problem is partly, or in a large part, an avoidance, what's not being reported. And I mean, just an example of that. And I think, there's a guy called Brother Peter Bray. He was the Vice Chancellor of Bethlehem University in New Zealander for a long, long time. He's been on Radio New Zealand a number of times. Last year, he got the Papal Medal. Last year, he walked the Santiago Compostela to raise money for Gaza. Now, that's a type of story, kind of featurey story, that I would think would not only be published, done by RNZ, but would be done by newspapers. It wasn't done by anybody. A press release was sent out. It was in the Catholic newspaper. Of course, they must have known about it. Last week, when we had the arrest of Greta Thunberg and others, well, Sir Geoffrey Palmer headed up the Palmer Commission, which found very controversially that Israel was within its rights to raid the Mavi Marama. He is someone, I mean, nobody went to him to find out his reaction when the ship was sailing. Does this man, this prominent intellectual who carried out a UN report, does Israel have the right in his view? And regardless of what he said, you would balance that with others who would agree or disagree with whatever his position is now. It wasn't done. As we speak, there are 2 New Zealanders in Egypt trying to make their way with thousands of others to Gaza. So far, I've seen no reports of that. The 2-state solution is on the table. The man who's often described as the architect of Oslo, Yair Hirschfeld, was born in Wellington. No attempt to interview him or the Palestinian lawyer who represented the Palestine on that thing has changed his mind completely and now believes in one state. No attempt to interview him. Now, I raised that one because that's an issue I actually sent to TVNZ encouraging them to do it. I thought it's quite likely they don't know that Yair was born in Wellington. No reply even to that. And then just finally on the point of being dependent on what that Radio New Zealand report described as trusted sources. And David Cohen's, I think, very interesting idea that you look at editorials to get an idea of where people are coming from. So people like the BBC, which RNZ depend on, don't do editorials. But The Economist does. And The Economist, I think, is probably similar to what the BBC would do if it had them. So this week they wrote about Israel's attack on Iran. And it's an interesting little article because it states categorically that Israel, of course, has a right to do that. It's reckless, but it has a right to do it. Doesn't explain where that right's based from. Makes no mention other than obliquely to the fact that Israel has 80 to 400 nuclear weapons itself. that Israel is not a signatory to the Non-Proliferation Treaty, makes claims about Iran and what it does in that deserves condemnation, with no mention of the genocide that's going on, no mention of the fact that Israel has bombed every one of its neighbors over the years.
Sorry, Jeremy, if you don't mind.
No,
Sorry,
that's it.
sorry, and I'm getting weird. Not sure why that's happening. Yeah, apologies. I know my error. Sorry, Jeremy. I was just mindful of just time.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's me. Sorry for going on for so long.
No, you're all good. So we're going to go to James. Thank you, Jeremy. Cheers.
Thanks, Jeremy. Thank you, Rand. Thank you, Sean. Really thoughtful and a lot to think about there and a lot to sort of respond to and unpack. So I'm conscious of time, so I'm going to get straight into it. I guess just a little bit about me. So I was a journalist for 20 odd years working at Radio New Zealand and the Post in Wellington, among other places. At Radio New Zealand, I worked on World Watch, which is the overseas, producing that program. I am the guy, I guess, I have been the guy who makes those decisions, Rand, about with conscious bias or unconscious bias. At the Post, I was the foreign desk editor for a time there, particularly at the time in Timor, the crisis was at its height. And Jeremy, so I was in that process. So I think I've got a reasonable understanding of where this kind of the news journalist sort of news decision-making thing comes from. Last 20 odd years I've been an academic here in Massey in Wellington. So I'd like to just talk a bit about, I've also just read McCall's response to the Gaza report. I read Colin Fesler's report on the Gaza stuff. I've also just read the Radio New Zealand response to Colin Fesler's report. There's a lot to unpack there and a lot to talk about. I thought it would be useful to, because I'm hearing all the concerns and the very genuine and important critiques of Radio New Zealand and of journalism generally in the way it responds to issues like Gaza. And these are real important and serious issues that need to be, for journalists, need to think about and think hard about what they're doing, because clearly large sections of the public are very concerned, and this impacts on the trust that we're seeing in journalism and what has been a declining level of trust, possibly slightly bottoming out. I know that Radio New Zealand themselves are very worried about this trust issue. You can see they talk about it a lot. And if they don't listen to these sorts of concerns and respond to them properly, it's going to get worse. So I want to first try and explain a little bit about how journalists make these decisions and introduce these biases, conscious or unconscious, what's going on there. So explain a little bit about the process that goes on in newsrooms. And then what I think is part of the solution, possibly, because I think part of the solution is the fact is, I disagree with a lot of your critiques, Sean, of what's going on in journalism and what journalists do. And I would strongly defend a lot about journalism and what journalists do and the way that Radio New Zealand has responded and is trying to cover these things. So I guess I'm the person on this panel who's going to be the target figure, if you like, so you can go for it. And I'm up for it. But I also think there's some serious structural problems within RNZ and the media and the way the media responds to these things as well, which these criticisms bring to the fore. and need to be responded to. So just a little bit, first of all, about why do we get the kind of coverage we get of Gaza and others? I think it's important to think about in journalism and in newsrooms the difference between event reporting and analysis and opinion. You've got something going on like the current Israeli attack on Iran. That's what I call event reporting. It's fast moving, it's quick. There's lots happening. There's no time to analyse, really unpack, critique so much. You know, the Israeli spokesperson says it's a war for freedom, whatever, you know. You haven't got time in a fast moving news bulletin or news thing to sit down and say, what do you mean by freedom? It's just, you know, of course they're going to use their own, you know, propagandistic words and whatever. Likewise, the Iranians, whatever. So that's what we call event reporting, and that's always problematic. It's always fast moving. It's always very contestable, and so on. That's why people like Radio New Zealand tend to rely on a couple of what they call trusted sources, BBC, Reuters. And they do that because, unlike some of the other sources, which are also, you know, got a lot of good journalists like, say, Al Jazeera or AFP, they know that Reuters or they think at least that Reuters and the BBC are less likely to report sort of unsubstantiated rumour. So when you have something happening, like, for example, you know, a sudden event like a sudden attack, a sudden bombing or invasion or whatever, you want reporting in general that is trustworthy in the sense that it's verifiable and we're not sort of just reporting every crazy rumour. Because otherwise you end up with a whole lot of news bulletins full of, we've reported this, oh no, wait a minute, that didn't happen. No, wait, we reported this, oh no, wait a minute, it didn't happen. And it's really damaging to public trust if you have a series of news bulletins that end up sort of constantly correcting themselves. So that's why they do it like that. Arguably, they could have a more exciting or interesting Fox-type news bulletin if they reported any kind of crazy, any kind of sort of wild claim. But over a pattern period of time, it's damaging to public trust. They argue. That's the way they see it. Right? So that's why they rely on it, on the sort of those sorts of sources for news. When it comes to new analysis and opinion, the sort of thing that Jeremy was talking very, very cogently about, you know, why do we not have this kind of person from Wellington who's actually a really serious expert on the Gaza situation? Why don't we have them on? Those are really good questions, and those are real problems that need to be thought about, I think, by RNZ and the others. There's actually a lack of space on Radio New Zealand, lack of space on TV New Zealand, a lack of space in Radio New Zealand, or the New Zealand media in general, for informed, thoughtful discussion about international affairs. The argument often given by news organisations in response to why is our international coverage so poor is we can't afford to have a reporter in London and everywhere else. And that's very true. You just can't. And arguably, I would say a lot of the specialists, BBC people and others, Al Jazeera, if you want to go that way, whatever, they would do it better. They have the people on the ground, they have the knowledge, they have the time, everything else. So, but what we can do in New Zealand a lot better is have space, dedicated space to analysis and opinion of international affairs. We do it very badly in New Zealand. And there's no excuse for it. There's no excuse for the fact that Radio New Zealand does not have dedicated international foreign affairs programs discussing them from a New Zealand point of view, with New Zealand-based people like Rand's dad, Jeremy's contacts. Another conflict I'm thinking, which we get nothing about, is West Papua. A lot of those people from there would make exactly the same arguments very validly. Myanmar, we've got a lot of refugees in New Zealand from West Africa, from Sudan, Eritrea, all that area, there's a big conflict going on there. Why do we hear about that? Nothing. So we could have a lot more time and dedicated space to these issues in a way which allows us to unpack the kind of complexities and nuances and differing sides. Why don't we have those? Well, it's the long-standing New Zealand kind of, I guess, complacency a little bit in the news media, but also a lack of just looking around them and thinking what's happening, what's going on in New Zealand. You know, your population has changed. We have a lot of diverse migrant populations now who want to know about what's going on back home, and New Zealanders who want to know, people like me who grew up in Wellington all my life. I want to know more about, and so on. So we don't have these spaces, I think, because the deeper structural problem is that Radio New Zealand has, in recent years, been sort of taken over by people from Stuff, a sort of a print-based culture. They're very serious, sort of thoughtful journalists in a way, but they bring a print-based culture. In Radio New Zealand, there's not been a sort of an oversight in recent years of what I call a radio person, a radio manager. I've worked in radio, I've worked in print, I get both. They're very different cultures, different needs. You need someone who's got an oversight over all the radio programming, and by that I mean the live programming, what we hear on air, as opposed to what we read on their website, who can say the sort of things that Jeremy was talking about. Why did you not allow that person a proper time to respond to that person? Those are kind of radio quality management issues that are not being properly addressed, I think, at the moment. Why are your producers not getting a good enough quality standard of expert on from Gaza? Because you can get them. Now, those are sort of radio quality issues that could be addressed structurally. At a deeper level, I think the issue in Radio New Zealand is at the board level, really, where I don't think the board has really done a good enough job asking questions of the Radio New Zealand management about how did the Russia thing happen? Is this kind of person you've got to do this report on Gaza the right person? Why don't we have someone overseeing all of radio in RNZ? Why don't we have more programs looking at international coverage? Why is it sort of just dumped down in these kind of generic 9 to noon and Sunday morning programs where it's going to get swamped by local and domestic issues? Those sort of questions that a board should be asking. Why do we have the boards we got? Because National and Labor stack them with their buddies and with their, I sort of just a lazy sort of, they're an accountant, they're a lawyer, they must have expertise at board level, but they don't. They don't understand the creative or the media or those sort of experts, and that's what we don't have. And so fundamentally, I think there's structural issues that are going on. But I don't think it's fair to blame journalists for all of this, you know? I really don't. And it's easy to criticise the journalists on the ground making decisions in Radio New Zealand, and it's just not fair because they're working really hard. They get a lot of this stuff. A lot of them have been through, you know, studied media studies with Nick and others, and they would understand some of this stuff. So there's structural issues going on. But just to blame a journalist in the heat of the moment trying to make a decision about what do I put on the bulletin right now, in the next 10 minutes, do I have time to sit down and critique whether it's, no, I don't. I'm just going to grab the BBC feed that we're getting because that's what my bosses have given me. And the rest of that stuff could be unpacked later. But so let's try and be a bit more nuanced about this. I mean, you know, it's easy to blame the police for all the problems in New Zealand, whatever, but we all know that the police organisation New Zealand is a very broad church. There's a lot of people in there who are very hardworking, very dedicated, decent people. There's some who are racist profilers or whatever, you know. So let's unpack and be a bit more nuanced about how we talk about journalists, I think. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Finally, we're going to go to Josephine. Josephine, I'm very mindful. I did not set a good standard at the start by going over time. So please take your 10 minutes, Josephine. Thank you.
Right. I'm actually very, very glad I'm going after the last speaker, who spoke about BBC and Reuters being, in fact, credible sources of information and knowledge. And I want to challenge this notion. BBC and Reuters. In fact, I am doing a paper at the moment with Mick Hall looking at BBC and Reuters coverage of the Gaza genocide. And we are arguing that, in fact, BBC and Reuters are not objective sources of information. They are part and parcel of legitimizing Israel's actions in Gaza. And, if any of you listening or participating as panelists would like to help us with that paper, please contact me as well. So no, BBC and Reuters are not objective sources of information. There hasn't been one Western war they haven't supported. They have always aligned themselves with Western imperialism. And we know that Western imperialism is based on a dichotomous perspective of the world, which is currently playing out in the genocide in Gaza. Western media sources, as well as systems of knowledge, political discourse, media discourse, it operates on a colonial worldview. And this colonial worldview has been, theorized by many post-colonial scholars, including, for example, the Palestinian scholar Edward Said, and he talks about the dichotomous construction of the world, for example, into the civilized West and the savage non-West, right? The Orient is savage. The West is logical and rational, right? BBC and Reuters are logical and rational. But Press TV from Iran is irrational, state-sponsored media. But BBC isn't. RNZ isn't state-sponsored. That's rational. See, this is that dichotomous perspective of the world upon which colonization and imperialism is built, is being reflected in that worldview. And we can't really blame people for holding such views because they grew up in such an ideological and information environment, right? They grew up in an environment which said that this is knowledge and that is not knowledge. And so they just take it for granted. So according to the Western worldview, there is a civilized West and savage non-West. West is logical and rational. The East is superstitious, emotional. The West is incorrupt and the East is corrupt. The West is enlightened and the East is in darkness. The West is liberated. The rest of the world is backward and oppressed. The West is good and the rest of the world is evil. And we can see this really play out in Gaza, in what's going on in Gaza. My previous speakers, Jeremy and Rand, touched upon, the liberal worldview as well as, Islamophobia. All this is built upon this kind of a dichotomous, very unnuanced understanding of the world. So first of all, let me speak about that. And the other thing, yes, I do agree, that there's structural issues with RNZ, with BBC, with Reuters, and these aren't related to the bureaucracy or one or two individuals within RNZ or BBC. This is linked to the Western establishment and the foundational principles upon which it operates, right? So recently there was a discussion about, for example, a so-called progressive leader in the West like AOC and how she voted in favor, for example, for some really dubious bills like, the anti-Semitism bill passed in the US Congress. And then, for me, and people were wondering, why is it that someone like AOC, who doesn't take money from IPAC or, the Israeli lobbies, is going with this narrative? Recently also in a TikTok video, sorry, in some Instagram video, she says that, USA needs to look after the peace and security of the Middle East and the defense of Israel. So why is it that, these politicians in the West, even those who are not paid by these lobbies, are still saying the same establishment narrative? And again, this goes back to the foundational principles of Western nations and institutions, right? So they operate on Western liberal values and they operate on capitalism, right? And how I see the Gaza issue is a class issue, and it's also an issue of racism, right? So recently, for example, Greta Thunberg was asked, why is it that Western leaders who claim all these liberal values of equality, human rights, and all that, why are they turning a blind eye on Gaza? And Thunberg just says it's racism. Yes, it is racism, but we also need to understand what is racism. And for that, I want to take your attention to some of the very impactful scholars on racism and activists on racism. Number one, I want to introduce you to Walter Rodney. And Walter Rodney has written a book called How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. He is an Afro-Caribbean scholar who was assassinated at the age of 39 or 38 by we can imagine who might have assassinated him. But in his book, he talks about racism, he talks about slavery, and he says, see, racism is not just a random prejudice, it's not an interpersonal prejudice. And he says, um, Africans were enslaved not because they are racially inferior. Africans were enslaved to create profits for the capitalist class. So racism needs to be understood as a tool to justify, a discursive tool to justify capitalism and imperialism. When we talk about racism specifically, we need to think about imperialism, right? So in the case of Gaza and in the case of the Middle East, the deployment of Islamophobia from the Western systems of knowledge, media, and so forth, has been with the strategy of justifying military action against those regions, justifying colonialism in those regions. So I want to reiterate that racism needs to be understood as a discursive tool to justify imperialism. And that is basically what we're seeing in all this media coverage. Like yesterday morning or day before yesterday morning, time and space is becoming a blur as we live through a live stream genocide. I'm sure everyone in the audience agrees with me. So yes, day before yesterday morning, I woke up the story of the Iran strikes was just unfolding. And I saw that RNZ's first headline was that Israel launches a preemptive strike on Iran. So whose narrative is RNZ using here? And why is that narrative considered credible, right? So number one, that the next day, when we got more details about who were, just a minute, when we got details about who were the victims of these, attacks by Israel, Israel is like this, fulcrum of violence, just, expanding into the whole region. Now, the next victims of Israel, obviously there were children, Iranian, even babies, a 2-month-old baby. Western media is not really reporting this. And the way they describe the victims so casually. So, for example, there were 5 scientists killed in this. And Western media is just as if it's normal. Iran says 6 nuclear scientists killed in strikes. Iran's Tasnim news agency is reporting that 6 Iranian nuclear scientists were killed. If this was 6 scientists from Massey University, what would be the outrage in Western media? So there is a normalization of the killing of people in the global south, and obviously a separate standard for that. And what we must always think, it is without doubt, everyone in this panel, including the previous speaker, agrees that there is bias. I don't like the word bias because I don't see it as bias. Racism is not just a bias; it's actually a feature. It's a key pillar of imperialism. So, but there is this this double standard. And what does this double standard do? Ultimately, what it does is it justifies violence on the people who are at the receiving end of that double standard. So media discourse is powerful and it's impactful because it cultivates people's worldviews, like the previous worldview we heard. And therefore, we need to understand, indeed, we need to understand the structural issues of media bias and media racism. And we need to recognize that it is not an aberration or it's not an individual failure. This double standard, this racism, this Islamophobia is built into that system, right? And we need to uproot that if we really truly want to move beyond this. We need to really ask some serious questions about, the functions of this double standard and whether we want that world order to continue or not. Because, we were growing up, we were told that colonialism is a system of the past. This is a long time ago. Maoris should shut up about colonialism and all that. But at the moment, we can see it's crystal clear that we might be living through one of the most violent periods of colonialism in history. Thank you very much.
Sean, I think you're on mute. You might
John,
be
you're
muted.
on mute.
Just want to take this opportunity to acknowledge Eugene there as well. Thank you, Eugene, for your work.
Zoom. People can't hear me on Zoom. Okay.
Can you hear us now?
Can you hear us now on Zoom?
Yep, coming through loud and clear. Yep.
Okay, great. So as I said, rather than giving panelists initial chance to respond, I just would like to give time for the audience here or the audience online to ask questions. So I see a question at the back. Ali, have you got the microphone up? Yeah. And just to say, we're going to take an extra 10 minutes. So the next, if anyone online is waiting to join the next panel, it'll just start 10 minutes later. So we have 15 minutes for questions as well. Please.
Yes, hi. My name is Athena, and Rand, this is a question for you. I am originally Greek, and so, we Greeks in the history were under Turkish or the Ottoman Empire, under Turkish or therefore Islamic occupation for 500 years. So therefore, I completely agree with you that the substance issue is Islamophobia in the world, or what you also said was the crazy Arab terrorist, and there's reasons for that. It's not completely crazy why that is. My question is, what do we do about it? How do we all work together? I'm not sure about the West, but we in many parts of the world don't understand Islam. We don't understand terrorism. We don't understand the fight between Sunni and Shiite. We don't understand all of that. And so are there ways, do you think, that we can all discuss these issues without being labeled as racist, but just as confused and also trying to overcome our own traumas of the Ottoman Empire, let's say?
Oh, Kilda, look, I should mention within the colonial binary around that the discourse is constructed under, that Josephine very eloquently kind of stretched out, I sit really uncomfortably because, my family, we're Palestinian Christian. I'm not Muslim. But the Palestinian Christian community are invisibilized within the way that this fairly new, issue is framed by by the Zionist discourse, that somehow the Israel-Palestine conflict is an old, you know, I mean, historically, it's a fairly new issue. It's a fairly new problem, right? It's from the 1900s, from the birth of Zionism as a political ideology. Before that, communities like my father grew up in Jerusalem. Like, we're from the Syriac Orthodox Church in Jerusalem. We're one of the oldest churches in the Middle East. You know, but we hold services in Aramaic, you know, the language that Jesus spoken, you know. But the way that Zionism constructs this issue is to say that this is an old problem, and it's Jews and Zionist Christians that are working against the evil Muslims, you know. But this is a complete fabrication. It's a Western fabrication. It's Orientalism at its worst, because that is not the reality for Jews, Christians, and Muslims living in the Middle East for centuries and centuries and centuries. You know, my father grew up in Jerusalem. He had Jewish and Muslim neighbors. We had the same culture, the same kind of foods, right? And the tragedy of what's happened with Israel is that all those Jewish communities that had survived for millennia, dotted in Arab cities around, you know, the Middle East, have been decimated. You know, there was a huge Jewish community in Baghdad, and now there's a little Baghdad in Tel Aviv, where all the Jewish. I mean, we have the history of some of the most amazing musicians, Arab musicians, were Jews. The one remaining Jewish community enclave that exists in the Middle East outside of Israel is in Iran, where they have synagogues, etc. So, but what I'm pointing to is the way, you know, this colonial discourse has framed the conflict as if this is, you know, a conflict between Jews and Christians on the one hand, and the others, which in this case would be Muslims. So for people like myself, who are Christian Palestinian, where are we in this conflict? Where are we? It's almost news to people that they're Christians living in the Middle East, that we have this long connection, this long history. You know, so I think Josephine did a really good job of outlining what the problem is and how we tackle it, because we have to be thinking about these issues and the inherent racism that is at the heart of Israel as a colonial project. It's a colonial imperialist project.
Yeah.
And until we understand that, we're not going to get anywhere. Just to, I know that was a question for me about to comment on anti-Muslim sentiment and how it exists and how it's become completely normalized within Western discourse, within Western news. But just to pick up on one of the things that James mentioned, and thank you, James, so really coherent and interesting, thoughtful kind of points. But, you know, just coming back to the journalist code of ethics, I mean, you know, this idea of respect for truth, the public's right to know, but in pursuing those principles, you know, journalists are supposed to commit themselves to ethical and professional standards. You know, they shall report and interpret the news with scrupulous honesty, striving to disclose all essential facts by not suppressing relevant. So you mentioned the urgency of kind of event reporting. Now, there's been one complaint against TVNZ that's been upheld by the BSA, right? And it was on reporting on that story of the conflict that happened in Amsterdam, I think it was, with the Maccabi Israeli team. There was a football match. It ended up with kind of slight riots in the streets and stuff. Now, TVNZ uncritically reported that, you know, Arab and Muslim citizens in Amsterdam were chasing after these poor Israeli fans, beating them up. I mean, the story was completely flipped, you know? It turned out it was the other way around, that these hooligans were ripping down Palestinian flags off citizens' houses, beating up anyone that looked Muslim or other, right? And the reason why the BSA upheld the complaint, this is one of the very few complaints that's been upheld. Why? Because TVNZ uncritically relied on false information or uncritically relied on information. Where was that information from? The BBC. So there's an abrogation. I don't take, you know, your argument, James, that somehow in the urgency of the moment, that journalists abrogate their responsibility to professional standards by relying on any sources uncritically. That's not journalism. So I don't accept that as a way of saying that, oh well, journalists are just trying to do their job. You know, it's not okay. Real harm comes from this. It supports this wider discourse, this wider kind of colonial discourse that creates real harm for now, as you mentioned, you know, communities like myself who are living here in Aotearoa, you know, that kind of discourse has real harm on people here. So I think it's, I just don't agree with the framing of it.
James, if we do have time, I will give you a chance to respond, but I'd like to invite Fatima at the back, please.
Thank you. I'm Fatima from Massey University. I have more of a comment that did I get it wrong that while James said that he disagreed, he actually agreed with all the things that were said about RNZ, like, you know, they don't have time, so they don't back check, they rely on others' information and that is reported, and that there's too much pressure and the board is incompetent. So while his first two sentences were that he disagrees with what Sean was saying, but I think in essence, the rest of it was actually agreeing that it is inefficient, it is not truthful, it's not doing its job well. And yeah, so I was just thinking that perhaps it's interesting that I don't want to be impolite, but I think you did agree, I feel, although he didn't accept that he agreed, but he did agree with all that you were saying, because it was that, you know, it's swift reporting, it didn't get checked, it doesn't get checked, and we don't have critical analysis, and we don't get researchers or analysts. And so basically, we are all, in a way, all the panelists are in agreement. Did I get that wrong? Would be, yeah.
So James, I'll just give you a quick chance to reply. I know others have questions, so but if you wouldn't mind, please.
Not quite. Don't have time to go over it again. But no, not quite. And likewise, not quite, Rand. But I could talk more later.
Yeah. And likewise, James, I appreciate, because we talked about this ahead of time, I did give you a heads up of the you know, that I, as you said yourself, you have a fidelity to sort of the local journalism culture here, and you've ended up in the role of kind of becoming the rep of Journalism Inc., which is, yeah, so I know that's, yeah. So again, just more questions. Matt, please.
Thanks, James. I was just thinking, when you were talking about the governance structure of ICA, but it just struck me that some of the pressures that journalists are under are actually quite similar to the pressures that academics are under, in terms of it sounds like there's been a managerial, a collapse of the distinction between maybe governance and management within RNZ. So the governance board, the RNZ governance board, is now stacked with people from a kind of a more managerial perspective, and that defending those journalistic ethics becomes more difficult, perhaps at that level. And within universities, council, which is governance, and you're supposed to include academic voice, we've seen a sort of a progressive, I don't want to say colonisation, but it's been, yeah, a collapse between this distinction between governance and management, which means that, yeah, so it seems like a kind of a similar structural issue.
Yeah, absolutely, really. Just going back to, also, I've just sort of popped in my, sorry, the woman who just spoke down the back there. Yeah, you, and also Rand, I was going to say, yeah, I mean, I kind of do agree with you, and I do agree with what, in a way, what Josephine's saying. What I'm saying is there's not spaces at the moment to unpack a lot of those more nuanced discussions that need to be had. You know? And, you know, so that's what I was really sort of saying, is that to try and expect the news bulletins to do everything is kind of unrealistic, and they're going to get a lot wrong, because news is a very fast-moving thing, which is heavily, everyone's trying to influence it. You know, there's armies of people out there trying to, you know, frame things and bend things their way, especially in a war situation, as we know. So, So, and journalists are just doing things by the second in the moment. So, but the place and time to unpack those and talk about those and deal with those is in the analysis and the comment spaces, which we don't have enough of to do all the sort of things you're talking about. And that's why I think a lot of the concerns are is that, yeah. So, but back to your point, sorry, about the board. Yes, yeah, the board, and it's not just in journalism. It's a wider thing, I think, but also if you look at the, I guess the managerialist, the neoliberalist culture of the last 20, 30 years, maybe it's got a few things right, but it tends to really privilege these kinds of expertise, which is needed on the board, I guess, but is not the only kind of expertise you need.
Thanks. So we just have 2 minutes left. I would like people to pose questions, and even if we don't get a chance to have extended answers, at least that they were just noted. Yeah, Valerie, please.
Kia ora. Thank you very much for this really thought-provoking session early on a Sunday morning. So my question is, we've established that there are definitely structural problems within journalism, and there are much, much bigger structural problems around Islamophobia, colonization, these kinds of things. But as academics who are educating perhaps the next generation of journalists, what can we do to prepare our students to be within this environment and tackle these really big, difficult questions?
Thank you, Valerie. I only noticed it now. Josephine, please, you had your hand up. You wanted to interject.
Oh, it was in the moment, but yeah, I just wanted to say that after 400 years of colonialism, which was backed with a narrative discursive justification from, the Western media, I think it's time that we, question the credibility of, the traditional sources of information, whether it's the Iraq War. If you think about the big wars in the 21st century, like these media outlets have made a lot of mistakes. So approaching it with a critique with that in mind, with that colonial sort of like double standard in mind, I think would be necessary at this point in history. At least it's overdue.
Thank you, Josephine. And thank you to, I noticed a shout out to Eugene and Raymond, Jeremy's co-authors, who appeared late. I'm afraid, guys, we're not going to have a chance for you to interject, but you gave a clear thumbs up a minute ago, Eugene, which communicated a lot. So, yeah, I'd like to thank all the panelists for their generous contributions, and thanks to the audience. It would have been nice to have more time, more questions, but hopefully people can have conversations over coffee and lunch. So we're going to come back again at, sorry, let me just check times. Okay, so we were originally supposed to start the next session at 10:30. It'll now just be, or 10:45, so we'll be starting, yeah, you work it out. Okay. Thanks. Thanks, Heidi. Hey, thanks. That's good. Sorry, James. I knew. What's that?
Yeah.
A very good morning. Welcome to panel 5.1, Communication Theory and Media Politics. A very exciting panel, and we have 4 papers presented in a hybrid mode via Zoom and in person. So we have presenter lineup, and let me go ahead and introduce them. Dr. John Budarick from University of Adelaide starts the conversation with the role of communication theory in political disruption and imagination. This would be followed by Tanya Dreher, Sukmani Khorana, and Poppy D'Souza from the University of New South Wales on what can diversity initiatives do, 3 provocations for media change that would be presented via Zoom. This would be followed by Ming-Ching Lee's from Massey University, who would be talking about unraveling the diplomatic discord and intercultural communication analysis of the Trump-Zelensky White House meeting, also via Zoom. And then we wind up this panel with the last presentation, that's mine, Debalina Datta from Massey University, at Chipping Away at Self, and there's a long title, so let's leave it at that. So essentially for the panel, the ground rules are we have 10 to 15 minutes for the presentation, and we would have some time at the end for question and answers. Sean told me there are terrible consequences to overstepping your time limit. Where is he? There he is. And he has a very stern look and a look right now, so he really means business for us. So essentially what I'm going to do is probably, is there any way to let our presenters know that there's like 2 minutes before the time's up?
Tell them I'll give them a prompt on Zoom.
Yeah.
Online presenters, I'll give them a prompt.
Perfect. So please keep an eye out for Sean's online prompt, which you may choose to ignore. Please don't ignore. Please, let's keep to the time. We are already over time for now. And we'd love to start the presentation with Dr. John Budarick. Over to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Evelina. All right, so that's all unmuted then for the Zoom people. Hang on, let me bring it up. Okay, all good? Yep, is it here? See it there? Yep. Awesome. Okay, hold on, okay.
Are you sharing your screen?
Okay.
That one?
Yeah, that would be.
Or is that, those are your notes, right?
But that's okay, that we can share that screen. There's no great mystery. There's no real notes anyway. That one I think we'll do. If that's, if people are happy. Is that all right?
Nick, sorry.
Monday, yeah.
Sorry, we have to hand that over.
Yeah, put that one there. Yeah, good.
Sorry, almost there.
That's perfect on my end.
And is that sharing?
Should be sharing.
That's sharing.
Yeah, look, getting a thumbs up from Tanya. Yeah. It's sharing.
And
Just as long as
if I click over here.
I can scroll through. Okay. All right, brilliant. I'll start my timer. Okay, thanks everyone. So I just want to start with an acknowledgement of country. So I'm from University of Adelaide on Kaurna country, and I just want to pay my respects to traditional custodians of unceded land in Kaurna country in Adelaide, where I work and where I wrote this presentation, and pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. So I want to talk today a little bit about theory, particularly theory in media and communication studies, and the role of theory in politics, and how we understand the relationship between media communication, things like politics and power and democracy. And I want to start with a bit of a kind of tension that I think underlies a lot of research on media communication, politics and power. And it's a kind of tension between approaches, which I kind of call it a tension between contingency and certainty in some ways in the research. So, you know, research that on the one hand seeks a kind of firm grounding of predictable laws, objective data, and firm social categories when talking about all things politics and all things democratic. And on the other, approaches which sort of emphasize the messiness of everyday life, the unpredictability, the contingent and the symbolic, as kind of defying being pinned down and predictable in some ways. More specifically, it's kind of a tension that's mapped onto a series of different disciplinary approaches like cultural studies and political science, for example. Different ideas of the media text, the image versus the word, the way in which the written text is often assumed as having a kind of more serious and kind of democratic or political nature to it than the image or the spectacle, for example. Different kind of genres like news versus entertainment, and even different approaches, methodological approaches, qualitative and quantitative, or sort of meaning making as compared to sort of data gathering and data analysis. One of the things I want to try and bring this around to today also, though, is I think there's something involved here around theory and critique, and I'm going to try and get to this point about how theory is actually understood in some of this work and the role it plays in this kind of tension between approaches. So there's been a lot of research on political communication and journalism studies, and some of this has kind of come up in panels this morning, but also yesterday as well, in some of the great panels that we've had, and some of this discussion about these disciplines and how they've kind of worked. And some of it has kind of been this focus on what prioritise the empirical and the pragmatic over the theoretical, for example. I shouldn't sort of distinguish pragmatic and theoretical, but certainly the empirical, other work such as by Phelan and Maciel around the kind of almost functionalist and positivist nature of a lot of political communications work, and the way in which that itself has kind of attuned itself to almost this hard-nosed realism, this kind of uncovering of sort of social and political realities through certain scientific methodologies, for example, and prioritise that over kind of deep theoretical critique. And it comes with a series of kind of background assumptions, for example, the idea of having a sort of privileged access to truth and reality, which kind of cuts across both journalism studies and the journalism profession in some interesting ways. The idea of the good citizen as the kind of liberal European individual, which often underlies a lot of political science and communications work. The public itself as a kind of independent and objective thing that pre-exists any representation of it. And even in the context of you know, the many crises that we apparently face today, what John Durham Peters very usefully years ago called a general distrust of representation that can be seen filtered throughout journalism and political communication scholarship, in that there's always this sort of disquiet about forms of representation that are seen as betraying the kind of reality, betraying the kind of instant, almost embodied representation of good representative politics. At the same time, there's kind of a series of cultural turns, perhaps we could call it, that went on. You know, one of the most famous for some people here, certainly from an Australian perspective, is the kind of media/history/culture wars in Australia. And I know there was stuff on this in the panel yesterday, but there's great debate around journalism education and whether we should see journalism as kind of scientific pursuit of truth, a la someone like Keith Windshuttle, or whether the cultural studies postmodernists, you know, arguing that journalists are cultural creators. They make things, they don't just reflect what's going on in the world. But these debates have been around for a long time, and they're also global sort of debates. We see literature on the role of the popular and political communication, even more recently in reference to populism, the work of someone like Reese Peck on Fox populism, for example, that we need to start taking popular culture seriously as democratic and political, which has been around for a long time. Political style and performance and representation as being fundamental to all politics, for example. And even in journalism studies, you know, the emotional turn in journalism studies, so Karen Wall-Jorgensen, or the discursive turn in journalism studies that started to take these sorts of things seriously. So we have these kind of debates and different positions emerging, which have been around for a while now, so it's probably nothing new to people here about how they've sort of worked. I think what's interesting, though, to some degree, is kind of where we got to after these sorts of debates, and people writing about these debates, and they're a bit old now, and things like that. And kind of one of the things that I sort of think about a little bit is how I'm not really sure where we've landed after all these debates in terms of particularly politics and media, politics and communication in particular, because it strikes me that, you know, number one, there's a series of sort of forces that are at play whereby we continue to kind of just, you know, separate these things, and to some degrees they've kind of gone off into their corners, respective corners, licked their wounds and just kept doing what they've been doing all along. Now, some of this is kind of, we can think about disciplinary distinctions in the academy, for example, the way in which conferences work, the way in which journals work, whereby certain work is prioritised over other work. We can also think about, you know, the political crises that have emerged, whereby it strikes me now that, you know, a lot of people sort of writing about the way in which we can't afford to kind of question truth and reality in the face of sort of disinformation and a post-truth culture. And so in some ways, you can kind of point to what Glynos and Howarth call the resilience of positivism in social and political studies. And in some ways also what Oliver Marchart referred to in terms of cultural studies, and it's kind of failure to what he calls go macro. It's failure to kind of expand into broader political theory and provide kind of macro level explanations of political behaviour. And so I just, this tension to me, I think is still there. And so I think while some people might kind of, you know, think that it's kind of being addressed and things like that, I kind of always see it as when you talk about media and politics today, it seems to me that you know, there's this kind of reinvigoration of this sort of hard-nosed, empirical, quasi-scientific approach. And if you want to do your cultural studies to a degree, you go and kind of analyse, you know, K-pop band or a popular Marvel movie or something like that. That's a generalisation, but it seems, I think, that there's still something there in this tension, right? And there's still some of these kind of problems that are coming up. Now, so what's this got to do with theory? Well, in some ways, I kind of think about this through this theoretical lens, because I think, you know, if you think about what Glynos and Howarth were saying there about the way in which that positivist approach seems very resilient and has been critiqued, and in journalism studies there's been constant critiques from the postmodernists or the standpoint epistemology, feminism, critical race studies. It's quite a resilient approach. And so on the one way we can think about that in terms of, you know, where is the space for theory as a form of critique? And on the other hand, in terms of what Marchart was saying, I think we can think about it in terms of where is the role of theory in kind of imagining new political possibilities and expanding those kind of cultural approaches to a broader explanation of I guess, political and social realities or actualities. So on the one hand, the easy way to do this would be to just reject or to just argue that some of these kind of approaches, such as political communication and journalism studies, reject theory altogether, right? And all they want is the empirical, approach. They just want studies of news organisations and individual journalists and things like that. But I actually think it's probably slightly different. I think it's probably a bit unfair to just say that all of this work rejects theory. I think instead it's actually about how they understand theory and what the role of theory is. And I think part of it is there's this kind of underlying understanding that theory is abstraction and distraction, that it is increasingly unrelated to the kind of real world that we actually have to understand and kind of fix or repair in some way. So in the last few minutes, I'll just kind of draw on one quick example. And I'm going to draw here on Rasmus Kleis Nielsen's work. And I'm doing this not to sort of pick on him or anything, but he's an interesting fellow because he is, I think, currently still the head of the Reuters, I think it's the Reuters News Institute, Research Institute. And he's a very well-known journalism, political communication scholar. So he studied under Michael Schudson, the famous American journalism scholar. So yeah, he's a kind of big name in this field, and he's an interesting guy. He's a kind of self-avowed empiricist. And he kind of talks about the way in which we need to talk from the perspective of existing liberal institutions, right? What's already there, the hard-nosed reality of what we have in terms of representative, democratic, liberal organisations and institutions. And he talks about this need that's very common in kind of a lot of journalism, political communication studies, to sort of save what we've lost through the sort of fragmentation of social media, different social movements, identity politics. And we need to reconfirm this kind of traditional mode of politics that we know works, right? This liberal democratic, rules-based form of political life and reinstall this faith in existing structures. And for him, a lot of theory is too idealistic, and it's about imagining kind of different models and then these kind of unrealistic expectations of how we should actually live, and is sort of distinct from real world issues. Now, I don't think this is because he doesn't like or understand theory. He clearly does. But I think it's interesting of how he actually sees theory. And I guess one of the arguments I would have, number one, is some of the stuff he talks about here, for lack of a better word, it's not particularly inspiring. So I'm looking at his sort of stuff, and I'm kind of thinking, how is this going to capture a young audience? How is this going to capture a kind of marginalised audience? How is this meant to reinstall faith and political energy at a time when we have different sectors of the political landscape who are very, very successful at creating political energy, right? Through myths, through narratives, through populist discourses. And I kind of looked at it and I thought part of this is perhaps that it's a bit of a pared down understanding of what theory is. And so kind of just to finish up here, because I'm into my last minute, one of the kind of arguments I would have is we need to kind of rethink theory in media and communication studies, move it away from that kind of classic idea of model building in the sociological sense, right? When there's kind of Talcott-Parsons, let's kind of structure everything. We can explain life through this single theory and everyone's behaviour fits into this little map. And look at it a little bit more as kind of creative critique almost, right? Or the role of theory in the political imagination. And a couple of examples might be sort of, again, Glynos and Howarth talk about theoretical presuppositions, right? Thinking about what are the presuppositions that we bring to our understandings of the world and to our scholarship. And thinking about that kind of the why and the how of the ontological, right? So what is the kind of political and social reality we refer to? And how is that kind of constructed and how is that maintained? And also what sort of political, possibilities can we imagine, right? What are the new ways of thinking about politics and society that we can imagine? And we might also think about it in terms of those notions of political energy and political passion, which are kind of almost dirty words in some of the sort of political communication and journalism work, right? That politics should be dispassionate, right, or unemotional. And of course, the authors in this sort of tradition would point to the fact that all politics needs to come with some sort of passion. You have to actually value something to actually care about politics, right? Politics without passion is almost pointless. This kind of technocratic, post-political order. So I guess what I'm talking about here is a bit of a call to kind of reintroduce theory and think differently about theory, in particular around media and politics, right? That rather than going back to bigger and bigger data sets and more kind of, greater levels of confidence intervals within our giant surveys, that we actually think about theory not just as an attempt to extrapolate from the empirical, but as a kind of mode of kind of reactivation, right? A mode of kind of imagining different political possibilities and disrupting some of those kind of certainties that we seem to assume in a lot of this work. Thank you. Stop share.
Yes.
It didn't sound good.
All right, I will now try and make this work. Please bear with me. Please bear in mind I'm not a member of the organising committee or anything. I just work here. So I will pin Tanya. That's all. Oh, that's in the wrong slide. Bring that across. We can see. Can everyone on Zoom? I'll get to the chat.
Yes, we can, Nick. All go on Zoom.
All right. I'm not chair. Yep, that's a share screen.
Does she want to go ahead and start it?
Yeah, Tanya, can you hear us?
Yes, I can, thanks.
And we can hear you.
Okay, shall I?
Yep, full slide. Can you go ahead and start your slideshow, please?
Yep. So should I do this?
Sorry, Nick, you're better at this than I am. There you go.
Okay, shall I just get started? Yep. Okay, thank you very much. Thanks so much for the opportunity of being part of this panel and the ICA Oceania Hub. I wanted to just really start with a very big thank you to CARE and to Massey colleagues for organising this event, for organising an ICA regional hub here in the region. It's such an important contribution. And especially important, at this point in time where travel to the US of A, where the main ICA conference is happening, is unsafe for so many people and just kind of undesirable for many more. And thank you also for the hybrid options of this event, which are also so very important for all sorts of people, care responsibilities, disability, different abilities, and all sorts of things. Hybrid is really valuable as well. So thank you for that. And a massive thank you for the opening panel this morning. It was such a very important intervention. I'm really pleased to have been able to listen in, even at quite an early hour here in this time zone. But just such an important, courageous conversation to have staged. So thank you. Many thanks for all the organising work and the care that's gone into this event. So my paper is I'm presenting a co-authored paper. Thanks so much to my fantastic colleagues for also being online. Sukmani Kurana and Poppy D'Souza. What can't diversity initiatives do? 3 provocations for media change. We are here definitely presenting provocations, conversation starters, discussion starters. So time is tight, as it should be, and we'll be really keen to hear, if anything resonates and is picked up for Q&A discussion or, after the event as well. Like John, and it's wonderful to be on a panel with John. Important protocol to begin with acknowledgement of country. I'm joining today from Dharawal and Wadi country in Wollongong, and I also work on Bedegal country at UNSW Kensington. And you can see that Sukmani and Poppy also add acknowledgement of country, incredibly important protocol. It always was and always will be Aboriginal land. So our provocations, our 3 provocations come against the background of recent media reckonings, which have really brought increased attention to some of the limitations as well as the achievements of the many diversity commitments and initiatives that we saw, particularly in the wake of the Oscars So White intervention, and then those media reckonings very much amplified by the resurgence of the Black Lives Matter movement following the murder of George Floyd. And we have, of course, just passed the 5-year anniversary of the murder of George Floyd. And we acknowledge that we are now well into the sort of anti-DEI backlash phase of this conversation. But we have seen recently lots and lots of interest, commitments, initiatives to diversity as the key frame and aim for media change, for media improvement. We're really interested to dig into some of those limitations and to argue that media research and practice needs to be also looking beyond mainstream media diversity initiatives in order to better understand transformative alternatives and theories of change. So our first provocation is to tease out the limits of the reflection model. The reflection model we see particularly in much reporting on diversity within media organisations or on our screens. Diversity reporting has really peaked, as I said, after Oscars So White, Black Lives Matter, and the rest. And we see this as a practice, an orientation to what Nirmal Pua calls body counting. It's aiming for some sort of population parity or reflecting the increasing diversity of the population. So we have here a reflection model of representation that we know in media studies we critique more often than we simply roll it out. And yet that is the underlying logic or even theory of change that we see particularly in diversity reporting in media. So quotas and visibility are really important. There's some kind of engagement with the ways in which diversity might be shifting and changing. This produces diversity initiatives, this body counting produces also a burden of representation and a burden of responsibility. That's also familiar in media and cultural studies. And we're interested to know what's missing here. Important examples and also a very quick connection back to that really important opening panel, really high profile recent examples here in Australia of some of these limits of diversity initiatives. So Noor Haider recently, very high profile, the ABC's chief political correspondent, I think, at the time, resigned over the network's Gaza coverage, a failure to keep diverse workers safe, and a failure to report accurately. And the also high-profile case of Antoinette Lattouf, which remains in the courts and has at various times turned around the question of whether Antoinette Lattouf could actually be objective around again the reporting of Gaza, a question that was not posed to white women political commentators, famously compared to Laura Tingle. So, thinking a little bit beyond diversity counting, our second provocation is to argue that this kind of very reflective diversity approach may contribute to being seen, but it doesn't extend to being heard. So the reflection model does mean we want to know, we want to see more diverse faces on screens, we want to see more diverse journalists in the newsroom, for example. But we can see already in the examples of Noor Haider and Antoinette Lattouf, this does not necessarily extend to being heard in the terms that several of us have explored in terms of a politics of listening and voice, an emphasis on political voice, having a say, being a part of decision-making, having an impact on decision-making, political agency, having a political voice say about media and Gaza. So we're interested to think how we might move from the mere politics of representation to better engaging a politics of listening, from addressing stereotypes and misrepresentation to actually media that engages political aspirations. This we take from recent work of Archie Thomas and colleagues, and there's just further really important work that really teases out what is this voice that matters in the terms of Nick Couldry. How can we think of diversity as a diversity of lived expertise, not merely visual body counting and the rest. The work of Amy McGuire also really important here. In terms of listening and learning from Indigenous media in Australia in particular, and an emphasis there on the idea of accountability to communities, not simply reflecting, but actually being accountable. Brings us to our third provocation for media change, and that is to really focus in on a question posed by Eve Tuck, Woonunk scholar and very well known for the intervention decolonisation is not a metaphor, that very well known paper from Tuck and Yang. Eve Tuck also asks us to continually ask ourselves and each other, what is your theory of change? Focusing in on what's often implicit and really making it explicit and making sure that we're not too easily working with an inadequate theory of change. So when we look again at conventional media diversity initiatives, certainly in the pre-anti-DEI backlash moment, we see a pretty strong trend of new faces, but the same old unchanging institutions. We find in the sort of reflective model of diversity a lack of movement goals and a lack of a really robust theory of change, underpinning this tracking and counting of diverse faces on screens or in newsrooms. Tuck and Yang argue that theories of change are essential for resistance to actually lead to change, as they're referring to a belief or perspective about how a system can be adjusted, corrected, or improved, and they must be recognised by the public imagination, or I guess we would say in this case, by media institutions. And we argue it's really not at all clear how the cause of better racial representation can be furthered, nor do most diversity initiatives enable a reimagining of what race representation could look like. The reflection model doesn't take us there. When we look at the many reports sort of documenting the body counting, aiming for population parity in reflecting or representing diversity, there are no suggestions made here in terms of different organisational structures or alternative models of representation. So we're finding that reflection model extremely limited. And for that reason, we're really, really keen that media studies and also, of course, media industries look beyond these media diversity initiatives and pay far more attention to transformative alternatives, transformative theories of change wherever they might be found. And I'll take just a minute or two to sketch out just a couple of these more transformative alternatives of theories of change that we're really interested to follow through much further, and would be really excited also to hear further ideas from you and anyone else. So in our work, we are interested, or certainly with Poppy D'Souza and I have spent some time looking more closely, valuing more closely the field of sovereign and self-determined First Nations media in Australia. There's an enormous amount to be learned there. The radical radio tradition in Australia, and then looking internationally, media justice traditions, media reparations, a very emergent conversation and practice. And of course, we can look to care for the theory of change around culture-centred communication, and no doubt there are more. So very quickly scrolling through a few examples here of the radical radio tradition in Australia. Australia has a highly concentrated media market. It does also have, by international standards, quite a large and significant community broadcasting sector. And it's here in this combination of sort of volunteer participation and ever declining, of course, but levels of public funding for infrastructures, that we can find some really important and interesting examples of more self-determined voice in the Australian media landscape. We can also look internationally to a long-running now, or relatively long-running, several decades, conception, theory of change, but also of practice in the organisation Media Justice based in California, and of course right now very active in terms of grassroots media and with a very strong justice framing. So aiming never once has aimed for mere population parity representation or that sort of model, but always a justice framing. And this has been really picked up in some important interventions, particularly in the US context, but also picked up by, say, Annemiek Saha, Professor of Race and Media at Leeds. And these are arguments and also programs framed around media reparations. So a very transformative theory of media change, which seeks to very thoroughly document media harms, historical and ongoing, and to then draw on, our frameworks of reparations, repair, as well as, sort of paying back debts, but very much also about repairing harms, addressing traumas, repairing relationships, setting relationships right, and the rest. So Media 27 is just one organisation here. A really rich conversation, I think, emerging. Not much traction yet in Australia. I'd be really interested to hear how that might or might not resonate in Aotearoa, New Zealand. And certainly a thread that we see as very much unsettling and working well beyond the limitations of the media diversity as reflection frame. Thank you very much.
Talk among yourselves.
We just get a look at you and stare at you.
Thank you, Tanya. I'm going to, oh God, okay, if I drag this across. There's Ming. Ming, do you have slides to share? You're muted. You remain, oh. No.
Should be enabled, Nick, I think, automatically, hopefully.
I'm asking to unmute, but it's not unmuted.
Ming, I'm sorry, we cannot hear you. There's a red microphone next to your picture.
There he goes.
You're now unmuted, but you maybe need to check your microphone.
Microphone?
Yes. Is that all good for you, Richard?
Is he still talking?
Ming, could you just give us some sound, please? Check.
Yeah. Okay.
You got him? Okay. I'm not sure, but good, we're good.
So you speak, okay.
We can't hear.
Ming, is your...
Is that all right?
Yes.
Better, yeah.
Oh
God. Go again. Jesus.
Sean, yours.
Nick, no, stay there, please. I'm just sharing the embarrassment with you.
It's okay, we have 3 minutes.
Ming, is there a potential problem with connection adjourned? We could hear you for a second, but then you went again.
Oh.
Oh yeah, can you keep talking now? Can just hear you?
Yeah.
You're coming and going for some reason. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
What about now?
Yes,
that seems a little bit better. Yeah, kids, keep speaking.
Yeah.
Okay. Your voice doesn't seem to be synchronizing with the image, but at least if we can hear you, Ming, you can, yeah.
I can hear you well.
Okay, we can, yeah. We should be able to proceed, so please start. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Morning, everyone. My name is Min Shan Lee from Massey University, New Zealand. Today I will present one of the most striking diplomatic meetings in recent years. On February 28, 2025, the televised White House meeting between US President Trump and the Ukraine President Zelensky aimed to finalize a mineral resources deal and discuss US military support for Ukraine against the Russian invasion. But in the last minutes, the meeting turned into a major diplomatic crisis. Now, first, let's watch a short video clip to have a little bit of background for what was happening.
Oh no. Oh, just Nick, just I mean.
Body language, and we've all seen it.
We've all seen, yeah.
That'll be from his end.
Yeah.
Anyone got to do a Trump impression? I know narcissist. You might just get him to proceed with that one.
If anyone wants to play Zelensky, so let's play Trump.
I will name 5 major intercultural communication issues that emerged from the meeting. These highlight dynamics in diplomacy, power, and global alliance. Now, first, the victory priorities. The meeting should represent 100 people, President Trump and Zelensky saw ending the war. Trump pushed for a quick deal, saying, if you are out, you will fight it out. I don't think it's going to be pretty. Basically telling Ukraine to give in. But Zelensky wouldn't agree to peace with strong promises for Ukraine's future security, putting his country's survival ahead of a fast solution. Vice President Vance pushed for diplomacy, saying the path to peace and the path to prosperity is maybe engaging in diplomacy. But Zelensky wasn't buying it. He asked, what kind of diplomacy are you speaking about, JD? His skepticism showed Ukraine's distrust of vague promises, especially after Russia broke past ceasefire, like the one in 2019. He wanted real guaranteed results, not just empty talk. Trump's ultimatum showed a change in the US approach, from standing with Ukraine to making support conditional. Political demands, the US turned its power into pressure, with Trump putting it bluntly, if you are out, this made the alliance feel more like bullying than teamwork, putting America's exit ahead of defending its ally. The clash highlighted the power asymmetry in the US-Ukraine relationship, revealing just how uneven it really was. Ukraine was fighting for its survival, but America treated it like a minor partner. The US kept pushing Zelensky to concede without really dealing with Ukraine's safety needs. It all exposed how shaky and businesslike the partnership became Trump's leadership. Is nonverbal escalation. Throughout the meeting, President Trump and Vice President Vance repeatedly interrupted President Trump's speech as deliberate display of dominance. This constant talking over was a proud play to throw Zelensky off balance and shut him down. And then, warned of Russia's broader threat, Trump interrupted. You don't know that. That's what we are going to feel. Taking him off mid-thought. These frequent interruptions made it nearly impossible for Zelensky to present Ukraine's case for continued security support. Vice President Vance's accusatory tone and aggressive body language escalated the tensions, turning the meeting into a performance of intimidation rather than a diplomatic exchange. This confrontational demand, having said thank you once, was delivered with a sneer, ignoring Zelensky's opening thank you so much. Despite Zelensky having expressed thank you for 33 times, Vance's repeated demands framed Ukraine as ungrateful, serving as a pretext for US disengagement. This insistence was not about acknowledgement, but about asserting dominance. Body language reinforced this power dominance. Trump's finger pointing and Vance's forward-leaning stance mirrored authoritarian posturing. The entire interaction played out as a performative spectacle, a meticulously choreographed theater for diplomacy, where every gesture and glance was calibrated for maximum impact on domestic and international audiences. Trump's invitation of a Russian state media press reporter signaled Trump's complicity in Russian propaganda. By showcasing the confrontation to Kremlin-linked media, he reinforced Moscow's narrative of a broken US-Ukraine relationship and cast Ukraine as a troublemaker. Trump was excited, saying, "This can be a great television," revealing the theatrical intent behind the meeting. Live coverage amplified every interruption and facial expression, such as Zelensky's strained expression and the Ukrainian ambassador's hand-to-face gesture, turning public humiliation into a tool of coercion. Now look at the second picture on this slide. Ukrainian ambassador Oksana Makarova's face palm during the meeting showed Ukraine's frustration as President Zelensky was publicly humiliated on the global intimidation was designed to shake Zelensky's confidence and pressure Ukraine into agreeing to unfair terms. Allowing Zelensky to be humiliated on global stage, the US aimed to weaken his standing at home, making it more difficult for him to refuse a ceasefire without solid guarantees. Number 3 is public confrontation. Trump depicted the US-Ukraine relationship as one-sided and conditional, asserting dominance where you don't have the cards right now, with us, you start giving hands. Zelensky, you are gambling with the millions of lives. You are gambling with World War III. This language reduced the alliance of a game of leverage, diminishing Ukraine's sovereignty. In contrast, Zelensky defended Ukraine's existential position and moral clarity. I am the president in a war. Russia invaded Ukraine. Russia is the aggressor. Ukraine defends its freedom. His firm retort, I am not playing cards, underscored his rejection of US game-like framing of diplomacy. The meeting was marred by overt disrespect, as Trump and Vance repeatedly interrupted Zelensky. Vance's remark, I think it's disrespectful for you to come to the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Shifted blame onto Zelensky and portrayed him as ungrateful, violating the decorum expected in international diplomacy. The case became a coercive spectacle rather than a genuine exchange between allies. The US treated the meeting as a power display, while Ukraine viewed it as a crucial appeal for solidarity. This revealed a deep misalignment and a breakdown of mutual respect, exposing the fragility of what was once considered strategic partnership. Number 4, divergent views on US support. Trump didn't see helping Ukraine with money and weapons. It should do to help an ally. His threat, making a deal or we are out, showed he was using military aid as a weapon to pressure Ukraine not to defend a democracy under attack. Trump's additional support reflected a broader America First mindset, putting US disengagement and quick wins before lasting partnership. As with Zelensky's hope that Western allies should stand united with Ukraine, showing they had completely different views on what allies have obligations to one another. During the tense exchange, Vance falsely accused Zelensky of campaigning against Trump in Pennsylvania. When Zelensky had visited a factory to thank workers producing ammunition for Ukraine. When Zelensky asked to respond, Trump cut him off. No, you have done too much talking. If you didn't have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks. Trump dismissed the moment. It's going to be a very hard thing to do business like this. And Vance insisted, you are wrong. Number 5, clash of a diplomatic etiquette. When Zelensky wore military attire, Trump viewed it as disrespectful rather than understanding it as symbolic of Ukraine's wartime struggle. While Zelensky sought to project leadership during conflict, Trump respected a traditional diplomatic dress, interpreting the outfit as a breach of protocol. When Trump said the US would feel very good without Ukraine, Zelensky fired back. We feel influence. He was making it clear Ukraine is not just a charity case. It actually matters in world politics. For Trump's team, formality was a sign of gratitude. For Zelensky, resisting those expectations was a form of asserting sovereignty and wartime urgency. In conclusion, the Trump-Zelensky meeting showed how easily diplomacy breaks down in crisis. Clashing goals, changed body language, and public disputes damaging both. The fallout shows how mismatched power and values damage alliances, fuel global uncertainty, and prove why fair, understanding dialogue is vital. Thank you.
Which ones are you? Sorry, 1 second. So, you got it? Just come on. Okay, yeah.
Good afternoon. Well, no one asked me to do this, but I would love to tie in my presentation with what my learned colleagues have kind of presented earlier in this particular panel. So I feel that my presentation connects to this idea of ontological understanding. It's kind of political in some ways, to kind of making sense of the limitations as well as the achievements of diversity commitments as it applies to artificial intelligence. And then finally, looking at this shifting power dynamics, as I would be talking about later in my presentation. So with that note, I welcome you to Chipping Away Itself and the communicative theory of ontological insecurity, gendered spatial discourses, and the role of identification technologies. In this case, I particularly talk about biometric technologies. And I want to assure you that no reviewer was harmed in this process. The overall presentation that I'm kind of excited to present kind of rests on particular tenets. And the tenets essentially mean that communication scholarship has now kind of focuses attention to this understanding of what technologies mean, artificial technologies, which by extension is a work that's been done around 50 years ago. The sense, ontologically, the idea of technology remains the same, only the form kind of changes. And so the basic ideas might remain the same, in fact, remains the same. So what I am wanting to do through this paper is to argue that we need to make sense or take into consideration what individual identities look like, that they are ambient in some sense. And this idea of artificial technologies, and especially the ones that talk about self-identification, they might rest on the tenet that do no harm, like that's what they, does no harm, right? You know, you're being, I don't know, identified through your body markers. What harm could they do? You just pass on through some security and then you're on the other side, like you're done, you're dusted. But I am trying to problematize that by saying that that's not the case. All the work has been done. I'm excited to show you in which direction essentially I'm going. I think I know that. Let's find out. And finally, how we could understand this idea of what security means. So, you know, once you are through something, you are cleared of security. Like, is that a permanent thing or does it change? So kind of wanting to understand, and I bring in the framework of ontological insecurity to see what happens when that kind of intersects with spaces, looking at gendered identities. And here my case study would be women in STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. That's like my core area of research. And in doing so, I look at the role of dialogue, technology design, and trying to find some answers to questions of what data justice and agency means for the context of my research. Thank you. So I would like to start a bit with biometric technologies, what biometric technologies essentially mean. So biometric technologies are different from this identification technologies, which are meant to clear individuals from high security spaces. And these essentially are related to the biological characteristics of individuals. So they are related to our body, and that body becomes the marker, right? So it's any physiological or behavioral attribute of an individual. So it could be iris, it could be fingerprinting, it could be anything of your body that could be used in the identification process. So it's commonsensical that this has to be stable and be okay over time for that particular identification system to work for us, right? And airports do that beautifully. So why do we adapt the system? And the reason why we kind of adopt biometric technologies, and this is basically to securitize spaces. So these technologies have a particular function. They don't exist in vacuum, essentially to protect something of value. And most of the time it's spaces. And they are, and because the space needs to be protected, it needs to ensure that the individual who have access to the spaces, essentially, whatever is needed to put them in through those systems need to be genuine and authentic. So the user you have to be very sure that the person accessing the system is the person that they're claiming to be. Therefore, okay, I had another slide, I'm sure, yes. The reason why biometric technologies are also kind of chosen over other systems is it's not easy to kind of break through them. So with all the other kinds of security systems, you can actually have, I don't know, they're not really secure as they say, but with this one you can, because nobody can replace your body. Like you can't be, even if you're taken over by aliens, you still have your own body, right? I mean, there goes the logic, or out of the window, as you might say. And now we will focus our attention to this idea of ontological insecurity. And ontological insecurity comes from this idea of security itself, and it basically applies to nationhood and citizens, that there is always a physiological need for us to feel secure in the spaces that we are. So right now, are we secure? Kind of, okay. So, and essentially and this is said that we build security through our connections, both socially and in the context of our relational actions. So it could be in our everyday life or in the overall context. So Kinville in 2018 said that, well, we are studying nation states, we're looking at this unrest all around the world. People are experiencing what we call an ontological security. Now let us compare ourselves as citizens of New Zealand. We are secure for now, but let us think about a moment about citizens who are there in Gaza, people who are experiencing war, strife, and that's a continual state in their being. So are they ontologically secure? No. Kinville argues they're not ontologically insecure. They would be ontologically insecure, if you will. And therefore, any disruption to this process, events, or crisis, and it challenges then what we say a taken for granted assumption to what it means to be secure. Now, this idea of ontological security is not just about those spaces which are continually under strife. This could also be for any of us, any of the individuals in this room who have experienced some kind of strife, a circumstance, an event that might change how we feel about things, right? So this idea, because it's essentially personal, so that space could be disrupted. And once a disruption happens, we are then negotiating in terms of who we are. So essentially, it affects directly into our identities. Now, this then connects to this idea of space, because we can't talk about security without the understanding of space, And historically, and if I'm kind of applying that to organizations, of course, nation states do that. But if you're bringing into everyday organizations, organizations try to consolidate their spaces. And in doing so, and if I bring in the case study of, STEM disciplines, it has been shown that space has a big role to play in our understanding of security. So what does it mean? So for women in STEM, historically, they have felt there's a lot of research that has been done on understanding how women and other gendered minorities feel in terms of STEM spaces. So we talk about experiencing chilly climate, unconscious bias, stereotypes, role model, very less role models, barriers in their leadership trajectories, and therefore we have a very huge gender gap. And most of it, if you come down, is all about negotiating consolidation of spaces. So who get access to space and who doesn't. Essentially, that's the crux of this particular slide. And it's very interesting because Wilhart Larsen talks about how even a small space change could have a profound effect on the ways in which university faculty members perceive themselves, their careers, and their, position in that particular space. And this is interesting because the idea of space and how it's linked to ontological security and how it's linked to biometrics, I would like to now make that very clear for us. So identity negotiation is quite closely linked to biometrics. And one might argue that, well, that's not the case, right? Just put in your fingerprint and you're done. Just get through this and let's go to the other side. And most of the work, and here's where I think my work comes in, because most of the work's looking at this critique of artificial technologies themselves and critique of the system that works. What I'm trying to do here is problematize this idea of that event of interaction between people who pass through the systems and the system of biometrics itself. The idea that biometrics essentially, whatever it captures, it goes into a higher system. So if any space here uses biometric technologies to identify individuals, that's linked to a bigger system in the universe, if you will, right? It's a huge data system. And those little chunks of information, bits of information that goes in there, it makes how do I say this? It makes archetypes of people. The same way you'd look at the airports, right? So those random checks are not really random checks when you're called out or a machine malfunctions. So all of this is linked to this idea of our identities. Like, if I'm ever stopped at a security checkpoint, when the machine just blips, everyone passes through and the machine blips for me, obviously I would feel a sense of, doom maybe. Now, the issue with these technologies are that they have essentially looked at gender as an immutable trait, and you have to do that, right? That's how the system is made. And then the idea of gender is linked to this notion of biological sex. So you're either in this category or you're in this category. So artificial technologies, especially biometrics, cannot differentiate between who's who are you. You are you on the basis of certain data that has been fed into them, and the idea that it is continually fed into them. However, this has been proved through research that these biometric data, or the data to typify you and then decide whether to give you access to a system or not, has been historically biased. And we have done most work on that. So essentially what we are doing is, every time somebody goes in through a system, they're adding bias to the system. So it's not really making things clear for everybody, it's just murking the things around, right? Now, this adds to the fact that when we are going through the system of, and I think this is where it's becoming a bit murkier, is as we are going through the system of, identity transference, we are also working with the identity of the individuals themselves. So we are also in that ambient phase. And if we feel ontologically insecure, that would show up in the biometric systems. And let us take an example of that. So, do our hands sweat when we are stressed out? Do you think, if you think that you are not safe in a space compared to someone else, do you think you'd sweat more, your hands would sweat more compared to that other person? So commonsensically, if you're using a fingerprinting technology, the physiological reactions of your body wouldn't be the same, right? And this, I argue, is intricately tied to our ideas of identity. So if we are secure in spaces, we would tend to do the biometric technologies better than if you're in systems that didn't or if you're in spaces we feel they are not secure. And those can be problematic because they essentially are gendered. And therefore, and simultaneously what we are doing is, with each swipe, with each marker of those technologies, we are transferring our body rights to machines, to somebody whom we don't know, to this whole big data system, and we lose rights to our own body. So imagine this, that every time you are going through these biometric systems, and you can do this anywhere, right? And it could be in an airport or in a secured lab or in any spaces that you need to get access to. So what you're doing is you're giving away your rights. And these technologies become stronger and way more dominant, hegemonic even, in terms of how they are dictating how your characteristics ought to be. And if we link this to the gendered identities, think about it, that how many of us, if say for instance for women and gendered minorities, our bodies change, right? There could be childbirth, there could be different, there could be options about bodies linked to a gendered identification. So since they are very trade-based, these systems are not 100%, they don't work 100%, and we kind of know that. But essentially what it also does is, through that continuous feedback loop, we tend to lose part of our identities to an overall database of biometric characteristics, and those become stronger. The way I show this is with, I'm not sure if this is even making sense at this point, but if you look at point 1, so here's a system, and if I take the case study of women in STEM labs, let me show you with that. So here's a biometric system with pre-classified data repositories that are potentially biased, shown by research. And then here we have ontologically insecure individuals. So, I have women and other historically, they are gendered. This insecurity is gendered as well, especially in the context of STEM technologies. Now, biometric technologies, once that's done, these narratives change through this feedback system, and then it gains more power in terms of making decisions and giving gains and access and that's how it becomes powerful, through controlling our identities. The gendered minorities lose power via material and discursive interaction with the system. So every time we are going in, we are making that data more biased. Finally, the biometric systems, they reposition to a comparatively more powerful and have more control over data that seeks to further disempower women and gendered minorities when transitioning. And women and other gendered minorities essentially then feel further disadvantaged when they are moving through the systems. And the interconnections of those systems means that these systems are always ambient. And so it's tightly linked to our own identities of who we are as well, especially if our idea of ontological insecurity is greater than others in a given space. And that basically is the crux of my paper. Thank you so much.
I'll take the microphone around the room. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be great. You got a microphone there, gentlemen? And yourself and John can use that. You can keep it about there. Yeah. Great.
It showed me 17 there. So I freaked out.
Oh, no problem. Okay, so if anyone would like questions, either from the in-person audience or from the online audience, there's your chance. Is it on? Yeah. You hear me okay? So yeah, please, anybody with questions? No? People thinking, okay, maybe Valerie has one, please, thanks. Yeah.
Okay, nice. Kia ora, thanks to all of the panelists. My question is for Deblina on the last one. So I'm curious about if this shift to biometric security, does it introduce these issues that weren't present with the previous systems of security in that way? Like, I mean, forgotten passwords are annoying, but from this perspective, is that almost preferable to, yeah, feeding part of our identities into like the big data in ways that we don't understand from your perspective?
I think it's a beautiful question. I say this because I think you kind of put that question as like for me to start thinking about the whole concept in itself. So really appreciate that. Now, whatever security systems we talk about at this point, passwords or even, swiping your key cards, it's not an extension of our bodies. So it's not linked to who we are as human beings, as people. And this idea of technologies that takes the traits as stable, it's never going to change. I mean, that's never going to happen for me. Who I was 20 years ago, I'm not that person anymore. I don't think like that. I don't look like that. And to assume that, that's secure over time is definitely very much linked personally, that it really could, affect me as an individual. But probably forgetting my passport would be put to, I don't know, blanking out, sort of. So that probably was my starting point to thinking about this as well. So really appreciate it.
Oh, sorry. Yes. I was just wondering the comment that you made about the interminable terms in theory, in academic theory, the cultural turn, the emotional turn, the turn to practice, and it's and we go through these debates. We have these debates, but we don't seemingly come to some kind of. They don't end. I guess it's circular and. It's almost like we're constantly turning, and so we're just sort of going around in circles. And I'm wondering if you can just talk about what is the best theorization of I guess can you point towards something that we can, like one book I can read to kind of make sense of it? It's not, it's been a while since I looked at any media theories.
We're using this weird little thing.
Because that guy Nielsen seems like he's a sort of maybe a propagandist for meritocracy.
No, I wouldn't call him. Yeah, I wouldn't call him a propagandist for that. A single book, I'm not sure. I think there's a lot of different sort of approaches you could look at, and perhaps I can sort of chat to you about some of the stuff sort of I've read, over lunch or things like that. I mean, I think the continuing circularity, ongoing nature of the debates is natural and not necessarily a bad thing.
I'm thinking about, how journalists become self-disciplining subjects, understanding how that
Sure.
works on the level of,
Everyday practice, things like that. Yeah, sure. I mean, there's lots of work out there. I mean, Sean himself has written about the journalistic habitus through Bourdieu, and there's kind of plenty of work around understanding these things through that kind of broader theoretical lens, I guess. Yeah, I mean, this stuff with someone like Rasmus Kleist-Nielsen and others like that is, as I said, I think he talks a lot about theorists, and he talks a lot about research traditions in media and comms. It's really interesting stuff. He knows his stuff. I guess in some ways it's about people. Understanding theory is kind of breaking through some of these kind of assumptions and norms that seem to kind of weigh down media and politics research a little bit, and thinking a bit differently about some of the sort of presuppositions, I think, is really important. So some of the sort of literature around radical democracy, for example, is very interesting in that sense, because it starts from a position which is really somewhat counter to the traditional rationalist public sphere approaches that we kind of take for granted. And then once you start from there, the kind of normative practices and expectations become very different. And so some of that stuff, I think, and in some ways perhaps reading non-media theory is actually probably a really good place to start, I think. So,
I didn't realize you wanted to use but that's interesting.
There you go. Thanks, Matt.
So just to clarify, we were supposed to end at 12:30. We're going to go a little bit over till 12:35, so give us a little bit more time. Tanya, you had your hand up, so maybe you were you wanting to speak to that question about different turns?
Oh, no, I had a couple of questions, but...
Oh, okay. You have another question, so I'll go to you, and then I know there's a question from Belinda for Ming. So please, Tanya.
Look, thank you so much for the panel, and just comments to Debelina and also to John. Debelina, I just absolutely loved that paper. That was so important and a bit unexpected. And you were talking, as I understood it, about kind of physical spaces, and I'm really interested to hear the way in which your arguments and interests do or don't, whether anything changes with accessing sort of digital or online spaces. I'm thinking here of kind of like facial recognition technology and exam proctoring and stuff, or even just, getting into our phones. Increasingly people are doing, through Face ID or thumbprints and the like. And so, yeah, how does your thinking and everything extend into kind of online or digital spaces? And also I wondered whether you know of a fantastic work in the data justice tradition, Sasha Costanza-Chock, Flying While Trans, which was absolutely, resonating for me as you spoke. So thanks so much for your paper. And John, maybe something, there may or may not be time, but I was really excited to hear your mentions around imagination and disruption. And, when the time is right, it would be really interesting to hear more. Particularly what resonated for me there was the arguments, again, come up quite a lot in data justice, actually, about the importance in moments of kind of capitalist realism, surveillance realism, and all that, the sense that what we have now seems so inevitable, so difficult to disrupt. And I think the importance, even just the importance of keeping, imagination alive, remembering, another world is possible or things can be different or whatever. And I wondered whether that, had any resonance in how you had briefly sort of indicated, that interest in imagination and disruption. So they were my question comments.
Good. Hello, Tanya, can you hear me?
Good.
Okay, awesome. Oh,
She'll see you if you look there.
perfect. So thank you so much for that. I was so excited about Tiha Jajana's understanding of, airports and biometric technologies. I think Tiha Jajana published a paper in 2010, and that became that became a very sparring point for me into how we could engage that. And given my research in women in STEM and lab spaces and invitation, it became a natural corollary for me and probably a personal bias to shift to this physical spaces to begin with. But I'm really intrigued now that you have given me something new to think about, and I'll definitely look up on the issues of data justice so that to crystallize that in a more concrete manner. So really appreciate your comments. Thank you so much.
Just very quickly, because thanks, Tonya. It's good to see you again, online. Yeah, thanks for that. Absolutely, that is kind of how I'm thinking about these sorts of things. Sort of the idea of theory as being able to kind of imagine different kind of realities, so to speak. So yeah, I'd be happy to kind of chat to you more about this. I think and try and get together and talk more about that idea, which I think is really important. So thanks for that question too.
So we have a question from Belinda. Belinda, do you want to unmute yourself and come on screen? You had a question for Ming. If you'd like to come on screen, or otherwise I can ask the question for you.
My question for Ming is, you described the meeting as being staged by the United States as a kind of theoretical diplomacy. I wondered, in today's highly mediatized global politics, how can smaller nations can strategically use discourse or nonverbal communication to claim agency and reshape their narrative power?
Like in global politics, very difficult for small nations to claim what we call diplomacy or equality. Big nations very often do not consider this, especially the United States. It's power. It's a kind of a power struggle. So it's really very difficult, like Zelensky, Ukraine, to claim a kind of what you call agency. That is difficult. And so it's very disappointing, of course, but this is the truth in international politics.
Thank you, Ming. So anyone else in the room or online with questions? If not, I might claim the privilege and put a question to you, Tanya. And I was just thinking, because you're critiquing how diversity is articulated and bureaucratized, if you like, as a concept, how it's institutionalized. What's it like doing that critique when DEI has become such a potent acronym that people don't even need to spell out what those, it's this provocative sort of term. Can you just maybe speak to that briefly?
Yeah, I'll just very quickly look on my screen in case Poppy wanted to jump in, because it's wonderful that both Poppy and Sukhmani have joined. Is that a no?
You can go first, Tanya, and if there's anything to add, I'll jump in after.
Thanks, Poppy. Thank you very much, because this is very much a collaborative conversation. Sean, it's absolutely a really important, timely, the question or whatever, and one that I don't know that I have the answer of all answers or whatever. But I guess one of the things we've talked about a few threads. One being how to make sure that the critique of, as you say, a kind of bureaucratization, institutionalization of a particular version of diversity as a media initiative and everything, to make sure that we are, if we're making that critique, we're also very firmly standing in solidarity with actual diversity workers, for want of a better term, at a time of enormous backlash, enormous backlash, and violence of various forms. So a kind of separating out of the institutions and then the actual workers within, and maintaining solidarities there. And I guess the interest in alternative theories of change is I guess also about really practicing well. It's about valuing things that are already happening and where alternatives are developed and the like, and also about putting energies, focus and the like into approaches, practices, theories of change and the rest that hopefully produce greater safety and better outcomes. I think the in some ways the success or the very rapid backlash against DEI and everything might be yet another indicator of just how limited and thin the theory of change actually is, how limited and thin the kind of, even just the embedding of even just reflective diversity has actually been. And a renewed call to think of much more fundamental type of changes.
Thank you. Poppy, would you like to very quickly add to that?
Look, just very, very quickly, thanks, Tanya, and thanks, everyone. Great panel. It's been great to listen in. I think I would also just add that, I guess from speaking from our location in so-called Australia, the reminder as well, like First Nations media and sovereign and media infrastructures that were fought for in the sort of 70s sort of predate these current institutional diversity initiatives, and the lessons that we can learn from that around that those arguments were not so much around inclusion and diversity, but in political aspirations, communicative sovereignty, voice and agency. And so I think that is something to add on to that there have been struggles for institutional change that have predated this DEI backlash that also exceed what current institutions are looking at as well. So that would be the only thing I add.
Thank you, Poppy. So we'll end it. Yes, okay.
Kia ora. My name's Hemel Pereke Simon. I just have a quick comment, mainly for our Australian colleagues in the room. I understand that you undertook Welcome to Country and acknowledged the lands of the people that you're on. But did you actually take the time to realise that New Zealand is also Indigenous land? And that perhaps you should have also at the same time acknowledged the land of the people that we're actually meeting on as well. Just thank you. And that's mihi te rangi tāne.
Maybe that's one for a follow-up email conversation, yeah?
Thank you. It's
just respond, Tanya, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. It's a very, very important point, a point very well taken. Yeah, I wouldn't say that we're unaware, but no, we haven't, we haven't adopted the appropriate protocols in that case. No, I apologise. Thank you for the comment.
So thanks, everybody. We'll leave it at that. We're going to resume for Arima's keynote talk, which will be 1:15. So we don't have as quite the hour for lunch, but we still have decent 35, 40 minutes. So see you all back here at 1:15 and see you online and hopefully some of you at 1:15 as well. Thank you all. Thank you.
Unmute the audio.
Unmute the video also, no?
Oh, that's unmuted.
Okay. Kia ora koutou katoa. Welcome to our keynote this afternoon, and this is a keynote I particularly have been looking forward to. It is because Dr. Arama Rata is a fellow troublemaker, inspirer, and a visionary in how we connect settler colonial struggles with anti-imperial struggles. Her work is deeply grounded in the struggles of Tangata Whenua here in Aotearoa in the context of Maori resistance to the settler colonial project. And at the same time, it looks to struggles of the global south, struggles against imperialism, connecting the various threads of struggles around environmental justice, economic justice, social justice, theorizing at its heart the interlinkages between imperialism, settler colonialism, and racial capitalism. It's quite unique to find someone who is an activist to the core, but is deeply and fundamentally an intellectual. So it's really an honor to have you with us, Arama. Welcome.
Oh, thank you so much for that lovely introduction. I te tuatahi me mihi atu ki te haukainga o tēnei rohe. Ko Ngāti o ko Rangitāne. Ko ai tēnei, he uri tēnei no Maniapoto, no Taranaki hoki, ko Arama tōku ingoa. It's such an honour to have been invited by you, Professor Tata, to speak with the conference today. It's been 2 years since I've been here, and I guess so much has happened. The world has changed in such fundamental ways, and I think perhaps we've all changed in fundamental ways also. Usually at the beginning of a presentation, I would give some acknowledgements to people I've been thinking and studying with. But these days, I feel like my friends probably don't want to be implicated in my comments, but including some people in the room who I won't name. But I do want to give a special shout out to my comrades who are part of the group that you see here, in particular, Bianca, Miharo, Zane, Tony, Trav, Mikey, Rom, Danica, and in fact, anyone who's donned one of our green vests over the past 20 months. So, yeah, I'd just like to kind of, I guess, contextualize the work a little bit. Over the past 20 months, we've seen Israel's genocide on Gaza live streamed at an industrial scale. We've seen attempts to ethnically cleanse Gaza and no limits to Israel's depravity or to what the collective West will condone. Coinciding with this, of course, was the election of a far-right coalition government here in Aotearoa, New Zealand. And although these two events are in no ways comparable, what we've seen here is just the implementation of a suite of legislative attacks against not only Māori, but all working people. So in this talk, I draw on experiences integrating theory and action to argue that revolutionary theory must be grounded in material struggle and the historical trajectories of peoples and liberation movements, because without such grounding, there's this danger of terms becoming abstracted and theory and terms become open to be co-opted by the far right to advance supremacist, colonialist and imperialist agendas. And so in thinking about transformative practice, I'm thinking of people like Graham Smith, who've written a lot about praxis, and who have kind of challenged the idea that there's this linear pathway that goes from theory to action and then reflection. So not only does he kind of challenge the idea that it's this linear or even cyclical, starting with theory, going to action into reflection, but he offers the idea that many people become conscientized firstly through action. So sometimes it can begin in any of these parts and lead to kind of conscientization through that. I also think of our own genealogies, our own ideas around how to attain knowledge. So for Māori, many of you are probably familiar with the story of Tāne ascending to the heavens to retrieve the kete of knowledge, ngā kete of knowledge. And probably, as with many of our kōrero, the wahine element of our kōrero is often removed. So a less well-known atua is Hine Kauorohia, who is the atua of reflective waters. So as Tāne ascended, at every level that he ascended, he spent time with Hine Kauorohia, the atua of reflective waters, and through that process was able to reflect on his work, to be cleansed, to be in dialogue, to be in community, both on his way ascending to the 12th heavens and then descending back to earth. I also think of Amilcar Cabral, who said, every practice produces a theory. If it is true that revolution can fail, even though it be based on perfectly conceived theories, nobody has yet made a successful revolution without a revolutionary theory. So in my work here today in this talk, Integrating Theory and Action, I'll be presenting some of the very modest work that I've undertaken in the last 2 years, particularly through a group called Kaia Whena, who are focused on community care and protest safety, through a radical study group that I've been a part of, and through theoretical work which looks specifically at a very niche topic, which is Māori Zionists. So this is our group here, Kaia Whena. So in the first kind of half of this talk, it will be quite conversational. I'll be giving you a bit of a slideshow, and then the kind of more theoretical work will come in the second half of this talk. So Kaia Whena formed right after the onset of Israel's genocide in Gaza. A lot of the experienced activists around Tāmaki Makaurau, I don't put myself in that category, by the way, but a lot of them understood that this was going to be a moment of mass mobilization with a high probability of violence and police arrests, and drawing together their experiences through different movements, including Protect Pūtiki, Nuclear Free Independent Pacific movement, the climate movement, Māori sovereignty movements, and trans rights movements, and especially the Posi Pāka protest that was held in Tāmaki. They came together along with the Tāmaki street medics and formed a group called Kaia Whena that would ensure safety for people at protests, or do their best to do so. And so we got these green vests very cheaply, and then our friend Lucy from Fashion Rebellion upcycled some materials here and screen printed and put Tino Rangatiratanga flags on our vests, and Kaia Whena stenciled on the back of our vests as well. From the outset, we understood that it was an intersectional kaupapa, so if people came to us and asked if they could join us as a marshal for an event, we would make sure that they understood that this kaupapa wasn't just about Palestine, so that they would be, for trans rights, for environment rights, and so on. And so what we did was we primarily were about marshalling, and although I'm presenting like nice pictures throughout this presentation, it was ugly work a lot of the time. So, we had a lot of Zionists obviously coming to protest and yelling at us, and our job was to just try and protect the Palestinian community because they had enough to be thinking about at this time. And so we would do as much as we could to de-escalate situations, even if we agreed with the people on our side, what they were shouting at, because some of it was just absolutely abhorrent. So sometimes one particular occasion early on was a vigil, and a Zionist turned up with a loud hailer and was just yelling the most depraved things at this community who were grieving and praying. And so what we tried to do was de-escalate our side. We'd have a huge watermelon banner became something that we would often deploy to just hide the Israel flags and cover up the genocide enthusiasts, to allow the protest to go on. And although there's always like a sense of heartbreak and a sense of failure when violence does break out, we have been very successful, I think, in minimizing that harm and in preventing arrests. So there have been very few arrests at the very, very few arrests in all the organising that's been happening for Palestine over the past 20 months in Tamaki. So we've, along with the Palestine kaupapa, so we're not just about one kaupapa, we work with lots of different organisers. So we've also, this was us at the March for Nature, when we got this banner made and put up at the front as well. And one of my favourite moments actually from this was just this, like Queen Street was absolutely packed. It was just a sea of people all up Queen Street. Bati with his bus at the front, and one of our Arab Muslim brothers on top of the bus shouting from the river to the sea, and this whole sea of like NGOs and liberal organizations and just like lots of people who care about nature, echoing it back, and it was just this incredibly powerful moment. As well as that, we've also done Pride events. This is us at one of those events. We've also done events for unions, so this is us at the nurses' strike, where they spelt out WTF, where's the funding, and and here we are at Waitangi. So we went up to Waitangi, we took the kaupapa of Palestine, and we were able to speak in the political tent on that kaupapa, which is a huge honour. Also with the Toi Tute Tiriti activations and the national hikoi, we were involved with that. Especially in keeping people safe as they cross the Auckland Harbour Bridge. So this is us at Greenpeace HQ, training people who were volunteering to be kaiawhina for that day. There was probably like about 60 to 70 people who volunteered with kaiawhina that day. We also did things like communicated safety advice to the kind of general public who would be turning up. These are the volunteers at the training day. And here's an image of the last of the kaiawhina as everybody had safely crossed the harbour bridge. These are the last ones coming off the bridge. And then a picture of us down in Pōneke when the march reached Parliament. The most recent kaupapa that we supported as kaiawhina actually occurred yesterday. I wasn't there, but many of the people on the ground, this was a protest against youth homelessness, and many of them said this was the most powerful demonstration that they've seen. This was a group of homeless rangatahi who just connected everything. They were incredibly articulate, passionate, inspiring. I haven't heard a speech that good at a protest in Aotearoa ever. So if you have an Instagram account or something, I encourage you to look up just how incredible those young people were just yesterday. We also held a wānanga to train our kaiawhina up over on Waiheke Island at Piritahi Marae. We covered all sorts of things because many of our group had kind of joined us on the streets and had been involved in the action, but there isn't always a lot of time to actually be in wānanga with each other and to talk about different issues and things, and so this allowed us to do that. We covered topics like Te Tiriti o Waitangi, Indigenous solidarity and internationalism, organising strategy and tactics, and we also held a community day for the Waiheke community. So the image on the left is lots of members of the Waiheke community who came to a Palestine event held at the marae on that day. And being in wānanga also allowed us to kind of, even though we'd been kind of operating for around about maybe 8 months to a year or something at this stage, just to solidify what it was we were doing. So clarifying our values and our guiding principles, what our criteria are around whether we should support an action or not, which we'd been developing on the fly as we went along, but this allowed us to do it in community. So having criteria like kaupapa that align with our values, protests that are safe, that are strategic, that are within our capacity to support, that really require our support also. So that way we're able to prioritise, because I think in the first year we would have done over 100 protests or something, and these are all like volunteers, often in really demanding jobs, so people would turn up having not had any sleep because they'd just done a night shift and things like this. And what's really important for us in terms of whether or not we support an action is the relationship that we have with the organisers. So we don't organise events ourselves, but we need to be contacted early on in the planning phase so that we understand what's happening. And then we also discussed how we would ensure our own safety and sustainability in the work that we're doing. Things like safety planning and understanding our own limits. If we know there's a really, really high potential of violence, then it might not be something we're able to support because we can't ensure the safety of the people who attend that protest. We also ensure safety and sustainability by encouraging people to do self-checks with how they're feeling. Is their Māori toe? Have they eaten and slept and had enough fluids and what have you before hitting the ground? Doing pre-briefs and debriefs on the ground, having some kind of tuakana taina informal system when new kaiawhina take the ground, and ensuring there's free, prior and informed consent. So when people turn up to a protest, it's not okay if those people don't know that they're going to be put into an arrestable situation, you know, so just making sure people consent to what the protesters and the organisers are asking of them. Having regular hui and wānanga for training and upskilling, and encouraging rest, because people were really kind of burning themselves out in those really, really busy, in that first year of the genocide. We also did an exercise while we were there that's called Putting Yourself on the Line, and that's where the name of this talk comes from. Putting yourself on the line is an exercise that Miriana Pittman developed, probably with Moana Jackson also, where you create a timeline and you kind of go around and people put their histories of what happened to their people and how their people resisted onto a timeline. And we did that with this really diverse group of people while we were in Wānanga. So that was really wonderful as well. So that's kaiawhina. The next thing I'll discuss quite briefly is this radical study group. So as I said, there was a lot of action and not a lot of time for reflection. And this radical study group has been something that I've been involved with that has kind of helped people have that space. So this radical study group is about raising conscientisation, or the raising of critical consciousness and action towards liberation. It focuses on race, rangatiratanga and resistance, and asks, as we resist multiple attacks on people and planet, what can we learn from decolonial and revolutionary movements of the past? How is racism central to capitalism and extractivism? How are our struggles connected, and what kind of world do we want to build? And in this group, we meet around about monthly. We usually have a shorter reading for those who maybe don't like reading so much, as well as a longer reading. And it's mixed between, really core texts that we think are really important, but also responding to the political moment. So some of the topics we've covered include obviously Palestine, Kanaki liberation, freedom for West Papua, and we also had our friend Bashir Rahman talk to us about Sudan, amongst many other topics as well. Which brings me to kind of the more academic, I guess, part of the talk, which focuses on the theory. So for a long time, it was interesting for me because, as Professor Dutta mentioned, I'm like first and foremost like trained in the academy and like a scholar, like quite introverted, and so usually I spend a lot of time in Wānanga and not a lot of time in actions. And after about a year or so, or two almost, of it being flipped, it was a very interesting kind of experience to be in that situation and to be involved in a kaupapa that wasn't about Māori at all. I mean, of course, these things are connected, but we weren't the central focus. And so as like somebody who likes to write, we were doing press releases and all sorts of different, talking to media about different things as well. But in terms of actually doing academic writing, it wasn't something that I immediately jumped into because I guess I didn't believe that it was my place. It's not my background or training. But one thing that kind of kept coming up was my friends overseas asking, why is there an Indigenous embassy in Israel? And why, and we were having to constantly educate people on the ground as well about who Destiny were, what they were about, and that no, they don't belong to Māori. That's what we would say. They don't even support Tino Rangatiratanga, so why would they support Palestinian liberation? But that through that, realizing there was a need to kind of delve into what's going on there, kind of prompted me to start doing a little bit of research that I'll share some of with you today. So if I can just find my place here. So the research is based on looking at Māori Zionists, and it looks at some terms that are commonly used like indigenous and settler colonialism and decolonisation, and seeks to understand how these are being used and misused, and maybe some of the limitations of this type of discourse and these types of theories. So I guess this is a study of Indigenous solidarity and also betrayal. Over the past 20 months of Israel's extreme colonial violence, communities across the Indigenous world have, in the most part, stood in solidarity with Palestinians, and Māori here in Aotearoa have been no exception to that. Māori-led activist groups formed across the country in support of Palestine. So we saw ones pop up in Rotorua and Hastings and Tāmaki Makaurau and elsewhere. And prominent tribal leaders have demanded a ceasefire, and Te Pāti Māori called for sanctions against Israel and the expulsion of both the Israeli and US ambassadors really early on. For many Indigenous peoples who have endured the horrors of genocide, Israel's violence is unmistakably rooted in settler colonialism, and the Palestinian struggle is recognised as an Indigenous liberation movement, intimately connected to our own histories of resistance. As Māori Party co-leader Debbie Ngare-Wapaka stated, Palestine is the last bastion of resistance against global Western colonisation, and if Palestine is not free, neither are we. Yet despite the widespread organic expressions of Indigenous Palestinian solidarity, some Indigenous voices have emerged which subvert this narrative. As will be argued in this talk, these individuals and groups have aligned with Israel, weaponising their indigeneity to lend legitimacy to Zionism in a perverse attempt to brownwash genocide and decolonize imperialism. By appropriating the language of human rights and even decolonization, these Zionist groups, who happen to be Indigenous, invert the roles of oppressor and oppressed, positioning Israel as a decolonial project and providing narrative cover for its violence against Palestinians. Instead of rejecting justice frameworks, these groups try to co-opt them, weaponizing decolonial rhetoric to legitimize imperial violence. And this perverse strategy claims decoloniality precisely to reinforce imperial power. An example of this, of course, is the misuse of the term anti-Semitism that co-opts anti-racism discourse and infrastructure in support of Israel, a genocidal apartheid racist regime. Sean Malai, writing for the Journal of Critical Zionism Studies, described this as, quote, a coordinated institutional form of counterinsurgency aimed at snuffing out transnational solidarity with Palestine, end quote. So Zionists promoting themselves as Indigenous thus expose the susceptibility of rights-based discourse to sustain racial capitalism and imperialism and to undermine the legitimacy of anti-racism and decolonization frameworks more broadly. We know that Zionism is colonialism, as was the case here in Aotearoa. From its inception, Zionism was explicitly framed as a colonial project. Here in Aotearoa, this project was obviously explicitly colonial. In fact, it was one of the few cases where it was really systematized. So there was a theory of systematic colonization put forward by Edward Gibbon Wakefield to avoid what he viewed as haphazard colonization that he'd seen elsewhere in the British Empire. His theory served as a blueprint for the New Zealand Colonisation Association, a joint stock company that would later become known as the New Zealand Company. Similarly, founder of political Zionism, Theodore Herzl, explicitly described Zionism as a colonial project in his 1902 letter to Cecil Rhodes. Speaking to the imperial vision of Rhodes, Herzl wrote, "You are being invited to help make history. It doesn't involve Africa, but a piece of Asia Minor, not Englishmen, but Jews, because it is something colonial." In this way, Herzl sought to legitimize Zionism by presenting it as an extension of European colonialism that would serve British interests. If anyone's read The Iron Wall by Zev Jabotinsky, that was one of the texts that we read in our study group as well. It also presents Zionism as colonialism. Jabotinsky claimed that Jewish colonization in Palestine was necessary, acknowledging that indigenous Palestinians would resist, but insisting that Zionism must go forward. And Jabotinsky drew explicit parallels between Palestinians and other colonized populations, including Native Americans and Papuans, while emphasizing the imperative of establishing a Jewish majority at any cost. The colonial logic of elimination necessitated the erasure of Palestinians to justify settler occupation, epitomized by the Zionist slogan describing Palestine as a land without people for a people without land. And this framing resurrected the doctrine of terra nullius, or land belonging to no one, which was also deployed in New Zealand, as it was in the case of many other sites of colonization, erasing Indigenous presence and rights in relation to lands to legitimize British annexation. In both Aotearoa and Palestine, the assertion of empty land was constitutive, an act of epistemic violence which preceded and justified the physical genocide, ethnic cleansing, and land theft. Similarly, Zionism relied on the settler colonial trope of making the desert bloom, which framed Indigenous displacement as a necessary step in bringing civilization to the region. Such rhetoric sought not only to erase Palestinian existence and forms of land tenure, but also recast Zionist settlement as a benevolent transformation of wastelands in attempts to legitimize colonial expansion. The philosophical roots of this claim can be traced to John Locke's 17th century labor theory of property that posited land could only be converted from a valueless state of nature to private property through labor. And Locke's theories explicitly conceived of property in contradistinction to the relations of the natural world of the, quote, wild Indian. According to this notion of property, uncultivated land could be legitimately appropriated by those who could make it productive, a doctrine central to both the colonization of New Zealand and Palestine. Of course, since the founding of Israel kind of occurred in the context of a global decolonization movement. And so I think that's why we're seeing this kind of narrative war over terms like settler colonialism, now that it's unpopular. In response to international pressure to decolonize, settler states faced unique challenges because their economic, political, and social systems were structured on the ongoing dispossession and marginalization of Indigenous peoples. Unlike extractive colonies, where colonial powers could withdraw while maintaining economic control, settler colonies were built on the permanent displacement and subjugation of native peoples. When the UN adopted UNDRIP in 2007, it was unsurprising that the 4 votes opposed came from the US, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, although each state would later endorse the declaration. Rather than substantive decolonization, settler states in the Anglosphere have opted for symbolic decolonization, such as truth and reconciliation processes, recognition and negotiated settlements that preserve settler privileges while granting notional self-determination. The attempts of these states to rebrand their colonies have taken different forms. Constitutional exceptionalism in the US and multiculturalism in Canada and in Australia, although I have to say in Australia the effort was very modest and short-lived. And here in New Zealand, evading colonial critique has taken the form of treaty exceptionalism, which frames New Zealand as having been settled peacefully via the Treaty of Waitangi, ignoring the colonial violence that came close to eliminating Māori as a people, as well as contemporary ways in which the treaty is misused to limit Māori sovereignty. In recent decades, the term decolonisation has become an institutional buzzword. As Indigenous movements gain global visibility, the appeal of decolonisation has led to the term being watered down and co-opted by various political actors, including those who subsume the term within a civil rights or a diversity, equity and inclusion framework, promoting equal individual rights within settler societies as opposed to Indigenous independence. And as will be argued in this talk by Zionists who claim their project of ethnic cleansing and apartheid in Palestine is decolonial. This framing positions all Jewish peoples of the world as indigenous to Israel and attempts to align Zionism with Indigenous peoples' independent struggles. The use of the settler colonial framework has proliferated in recent decades also, offering a critical lens to analyse structures of domination, displacement and Indigenous erasure. The field's intellectual foundations can be traced to Black and Indigenous theorists such as Ames Césaire, Frantz Fanon, Edward Said, Fayez Sayegh, among many others who have laid the groundwork for understanding colonial violence as systemic. Influenced by the field of Indigenous studies, in which the issue of sovereignty was foregrounded, and as a critique of post-colonial studies, settler colonial studies emphasises the ongoing nature of settler colonialism, not as a historic event, but as a structure that continues to organise power relations. This framework highlights how settler colonies are sustained through continuous policies of elimination, dispossession, and replacement of Indigenous peoples with settlers. Applied to the context of Palestine, the settler colonial analytic has been useful in shifting discourse away from the Zionist narrative of intractable religious conflict between opposing states, centering instead the colonial ideology of Zionism and the material realities of Israeli occupation, apartheid, and ethnic cleansing of Indigenous Palestinians. More broadly, this framework has been useful in countering the victim-blaming narratives in colonial scholarship that pathologise Indigenous communities by focusing instead on the systemic oppression of Indigenous peoples, which Indigenous scholars such as the late Moana Jackson have long foregrounded and understood as being sustained through racism, misogyny, and religious supremacy. Despite its utility, settler colonial theory has significant limitations, and this is not an argument to say people shouldn't use settler colonial theory at all. This is just to say all theories have limitations, and so these are some that have kind of become quite evident over the past 2 years for me. Settler colonial theorists often privilege settler epistemologies. I can just tell Hemopediki's gonna like roast me after this, but anyway, settler colonial theorists often privilege settler epistemologies, failing to engage substantively with Indigenous thought. Therefore, the field tends to say little about Indigenous societies themselves, offering no insights into Indigenous resistance movements and no vision for Indigenous liberation. I'm talking about the field in general. As Max Isle contends, settler colonial operates as a, quote, theory of political defeat, abstracting colonial regimes and Indigenous peoples into a decontextualized binary, untethered from specific land struggles or liberation movements. Furthermore, by emphasising the settler Anglosphere at the exclusion of Indigenous peoples elsewhere, including those who have successfully decolonised now, the field organises Indigenous resistance into a doomed category separated from successful Third World revolutionary struggles. Settler colonial studies has also been criticised for its separation of exploitation that is centred on labour versus exploitation centred on land, which results in the field overlooking the global economic order that sustains colonial domination. By focusing narrowly on the settler-Indigenous binary within the nation, the framework risks rendering Indigenous struggles as localised, dehistoricised phenomena detached from the broader networks of militarism, imperialism, and racial capitalism that uphold settler states. Such binarism also renders invisible Indigenous actors working in service of empire. Significantly, the obfuscation of labour-based exploitation also limits possibilities for solidarities between poor and working class communities, for example, between Māori and racialised migrant workers. While the settler colonial analytic remains a powerful tool for exposing structures of colonial domination, its inability to imagine pathways towards liberation or to engage meaningfully with Indigenous political thought, along with its failure to include analysis of slavery and other forms of labour exploitation, expose the need for more historically grounded, globally situated theories of decolonisation. I'll now briefly discuss Zionist groups founded by Indigenous people here in Aotearoa, New Zealand. And these are the Destiny Church, the Indigenous Coalition for Israel, and the Indigenous Embassy in Jerusalem, which was founded by New Zealanders. These groups advocate Christian nationalism, far-right libertarian politics, and Zionism, all of which are incompatible with Indigenous liberation. The Indigenous Zionist groups examined in this study draw on common tropes in Zionism's repertoire. For example, religious conflict, anti-Semitism, barbarism, savagery, civilization, democracy, and terrorism, but also weaponize their indigeneity, specifically by co-opting Indigenous rights frameworks to serve empire. Many of you are probably familiar with Destiny Church. They've been the most visible support we've seen on the streets in New Zealand for Israel over the past 20 months. Their leader, who's Māori, Apostle Bishop Brian Tamaki, was inspired by US Baptist movements. He describes his church's mission as a fight to, quote, make New Zealand great again, opposing mass immigration, ruining our country, race-based politics, gender ideology, and Palestinian terrorists, Tamaki's ultimate political ambition is to, quote, rule New Zealand as head of a Christian nationalist state, and moves have been made towards this ambition through the formation of various political parties over the years. Fortunately, none of those parties have yet to achieve any electoral success. Small contingents of Destiny affiliates routinely harass crowds of Palestine protests and vigils, and Destiny has held several counter-protests, assembling crowds of up to a few hundred, including the one that Brand mentioned earlier in the day. However, Destiny's more consistent target of harassment over the years has been the queer community, which, as many of us will know, has escalated over time, culminating recently in the storming of the Children's Pride event at Te Atatu Library in Auckland, where some of our kaya whina heard that we weren't there. We hadn't arranged to be there, but responded to the call when it was put out that that was what was happening. Unsurprisingly, Destiny Church is frequently characterised as a cult or a gang. However, a more apt comparison could be to Ergun or the KKK in their early stages. Destiny is a Christian supremacist, pro-capitalist, reactionary formation carrying out violent campaigns of hate against marginalised communities with their small but dangerous neo-fascist paramilitary. Despite its relatively small membership, estimated to be just a few thousand, Destiny's controversial tactics generate effective homophobic, anti-trans and Zionist propaganda. Images of Māori and Pacific Church members performing haka against a backdrop of Israel flags have circulated globally, lending international Indigenous legitimacy to the Zionist entity. I also wanted to talk with you about the Indigenous Coalition for Israel, which was founded in 2021 to, quote, raise a collective Indigenous voice in support of Israel locally and internationally. They claim that a false narrative has taken hold amongst Indigenous people and has often bled into anti-Semitism, which they aim to challenge with research-based resources, events, media, and active engagement with Indigenous leaders. It should not need to be stated that Indigenous organisations are typically established to uphold Indigenous rights, focusing on areas such as improving health, well-being, or economic outcomes, on nurturing Indigenous languages and culture, or protecting Indigenous people's lands, waterways, and natural resources. The very idea of an Indigenous coalition established for the sole purpose of supporting a settler state is perverse. What unites the 6 individual members of the ICFI is not indigeneity. Only 3 of its members are Indigenous to Aotearoa, the others claiming ancestry elsewhere in the Pacific, but rather Christian Zionism. The members of the ICFI have campaigned on things that are related to their religion, like anti-abortion, anti-euthanasia, anti-gender affirming policies, pro-chastity, and some of their members write religious prophecies about how New Zealand will become a Christian supremacist state. One of the objectives of the Indigenous Coalition for Israel was the establishment of the Indigenous Embassy in Jerusalem, fulfilling, and I should also note that the links between people involved with the Indigenous Coalition for Israel, which renamed itself the Indigenous Coalition for Israel, and the Indigenous Embassy in Jerusalem. So those 2 things are the same, but they have lots of links to libertarian lobbyists. So Cherie Trotter, Marilyn Garson from Alternative Jewish Voices has made like a diagram showing how these links work, and you don't really need a big board with lots of red string. It's just some straight lines. That's about it. But so there's lots of links between groups like the Holocaust and Anti-Semitism Foundation in terms of membership, with other groups that are Zionists, including the Israel Institute, the New Zealand Jewish Council, the Free Speech Union, Taxpayers Union, and libertarian think tank for think tanks, the Atlas Network, whose tactics include undermining progressive and Indigenous social movements globally. The Indigenous Embassy in Jerusalem was founded in 2024, and the organisation aims at providing a tangible expression of Indigenous people's support for Israel and affirming the Jewish people's Indigenous status. Quite a claim. Engaging dialogically with the claim that every Jewish person around the world is Indigenous to Israel risks legitimising an ahistoric assertion. and distracts from the urgent reality of Israel's ongoing industrialized genocide in Palestine, the latest escalation in a 77-year settler colonial occupation. Indeed, merely entering debates over definition of terms such as Indigenous risks being, as Stevens Leiter stated, entrapped in the dictates of colonization. Nevertheless, both the Indigenous Coalition for Israel and the Indigenous Embassy in Jerusalem promote this claim extensively via their websites, linking to numerous articles, many authored by Trotter herself for the website or for other media publications, that urge Indigenous solidarity with Israel by framing global Jewry as inherently Indigenous to the region. Trotter leverages her Māori identity to position herself as an authority on Indigenous rights, yet misappropriates Māori cultural and legal concepts to justify Zionist settler colonialism. Such disinformation must be unequivocally rejected. Trotter's Zionist conflation of religious diaspora with Indigenous territoriality is epistemic violence that seeks to erase the presence of Indigenous Palestinians. Her framing also reveals a fundamental misunderstanding of indigeneity's political ontology. Indigeneity emerges from the specific power relationship of a people facing colonial elimination and displacement by an external dominant group, a reality that cannot apply to Israeli populations settled by a nuclear-armed state backed by the collective West. The appropriation of Indigenous identity by dominant settler groups goes beyond distorting language. This inversion seeks to dismantle the legal safeguards meant to constrain colonial violence. As contemporary human rights reports demonstrate, the rhetorical strategy consistently accompanies and enables the physical elimination of actual Indigenous communities. Trotter invokes ancestry as proof of Jewish indigeneity to Israel, alongside historical, archaeological, and genetic evidence. For example, she mentions having a common ancestor in Abraham. Here, Trotter confuses heritage with political sovereignty. While Jewish historical, cultural, and ancestral ties to the region are not in question, this does not confer indigeneity upon all Jewish people globally. Indigeneity is a lived relationship to land, community, and ancestral law, not a biological abstraction. In fact, it's racist to view it that way, in my view. Most egregious from a Māori standpoint is Trotter's misuse of ahi ka roa, or ahi ka, a foundational Māori legal and cultural concept denoting continuous occupation through maintained fires. Literally translated as long fires burning, ahi ka roa carries tangible implications for land rights, indicating the identity of tangata whenua and mana whenua, or territorial authority. Yet Trotter distorts this concept, applying it outside of the context to which it applies, Aotearoa, and asserting that, quote, Jews have lived on this land for over 3,500 years. There has always been a Jewish presence in the land, sometimes small, keeping ahi ka. Her claim fundamentally misrepresents ahi ka, which applies to kin groups with traceable genealogical ties actively stewarding the land, not a global diaspora across vast geographies separated from the land for millennia. This misapplication not only distorts Māori legal principles, but undermines legitimate territorial claims of Indigenous groups, including Arab Jews. While Indigenous peoples may differ in how they choose to identify themselves, a Māori worldview, which Trotter is drawing on and misapplying here, demands both ancestry and continuous occupation, where ancestry means demonstrable genealogical connection to those physically maintaining fires, cultivating lands, tending burial sites, etc. All land rights, whether rooted in ancestry, conquest, or gift, require the active exercise of stewardship to remain valid in a Māori legal frame. Under established Māori legal principles, land abandoned and left uncontested for 3 or more generations can be considered ahi mā tautau, or extinguished fire. Trotter's attempt to stretch ahi ka to fit a 3,000-year-old notional ancestral claim on the other side of the world is thus legally and culturally incoherent. In other pieces of writing, Trotter also reinforces the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, conflating criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism, a widely used strategy of Zionist groups. The very groups whom anti-racism infrastructure purports to protect find themselves not only unprotected, but targeted by anti-Semitism smears. Palestinian, Black, and Indigenous advocates and activists are among those most targeted with accusations of anti-Semitism for condemning Israeli settler colonial violence. In New Zealand, the mechanisms through which the disciplining of anti-genocide advocacy tends to occur are the complaints processes of professional associations and the Human Rights Commission. The recent appointments of pro-Israel Dr. Stephen Rainbow as Human Rights Commissioner and Dr. Melissa Darby, a founding member of the Free Speech Union, as Race Relations Commissioner, signal the increased likelihood of this institution to weaponize anti-racism infrastructure in service of state and imperial interests, reframing critiques of Zionism as anti-Semitic hate speech, while legitimizing genocide and the human rights violations the Commission ostensibly exists to challenge. Trotter's colonial apologetics reach a peak in her characterization of Māori, who employ a colonial analytic as being, quote, shackled in grievance, anger, and bitterness. Drawing on racist tropes, she contrasts these supposedly resentful Māori with our, quote, entrepreneurial ancestors who, quote, chose to turn away from tribal warfare, cannibalism, and slavery towards the gifts of Western modernity. Her insistence that, quote, there is much to celebrate in colonial history, coupled with her comparison of proponents of decolonization to, quote, the man who destroys the very city in which he prospers, end quote, overlooks ongoing oppression that traps Māori in a state of engineered precarity and lays bare the racist logic at the heart of her argument that European culture, religion, and people are fundamentally superior to Māori, and we should therefore be grateful for the violence of Christianization and civilization. So in coming towards a conclusion, the ideological commitments of Destiny Church, the Indigenous Coalition for Israel, and the Indigenous Embassy in Jerusalem reveal these groups not as defenders of Indigenous rights, but as active participants in Zionist settler colonialism, whether it is played out through the street-level spectacle or through pseudo-academic discourse. These groups' support for Israel stems not from Indigenous solidarity, but from an entrenched Christian supremacist worldview that sees Zionist expansion as fulfilling biblical prophecy. The Christian nationalist ambitions of these groups are intertwined and antithetical to Māori liberation, and in aligning with the far-right anti-Māori campaigners, in aligning with far-right anti-Māori campaigners, they reveal their political project is not only misaligned, but in active opposition to Māori sovereignty. This is a profoundly perverse project. While strategically leveraging their Māori identities to lend credibility to Zionist claims, they simultaneously undermine Indigenous frameworks by inverting the roles of oppressor and oppressed, erasing Palestinian indigeneity through ahistorical claims about global Jewry, and providing ideological cover for an ongoing genocide of Indigenous people by a violent settler colonial state. It seems counterintuitive, but the presence of Zionism with Indigenous populations is unsurprising given broader global and historical conditions. Zionism's presence in some Indigenous communities must be understood in the context of the global ascendance of the far right, which has further normalised racial capitalism and settler colonial violence. As Māori Marxist scholar Simon Barber, summarising the work of Evan Puata Smith, notes, ascendant neoliberalism was accompanied by a fundamental shift in the ideological orientation of Māori struggle. Crucial to this was the Waitangi Tribunal process, which served to increase class stratification within Māori society by way of the production of a conservative Māori elite. Where Māori struggle had previously positioned itself within working class struggle more generally, a new basis in cultural nationalism called for Māori unity over and above class solidarities. Previously, racism was taken to be an integral component of the operations of capital accumulation, implemented and maintained by a racist and capitalist state. For cultural nationalism, however, the less determinant Pākehā culture was seen to be the source of oppression, and unified Māori culture the remedy. So I would like to finish by kind of returning to Māori-Palestine solidarity. So while the Zionist Indigenous groups in Aotearoa examined here are committed to Christian nationalism rather than Māori sovereignty, those Māori activists who have stood for tino rangatiratanga, or independence, at home have a long history of standing in solidarity with the movement for Palestinian liberation. For example, this tradition can be traced to one of the most powerful grassroots movements in the history of anti-racism in Aotearoa, the anti-apartheid movement culminating in the 1981 Springbok Tour protests, led by Donna Awatiri, among others. In a recent reflection, Awatiri highlighted how encounters with Palestinian resistance fighters radicalized the tactics used by the movement at home. She recounted how the meeting, quote, changed our lives because we saw that what we were doing here in New Zealand was really kid stuff. You know, we were marching and demonstrating and writing submissions, but we didn't put ourselves too much at risk. Awatiri described how the exchange encouraged Māori activists to escalate their tactics during the Springbok tour and to use the global anti-apartheid struggle to shed light on local injustice, despite different forms that settler colonialism took in South Africa versus New Zealand as, quote, we didn't have the physical separation. It didn't look like apartheid, but in actual fact, it was a system in which all the rules were made to privilege white people and to ensure their success and to ensure that Māori were always at the bottom. The escalation of Israel's genocidal violence in Gaza coincided, as I mentioned earlier, with the rise to power of a far-right coalition government who have launched a series of legislative attacks on Māori rights, attempting to dismantle Crown obligations to the Treaty of Waitangi across multiple bills and policies. The extreme colonial racism in this conjuncture has led to a rise in critical consciousness and solidarity across communities in Aotearoa. Mass mobilisations against the genocide in Gaza has galvanised resistance to assaults on Māori rights at home. The largest protest in New Zealand history, a march on Parliament in November last year, the Toitu Te Tiriti Hikoi, exemplified this convergence, with demonstrators and speakers explicitly linking state violence at home and abroad. In these spaces, Māori and Palestinians have stood shoulder to shoulder, articulating a shared analysis of racism, colonialism, and imperialism as structures that operate both locally and globally. At a national rally for Gaza held outside New Zealand's Parliament in December last year, these linkages and solidarities were made clear. Protesters were formally welcomed onto the grounds of Parliament by local Māori tribe Te Atiawa. As Palestinian speaker Sayed Al-Azhar from Ida Camp, Bethlehem, responded to the welcome according to Māori protocol, introducing himself through his connections to lands, mountains, waterways, ancestors, and communities, thereby positioning himself in his cosmogony, genealogy, and geography so that good relations could follow. He spoke in Arabic, but his words could not have resonated more with the Māori cultural frame, reflecting shared values of place, belonging, ancestry, and resistance, central to Indigenous worldviews. His words translated into English were as follows. Tēnā koutou katoa, salam alaikum, hello and welcome among us. We greet you with musk and amber, scented with the blood of our martyrs. We greet you with the suffering of our prisoners, with the suffering of our children and our wounded. We greet you with the black keffiyeh on the face of our heroes. We greet you in the name of every Palestinian refugee. We greet you with the greetings of the free people, with the greetings of people of Palestine. Hello and welcome among us. I am the son of Ida Camp from Bethlehem. I am from Palestine, the land of the prophets and the cradle of civilizations. Abraham immigrated to it, Jesus Christ was born in it, and Muhammad ascended to the sky from it, the land of the Canaanites, the land of the Jerusalem mountains, Galilee mountains, Lake Tiberias, and the Jordan River. Your pain is our pain, your case is our case. We will remain with you and by your side until each of us attains freedom, the independence from the colonialism expanding in our homelands. Oh, you with bloodshot eyes and bloody hands, night is short-lived, the detention room lasts not forever, nor the shackles of chains. Nero is dead, but Rome lives on. With her very eyes she fights, and seeds from a withered ear, the valley will be filled with ears of wheat. Thank you, Te Atiawa, for your generous hospitality and warm welcome. Thank you for the pleasant greetings, the pleasant gathering. Thank you from the depths of our heart for the wonderful brotherly meeting that brought us together in the city of Wellington. Tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. While the Palestinian struggle represents the tip of the spear in resisting Western imperialism, we as Māori and Indigenous people must recognise that their fight cannot substitute our own. We must open a front against colonialism and imperialism here in Aotearoa and wherever we reside in the manner most suited to our conditions. We are humbled to have Palestinians stand with us as we resist our own oppressors, particularly as we face the far-right coalition government's attacks on our treaty rights here in Aotearoa. Even in this time of intense grief for the Palestinian community, our reciprocal solidarity demands accountability. The very least we can do in service of the movement for Palestinian liberation and for our own sovereignty movement is to expose those among us who cynically weaponize whakapapa or genealogy to legitimize colonialism and imperialism by reinforcing the structures underpinning them, including white supremacy, Christian supremacy, and Jewish supremacy, structures that threaten all Indigenous peoples around the world. The co-optation of Indigenous rights discourse by Zionist groups reveals the danger of abstracted theory, where liberatory concepts such as decolonization are hollowed out and weaponized in service of racial capitalism, colonialism, and imperialism. Indigenous Zionists attempt to, quote, decolonize imperialism and brownwash genocide exemplify how rights frameworks can be inverted to serve the structural power they are designed to restrain. The dangers of abstracted, dehistoricized theory demands continued regrounding of Indigenous liberation in material struggle. Our resistance cannot be untethered from our lands and traditions of resistance, including our histories of Indigenous solidarities, class struggle, and internationalism. It must be rooted in an unflinching analysis of racial capitalism, colonialism, and imperialism. Without this concrete analysis, any supposed solidarities we forge risk replicating the very systems we oppose. Only by anchoring solidarity in our material struggles and through developing militant clarity across our movements of the ways in which power operates locally, nationally, and globally, can we resist the co-optation of our Indigenous struggles and collectively confront the structures that seek ultimately to oppress and destroy us all. Kia ora tātou.
So much that has been
Oh, thank you.
Shall we open up the floor to questions?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Also, just a reminder to our online audience that you are able to ask questions as well. So who's going to go first?
Okay, is that okay? Thanks very much. That was wonderful. I wanted to just ask you about, go back to earlier on in the talk around the work that group was doing in terms of the actual protests on the street, physically being present, those sorts of things. What, if any, relationship with the state, the New Zealand government? I mean, what has their attitude been towards that? In Australia, recently, there's a series of sort of policies and laws passed that made it more difficult for people to actually protest, physically being present, because they said it was making people late to work, because people were in the street, things like that. And I was wondering, what does the New Zealand state think of that? I mean, what, if anything, have been your kind of interactions or the group's interactions with the New Zealand government or local governments and these sorts of things?
Well, I hope they hate it. That's kind of the point. Yeah, it's been quite interesting. I think the protests across Aotearoa have been a little bit different. So if anyone's from Christchurch, they've been a little bit more, the police have been a bit more full on at the Christchurch protests. In Tāmaki, because our only interaction with the state on the street is the police, but our group doesn't work with the police. So at the protest, there'll be the organisers, and one of the organisers will be a police liaison usually. Sometimes someone from our group has to be the police liaison, but generally speaking, it's the organisers who will, talk to the police. And sometimes police express resentment for having to be there, and they have had to, like, with the protest at the beginning of the genocide, there's this, right. With the protest at the beginning of the genocide, they were just massive and they required a huge police presence, which was incredibly costly to the state. And after time and as the numbers kind of went lower with the weekly protests that were happening, police have kind of lessened their presence. We did one protest of a naval base when New Zealand deployed troops to the Red Sea. We protested at a naval base and we had all sorts of like naval presence there. So we had like, you know, boats in the harbour, and like, you know, the cost to the state is probably a lot, but not nearly as much as it should be in a way, because, you know, what other levers do we have? Like, a sign of a functioning democracy is people being able to protest, and we don't know what depraved things that this government has in store, but I think what this has taught people on the ground is to lose faith in democracy. You know, like when there is this much public opposition and people using every lever that they can within the law, and still not getting any significant action from our lawmakers, really makes you lose faith in that democratic process for those who started out with it. You know, it's also been something that has made a lot of especially the younger people my age, remember Operation 8, which was when activists were like raided by the police, and one whole Māori community were raided by the police, and the way that was framed in the media as though these groups were terrorists, that as though a whole Māori community were terrorists, really opened our eyes to the disinformation that is pushed forward by the state through the media. And so for the younger activists, they're losing faith in the media hugely, because what they see on Instagram is directly opposite of how it's framed in the media. So yeah, there's been, I think, just a lot of awakening to those types of things.
As our audience is thinking about questions, can I just ask you a question? You know, one of the things, Arama, was very interesting is your analysis that offered a materially grounded critique of imperialism. Now, one of the responses to that, of course, is that, you know, being situated in Aotearoa, we are not only confronting Western imperialism, you know where I'm going with this, but you're also confronting other forms of imperialism, you know? So how do you bring a materialist critique to that kind of argument that there are all kinds of imperialism beyond Western imperialism when you're particularly engaging with the settler colonial project?
Yeah, I think it's a particularly difficult time to be trying to challenge certain Western notions in Aotearoa. So often, you know, I think there's just a real lack of understanding that sits behind a lot of those, like, all imperialisms matter kind of framings of what's happening. It kind of lacks like a world systems understanding about how capitalism works, how racial capitalism works, and a lack of understanding that we are at war. Like, we are at war with China already. It's not a hot war, but we're at war, and the media and the narratives that are being pushed on us are trying to legitimize a hot war with China. And so I think as activists, we have a duty to understand where we sit and where our work is most effective, and how even legitimate cases can be like weaponized to promote an even more dangerous agenda. So, you know, one thing that kind of brings to mind when you talk about this is, you know, when I was kind of coming through university, we would have a lot of like white feminists try to talk to us about, like, oh, you're so oppressed, you're a Māori woman, and Māori culture is so sexist, and there's so much misogyny, you know, and it's just outrageous, because as Māori women, we know that that narrative is used to frame us as like uncivilized or something that has detrimental effects for all of us. And this is also the case, I think, like we have situated in Aotearoa in New Zealand. The New Zealand state is very much aligned with Western hegemony, and so our duty here is to challenge our own government and their role that they're playing in the world. And you know, oftentimes, and like, you know, I've seen quotes about the Atlas networks where they use rights groups to try to legitimize military intervention in other places. So I think that's something that needs to be understood. And it's not to say that you don't understand different struggles that might exist in other parts of the world. Like there are rights issues in lots of places that we should be cognizant of, but what is our role within that? And are we creating harm by legitimizing military intervention in other countries?
Kia ora. Thank you.
Ngā mihi nui for your powerful kororo. I was wondering, you mentioned briefly you kind of have an academic background and then kind of became an activist, and now it seems like you're in between or combining those two worlds. If it's not too personal, could you kind of talk about that transition and how you live in those two spaces?
Well, I'm like, I actually kind of don't trust anyone who calls themselves an activist. So I don't really even, we've been doing like community safety, and supporting protests. Yeah, I don't really know how to answer that question. I'm still like primarily like get paid to do research, but we all have to think about ways in which we disseminate our work and what we hope our work will do. And so building in relationships, like I remember one time being in a seminar with someone presenting their research, and Maria Barge was in the room, and she asked the question after the presentation, is there a political project that your research is related to? And for me, if you don't have an answer to that, I don't see the point in what's being done. I'm sure you could make a case somewhere else, but for me, a big part of the research that I will do will be connecting it to some kind of political project and work, and like sometimes that means that you are involved in other organizations as well as your research, but they kind of support one another. So just being on the street informs your theory making and your research work, and your research work sometimes adds value to what's happening on the street. You hope that it will. Yeah, so there's one thing we designed was a kind of methodological framework, and the ways in which you think about how your research can filter into making changes, like an important part that we can undertake as researchers in the planning process, and linking to groups that might be interested in what you're doing, to at the planning stages talk about how you could do research that will serve community needs, and things like that. So yeah, I hope that answered your question. Yeah.
Thank you. As always, I mean, your talks are very, very powerful and inspirational as well. One of the things that you can see right now is several of the democratically elected states are just quiet and silent about what's obviously happening in front of our eyes, not just in Israel, of course, but also in terms of oppression of indigenous rights and everything else. These are all democratically elected states, right, which are doing this. And one of the questions is, democracy still relevant for peace, justice, and transnational solidarity?
Yeah, I think there has been like a lot of loss of faith in Western liberal democracies, just seeing how elections are bought, and so it's the interests of corporations that will be put ahead of what the people actually want. I think we also see the limits of what our governments are willing and able to do in many cases, because we think we elect our government, but what's really controlling things is a state that's very much aligned with other states that set all of the rules about the decisions that can be made. And I hope that people can see that our own sovereignty movement as Indigenous people here in Aotearoa is very limited by our place within a global order. And so the types of arrangements we can have here that will be tolerated by the global hegemon, the US, are constrained, and any attempts to challenge that will result in, like, are you Australian? What happened in Australia, where they soft coup their leader and put someone else in who will be happy to have US military bases in their countries. So I think like democracy is a nice idea, but we're not doing it very well, and I'm really concerned with the way in which regimes can be changed out. The recent Israeli attack on Iran and the removal of many of their leaders, including democratically elected leaders, goes to show the links that the US and Israel will go to destroy democracy and install regimes that are favourable to US interests. Yeah, I don't know if that answered your question.
Kia ora, thanks for that great talk. I was just interested in what you were saying about our lurch towards the war with China, like we are we in a soft war with China? And just thinking about the 12 billion that recently got put into, like warships, and when our hospitals, our schools, everything is so starved of funds. Like, how do we bring more attention to that? Because it seems to have got sort of lost in all the other stuff that's going on. And the Labour Party are kind of in support of it, and there's also kind of like, oh, we need these warships to go out, help our Pacific neighbours when they're in crisis because of climate change.
Yeah.
So how does the left, like pull together and form the narrative against that kind of war movement?
Yeah, that's really, really important that we challenge that. That we challenge being dragged into a war in West Asia, but also war with China. That's crucial in this juncture, I think. I think there's a lot to learn from Australia in terms of the anti-war movement over there and the involvement of the unions in Australia and signing up against, for example, AUKUS. So a group that I've been involved with called Te Kuaka, we've been campaigning against New Zealand becoming involved with AUKUS, and that's been really successful. And my colleague Marco de Jong, Dr. Marco de Jong at AUT, has really led the charge on that. He's done it in an interesting way, because a lot of the protests and movements that you see are really kind of grassroots on the streets, kind of turning out with your banners, whereas he's been really effective through engaging with the media class on that. He's been in many ways putting out, doing so many OAAs himself and putting out so many articles and interviews and what have you on this topic, that he's really been able to shift the media narrative. So then the journalists go and ask the tough questions to the politicians, because he's been priming them in many ways. And so, and working with Labour politicians, co-writing pieces with Helen Clark, and getting lots of criticism from the left for doing that. Like, Helen Clark is this, that, and that. And it's like, do you want to win? Do you want to win, or do you want to be the most correct, And so he's been successful in having the Labour Party coming out and saying, we don't support New Zealand joining AUKUS Pillar 2, which makes New Zealand an unreliable partner in AUKUS. And I think it would be unlikely at this stage for New Zealand to join AUKUS, solely because Labour have said that they will not join it, which means any change of government would make New Zealand unreliable. So that's one example of ways to challenge it. It is very difficult. It's not an easy narrative. Like AUKUS, already people just glaze over because the name is so horrible, but we need to find ways of doing that. I thought New Zealanders in general were not hawkish people. I don't want to but compared to other countries who love war, celebrate veterans, love guns and things, so we're kind of in a place where we're on good footing to be able to kind of make some of those arguments. Most people don't want to have a war with China, even though there's all this propaganda being pushed on us, it's not popular, but joining military pacts is still something that people don't really see as being bad. So, but I think another thing we have in our favour is just how unstable the US is at the moment. So it's a really good time to push for all we can in terms of trying to limit our relationship. And it would be great if we could get out of Five Eyes, but that would take a lot to do that. So I think a lot of our success will be determined by Australia as well, because it'd be very difficult for New Zealand to, extract ourselves from the US if Australia is big enough to be able to defend their own territory, but New Zealand would probably need to be with Australia on that. So really one of the only ways that we could disentangle ourselves from the US militarily, I think, as if Australia decides to do that, which probably isn't too likely. So yeah, we're in a pretty tight spot, I think.
Kia ora, Adam.
Oh, he will Whiriki.
What was I going to say? I wasn't going to critique you for your comments on settler colonialism. The large chunk, well, basically, I agree with a lot of that. And I think there's two conversations when it comes to settler colonialism that comes on here. I should disclose that I'm on the editorial board of Settler Colonial Studies. And that's the thing that when Indigenous scholars join that conversation, even myself, there's a different type of conversation that goes on there. I'm reminded of Kauanui's idea that settler colonialism comes from multiple sources and not just from Wolf. And, you know, when it comes to different Indigenous peoples, you have very different conversations about that. And so whether it be political theory, settler colonial theory, or even probably communicative theory, there's always a very different Indigenous way and epistemologies of thinking about that. So for my example, I take Puiwahine, I take Moteatea, I strip them of their political theory and philosophy so that we can actually have more detailed, you know, Indigenous-centred discussions. And some of that doesn't always come through, and it's a very different type of conversation generally what does happen within settler colonial studies. So my argument would be that there's always two conversations going on here that are very different from one another. There was more, I think that's just more a comment more than anything.
Yeah, I'm shocked. I'm shocked that you would pose a comment, not a question, Himmelberg.
I'm not sure if I'm allowed to ask a question, but just gonna go ahead. So, conflict of interest. Aramai's my boss. So
I know your boss.
One of the boss.
I'm his boss, not.
Yeah, I've just been reflecting on your choice of word today. The term betrayal really resonates with me, and I would encourage you to write a new field of study just about that term, revolve around that term. That's so interesting. And you were giving an example of your Kayafina feeling betrayed by their stories on Instagram not being reflected on media platforms. So, throughout the conference, I've been hearing, I guess, a new idea that, or not necessarily a new idea, but people are saying that there needs to be a balanced reporting. You know, don't deplatform people, making sure that you are hearing the two sides of the voices. So I wonder what's your opinion about that? Like, do you support that, or do you have a counter argument to that balanced reporting of?
Oh, balanced reporting in media?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think you need a platform pro-genocide voices. Right? So it depends on the argument. So I think that's what we saw, you know, since the onset of the latest genocide in Gaza. So, you know, the media would just do their thing of like, oh, I need two sides to this. No, you don't. One side is advocating for genocide. You know, I think there are lines. I think debate is healthy and a sign of like living in a healthy society is when we're able to engage with each other in dialogue. But I do think that there are some lines that we need to apply, and I think engaging with fascists is engaging with people who are not in good faith is like a waste of your time and counterproductive. And unfortunately, those voices are quite mainstream now. So people who use rights discourse and weaponize it, like with the Treaty Principles Bill, for example, like these are not good faith arguments that you can engage with. So I think in those cases, you engage with your community and you have dialogue within your community in opposition to those voices. But I think that there is also, there needs to be like, you know, more education around what fascism really is, because people kind of throw it around. And so understanding, like, for me, the line is, if someone's a fascist, you don't need to engage them in good faith, you can deplatform them. But within, for example, the left, that there should be toleration of different voices and an ability to communicate with one another.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you for your talk. It was quite coherent. I don't have any question, but being a Muslim, I really want to thank you for all your efforts that you're doing and like standing up for this hard time, painful time. Okay, this is something, obviously this is something that we Muslims are, it's very, we are deeply in pain because of all this and not much support from around the world or even here. I would say while people like you, they are really strength for us and for our kids. Most of the protests that you mentioned, I was there in the protests with my family, with my little kids. And we always try our best to go over there. And one thing that is really painful to see, as you mentioned, that number is decreasing in the protests. That should not happen. And most of it is because there's so much criticism. And I'm friend with many of the Palestinians because I'm very much related to mosques in Auckland. And people are with the kids now, they are afraid to go sometimes, maybe because of social media, or sometimes when I leave some comment on even on LinkedIn, you know, now I don't know, there's some kind of group or what, or there's always criticism. They make sure that if you leave some comment, there's always something, you know, very criticizing comment that is going to come, that like you are ignorant or like something like that. But seeing you, talking to you, it's giving us so much strength. And I would say what is right to say right now on behalf of all Muslim community, thank you so much.
It's just been such an honour to stand with Palestinians over the last 20 months, and I just feel like we've learned so much. And it's a real cliche to say that Palestine frees us, you know, like it's a bit of a cliche to say that, but I do feel as though so much has happened within Māori organising as a result of what we've seen in terms of Palestinian resistance. Like I mentioned before, those historical links are there. And, you know, in our own movements, I think we've seen how ineffective mobilising is. Like, just mobilising is not enough. You actually need to organise. And you can't just gather in large numbers and think that you'll be listened to if they don't see that large gathering as a threat, that you will escalate, you know? So when organising, you should always be like escalating. But what's happened, I think, we had massive turnouts and the government and the media ignored them. And the danger is that what tactics will people turn to if they're not listened to when they're doing legitimate lawful protests? And so we're seeing now things like what happened in Colorado, and these types of actions that take place when people are not listened to. So like there's a dwindling of numbers because they're realizing it's not having an effect. And then you know, when Malcolm X says by any means necessary, you work out what's necessary by trying to do things in the most kind of lawful and because you always need like public support, you need like social license to be doing what you're doing, right? And unfortunately, the government's not listening. And so, you know, when it comes to the Māori struggle and also the Palestinian struggle, it creates a lot of tension within society that's going to go somewhere if people are not listened to. So although we're seeing less people turn out, it's because people are learning that the government's not listening, and that they need to switch up their tactics if they want to be listened to.
Haram, I would love to ask you about, I love how you talk about revolutionary praxis vis-a-vis liberal social change, whatever that configuration is. So I guess the broad question is, can NGOs or NGOization be the vehicle for social change vis-a-vis where is the space for revolutionary praxis in conversation with that?
Yeah, so I'm sure as many people will be aware, like when we saw neoliberalism sweep society, we also had the NGOification of movements. So instead of it being a movement, it becomes a sector, and a sector that's funded by the state. And then, like we're seeing in the US at the moment, it's very easy for the state to then just apply new rules that defunds all of the protesting and organising that they don't like. So that's where we see, like, you know, all the accusations of anti-Semitism at the moment because it's inconvenient to protest genocide. So I think that NGOs, people involved with NGOs just need to be very aware of the limits of what they're able to do. And I'm sure many are. You know, I've met lots of people who work for NGOs who call themselves activists as well, you know, and it's just like, oh okay. And some of them are as well, I'm not saying, but working for an NGO, I think, you know, perhaps you're a campaigner, but that doesn't make you an activist. But it is, it's a scary time for NGOs, and it's not to knock the work that they're doing, but this is just the way that the state has constrained activism by putting these types of limitations on it. So, yeah, I think a lot of people work towards reform, and what we've seen since this far-right coalition government is all those reforms that we took years and years and years and decades to build are all just being, you know, dismantled within 100 days kind of thing is what they came in prepared to do. And so that then shows us that that there are limits to what we're able to achieve through reform, of course, And people have different politics, but, you know, I think revolution is the one. But I also don't have much faith that it'll come from the West, you know? So, I think we need a radically different society, and we should attempt to do that through reform. But if that fails us, then we need to think about what levers we can pull to exercise our power.
We will wrap up with one last question that I will ask you, and that is around the mobilization of indigeneity. And you offered a really important and necessary critique about how indigeneity feeds into fascism. You know, we see that in my own work, I see that in the context of Hindutva, in terms of the broader political project framed around the construction of a Hindu nation and in the indigenous Hindu vis-a-vis the Muslim other. And perhaps that's where Hindutva intersects with Zionism. It's kind of amazing to see the memes and tropes that flow between those. So I guess the question is, how do you build a pedagogy in a very public sense that creates levels of resistance against that kind of co-option where ideas of indigeneity abstracted at a level where they feed into cultural nationalism?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting question in such different contexts where it feels as though Māori, in the Māori sovereignty movement, that we're very far away from like being in power. So, but it is something we still need to grapple with, like before we get there, because what we don't want is the same system structures, but with brown people at the top, you know, because that doesn't free us. It doesn't free all of our people. But yeah, I am concerned with you know, the turn towards culture without any class analysis, you know, so having a class analysis brought in. And I have to just go back to talking about that incredible protest that happened yesterday where we had a young homeless rangatahi, kōtiro, who just spoke so powerfully, and that's missing from a lot of thought leadership within lots of different social movements, but including the Māori and Māori sovereignty movements. Like, I think, like, for example, Te Pāti Māori does a better job than any of the other political parties at understanding the material struggle of poor Māori, but But I think there's just a lot of work to be done for us to recognise that that Pākehā are not necessarily the enemy, right? And but I at the same time, most Māori people, from the research that I've seen, are not racist towards Pākehā. Quite the opposite, you know, because we all have, because of the way in which they've tried to breed us out of existence, we all have Pākehā whānau. We all have, you know, many of us have Pākehā ancestors, you know. So there is like this kind of cultural turn and this nationalism, but it's an interesting kind of dynamic when it comes to the racism. But I do think we need to be able to imagine what sovereignty looks like for us, and where do people who are non-Māori fit within that, or how will power be shared, and how will, because, you know, self-determination is not just for Māori, so how do other people living in Aotearoa also have self-determination? And these are conversations that I think, need to be ongoing. Yeah.
Kia
What about
ora.
you? How would you answer that question?
How would I answer that question?
Yeah.
You know, the context that I come from, Arama, it is actually very disturbing in the sense that I don't recognize the land that I was born in. It looks so unrecognizable because of the infrastructure of hate that has been seeded into it, to the extent that it is rooted in sort of the everyday structures of communities, families, interactions, and it is working on this continual production of victimhood while Hindus are 80% of the nation. So I think that kind of power analysis, that you're a majority, so could you really be a victim? That kind of analysis is really necessary. But the question I grapple with, and I was talking to Debashish yesterday, is that is India at a point where one has to really think hard about how you turn back toward any kind of semblance of critical conversations, because it has become so deeply seated.
Yeah. And just one final point is that, like, the contradictions that is produced by that,
yes,
will be what drives the solution for it, you know? Yeah.
The dialectic, right?
Even though it's like really horrible, it can't be sustainable.
Yeah. With that, thank you so much, Arama.
Okay, so just everybody knows, the next panel is with the connection of ICA India Hall. It's strictly starting at 3 o'clock, so just make it quick.
we will greet each other and start the discussion, okay? Thank you. Persons and our esteemed collaborators and academicians
Recording in
from
progress.
Aotearoa, is that correct? For New Zealand? Mohan, is it correct?
Yeah. So for New Zealand, it's 3 p.m.
Yeah.
Aotearoa, New Zealand. Yeah.
And I won't try any more of my pronunciation. This one I will start with as New Zealand, and in India too we have a lot of discussions about what to call ourselves. I will look at my passport and decide that it is Bharat Sarkar. That is the passport I have, and that's the name I will kind of associate, because in India if we start naming ourselves in all the languages and dialects, I think we will be having a never-ending discourse and debate on that. Anyway, good morning, distinguished panelists. And good morning, Professor Mohan, Leon, and Dr. Arama from New Zealand. On my behalf, we have Dr. Kulwin Tehran and Dr. Burusova here with us this morning, apart from myself. My role this morning is to just briefly set the pace for the hub-to-hub dialogue. Um, both of us in different ways have experienced forms of colonization, while India experienced an extractive colonization. New Zealand is a kind of a settlement colonization. But the later demographic shift in New Zealand and the complete, extraction of the British citizens from India and a large population in India, which is now contending with its own, problems of nation, and it's addressing its various issues. So there is a common strand, but that common strand cannot necessarily mean that we will have common frames of discussion. When I talked to Mohan, a few weeks ago, we had a range of topics that we would kind of, come to terms with and narrow on one or two for this particular session. And finally, we agreed that we will focus on issues of research in advocacy, activism, and perhaps by implication and external policy frameworks as well. I can't make a comprehensive comment on, the cumulative impact of research either in our discipline or the broader area of social sciences and humanities. That will take a very long, course of action on my side. However, we have had, at least in the Indian context, a few interventions wherein research has guided certain policy and as well as judicial interventions in terms of the marginalized and the deprived sections of our societies. There are, of course, different aspects of inequity that the world is addressing. And inequities may not necessarily always be economic. It might be social, it might be deliberate marginalization, and issues of inclusivity, etc., are also involved. So the theme of this morning's, session is first of its kind as far as the ICA Regional Hub India is concerned. And we also anticipate that it will be the future direction for us, where a lot of and encourage. Okay. So without talking much on this particular issue, I would now request Dr. Mohan to offer his opening remarks. And the order of presentation will be after Mohan makes his opening remarks. We will have Professor Kanchan from our side. And after the New Zealand resource person, we will have Dr. Borosova, and back to New Zealand, and then followed by Dr. Kulwin. This will be the sequence of discussion. And also we will have about 10 to 15 minutes, hopefully, for interaction from our online participants, as well as people in the audience, both in India and New Zealand. Over to you, Dr. Mohan, and greetings once again from the ICA Regional Hub. Dr. Mohan, you are on.
Namaskar, Salam Alaikum. I begin by acknowledging Rangitane, the people of this land whose struggles and whose wisdom shape the very spaces in which we can have these conversations. And it's also an ongoing reminder that processes of decolonization are materially grounded in land struggles and in struggles against forces of colonialism and imperialism that are very much alive and kicking at this juncture. So I'll take about 7 to 8 minutes to offer some reflections and then offer it back to you. First of all, I just wanted to say hi to all the Indian colleagues. Great to see you. Kanchan, great to see you. All of you, really. And we have had ongoing conversations. So I see this as part of the ongoing conversations, and great to be able to bring our colleagues from Aotearoa into these conversations as well. So, communication for social change, the way in which I understand communication for social change is through my work with the culture-centered approach, or what's called the CCA. Now, the CCA articulates a theory of communication for social change that is based upon 3 key concepts. The first concept is the concept of communicative inequality, inequality in the distribution of a range of communication resources, all the way from information to voice to participation in democracy to decision making, and arguing that there are systemic patterns in terms of how communicative inequalities map material inequalities, and these often reflect broader structural forces such as forces of settler colonialism, forces of imperialism, forces of racial capitalism in the context of India caste, forces of patriarchy, as well as cis-normativity that shape the ways in which societies are organized, and therefore, in that sense, the ways in which people do or do not have access to communicative resources. So the CCA then asks the question, what does it mean for communities that have systematically been erased from discursive spaces to experience these processes of erasure? And it offers a concept called voice infrastructures. Voice infrastructures refers to materials, resources, architectures for voice through which communities can participate in decision-making processes. Now, historically then, in theorizing communication for social change, the CCA explores the ways in which communities that have historically been marginalized can work hand in hand with organizing forms, with academic structures, as well as with various forms of civil society organizations to build these voice infrastructures through which they can mobilize for social change. Now, in the context of, I direct a center that does its work based upon these tenets of the culture-centered approach, and the center is called CARE, the Center for Culture-Centered Approach to Research and Evaluation, and we do work both in Aotearoa and India as well. We have community researchers in both these spaces, alongside multiple other countries where our researchers do this work. It's a real difficulty. Okay. So, I will drop on some of the threads that are evident in this work in terms of voice infrastructures. First is that communities that have historically been disenfranchised always already enact their agency. They don't need academics to come and teach them how to enact agency and how to participate in change processes. That's a core concept of the CCA in terms of communication for social change. So the CCA really asks this question, how do we learn to listen, drawing from Gayatri Spivak, to ways of articulation in communities such that, and this is the contribution that CCA makes, such that the voices can be heard in ways that are meaningful. So that part, voices can be heard in ways that are meaningful, is really critical. That means that the voices can be heard in ways that they can make an impact on social policy, that can make an impact on the ways in which economic resources are distributed, that can make an impact on the ways in which opportunities are organized in societies. So in the work of building these voice infrastructures, then the concept of securing and suturing connections becomes a critical concept, particularly in terms of how do struggles at the margins connect with each other to mobilize alongside each other to build these social change processes, such that social change processes are broadly held in collectives rather than in individualized compartments within which change can be constituted. And in that sense, CCA also offers a critique of explicitly identity-based movements, arguing that concepts of identity have to fundamentally be connected to questions of class and questions of capitalist organizing, and fundamentally asking how do we think about the ways, for instance, communities can work alongside unions, alongside trade union movements, alongside left party politics to build these infrastructures for voice. And one of the things there we see is the ways in which often identity itself, devoid of that material analysis and that material struggle, becomes a point of elite capture, where elites in any particular society or movement, whether it is in the context of, say, caste, or whether it is in the context of race or ethnicity, whether it is in the context of gender, capture the resources that are available in order to make particular kinds of argument to gain or secure mobility for themselves, while actually the vast majority of those who are marginalized continue to stay marginalized. So as a theory for social change, then CCA broadly is interested in the question, how can these structures be fundamentally transformed? So we talk about structural transformation, such that the ways of organizing of society can fundamentally be shifted in ways that are meaningful. Now I will wrap up with a little bit of commentary on the ways in which my work here particularly engages the Indian diaspora and the Indian community that we'll find really meaningful. So one of the things my work has increasingly been concerned about is the rise of Hindutva, the far-right ideology of Hindu nationhood that is a widespread challenge across the diaspora, including here in Aotearoa, that becomes a highly marginalizing frame for various India's minorities, including Dalits, including Muslims, including Christians. So what does it mean to listen to those voices that are systematically disenfranchised as the narrative of a Hindu nation takes up much of the Indian space here? And in that particular context, much of my writing also increasingly has been dedicated to exploring questions of the ways in which Indians relate to Maori sovereignty and struggles for Maori sovereignty and Tiruranga Tiratanga. And one of the concerning features is the extent of racism, for instance, that Indians hold toward Maori or Tangata Whenua, circulating often colonial tropes such as the lazy Maori or the overly sexualized Maori or the Maori on welfare that continues to demonstrate the architectures of the caste system. So one of the questions in terms of social change that I've been interested in is that how do we rupture these spaces to voice infrastructures, to build voice infrastructures that can craft solidarities rather than drawing upon identity and identity politics, and particularly leveraging diversity, equity, inclusion on one hand, and on the other hand to power down on those communities that are the people of the land. So I will leave you with that. I think there's a lot for us to think through and converse about in terms of how we craft politics of communication for social change. Namaste. Back to you, Professor Sanjay.
Yes, Professor Kanchan, can you come in, Professor Kanchan?
Yes, yes. Am I audible? And yeah, all right. Should
Go
I
ahead,
start?
you're on.
Yeah, all right. It's always a pleasure to listen to Professor Datta. Our work and approach aligns in several ways. He knows about the work that we are doing. So let me start by saying good morning to everyone and good afternoon to people in New Zealand. It's a real pleasure to join the Hub to Hub panel. and this conversation on communication for social change in Aotearoa and Bharat at the ICA Manipal Regional Hub 2025. I had a presentation, but I think I'll just go with the text. Or is it possible to also share the presentation? Does that work? Okay, I think I'll skip that and I'll go with what I have here with me. So at the outset, okay.
Bachchan, you can do the presentation if you wish, or if you're more comfortable with the text, anything that you prefer.
I'm okay with both. So you let me know if it's okay to share.
Okay, go ahead with your oral presentation. That would be fine. Okay, go
All
ahead.
right. Okay, I'm just trying to share, but is it visible?
Oh yeah, it's visible. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so let's go. Yeah, we will since I created it, it'll be useful to have some of the thoughts on the screen also. So at the outset, I'd like to thank ICA Regional Hub team for curating such a meaningful global exchange. I'm especially grateful to Professor Shubha, Director of Manipal Institute of Communication, Manipal Academy of Higher Education, for inviting me, and Professor BP Sanjay for conceptualizing and coordinating this hub along with Professor Datta. So I'm speaking today from an Indian perspective, and I bring to this conversation some 2 decades plus of experience and learning, both as a researcher and an enthusiast in the field of community media. Much of my work, as many of you know here, and all my interactions are focused on community radio, which I see as a crucial democratic space where communication becomes a tool of participation, social transformation, and empowerment, and not just information delivery. Something that Professor Datta was referring to also, places where voices are heard in ways that are meaningful. In India, the question of who communicates, how, and why, or what to what end is not simply a media issue. It is a developmental and a democratic concern. Our national vision, which is framed and guided by Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas, Sabka Prayas, calls for collective progress through collective efforts and participatory pathways. These aspirations cannot be achieved through one-way diffusion alone or built through centralized top-down communication. They require local, locally driven, inclusive, community-led systems. In other words, what we need is community communication. Community communication that is locally embedded, responsive to marginalized voices that haven't been heard, and geared to be inclusive in both what Professor Datta was referring to, also in both voice and in structure. Community communication, if we look at it in India, is more than just an alternative to mainstream media. Professor Datta was referring to voice infrastructures. We look at it also as a critical social infrastructure. It is local, sometimes hyperlocal, and rooted in lived experiences, especially in our vast, diverse, and multilingual society. When mass media often speak to people, community media engages and speaks with them, valuing pluralism and participation. It creates space for dialogue and not just dissemination. Across the country, we are seeing hybrid communication and media ecosystems evolve, where community radio, WhatsApp groups, podcasts, folk media, and video storytelling intersect to shape grassroots narratives and serve local needs. In these spaces, people become not just consumers of content and media, but producers of knowledge. In our research over several decades, we have observed this, this participation across distinctive regions of India, from the drought-affected villages of Bundelkhand, the remote valley of Uttarakhand, and the conflict-sensitive zones of Jharkhand, to the cyclone-prone coastal belts of Tamil Nadu and Odisha, the resilient floodplains of eastern India, and culturally rich borderlands and hills of the northeast. Another striking example is of rural women becoming what are called Suchanapreneurs. that is information and entrepreneurs. They are not merely accessing digital tools, but producing and sharing information in culturally resonant ways. Such grassroots initiatives help to address the digital divide and to some extent also misinformation. And it signifies a profound shift from women being perceived as beneficiaries to becoming agents of social change. This brings me to two groups that I consider central to transformation: women and youth. In my research, particularly through community radio case studies, I've documented how women broadcasters are not only bringing new topics to the airwaves, but are redefining whose voices matter. When women take charge of grassroots media, they don't just speak, they reclaim spaces. When women co create media, they don't just tell stories, they shape agendas and they make the development discourse more responsive and inclusive. Their involvement makes content gender sensitive as they creatively weave discussions on health, domestic violence, livelihoods, political participation, girls' education into the programming, often for the very first time. Meanwhile, youth in India are creating their own communicative publics, not limited by geography. Whether it's climate advocacy through podcasts, digital collectives about mental health, or heritage preservation on Instagram, young people are framing what interest-based civic networks using social media. Through such communities of practice like urban cyclists, heritage conservationists, grassroots innovators, young Indians they are turning personal experiences into public engagement. Now, this transformation doesn't happen automatically. It demands capacity building to some extent and structural shifts. Our challenge is to support them, not just with platforms, but with ecosystems that enable long-term ownership and agency. This participatory ethos that we are talking about must extend also to research, policy, and advocacy. Too often, communication research in India and other parts of the world has been extractive, studying communities without meaningfully involving or including them in the process. What we need instead is for social change practice, research, or policy to be participatory by design, where community members are not just respondents, but collaborators. We must shift to co-created knowledge systems where community members help define the research, co-analyze the data, and also benefit from the findings. Communities are a researcher's partners, they are not subjects. So similarly, policy must also reflect this shift. We need advocacy frameworks that recognize and institutionalize community media, whether it's curriculum design under NEP also or outreach via Unnat Bharat Abhiyan. Community communication should be an integral part of the design, funding, and training, not just an afterthought. To achieve this vision, we need to rethink how we train the next generation of communicators. This generation would, of course, need to know multimedia storytelling, podcasting, digital technology, and the skills. But equally important, and perhaps more important, they must learn skills such as listening deeply, communicating across languages and cultures, facilitating community dialogue and conflict resolution, enabling stakeholder engagement. Again, these are not just communication skills, these are social competencies. Therefore, education must move beyond the classroom into the community, offering real-world, immersive, and grounded learning. Though India and Aotearoa differ in scale, we share a deep commitment to communication that is rooted in justice and accountability, and Professor Datta also referred to it just now. India's indigenous communities, Adivasis, forest dwellers, pastoral groups, they have long relied on oral stories, collective memory, traditional ecological knowledge as core forms of communication and cultural community. These communicative practices, much like those of the Maori communities, remind us that communication for social change is deeply rooted in land, language, and lived relationships. I deeply respect New Zealand's commitment to mana whenua, please correct me if I'm wrong, led communication and bicultural frameworks. In India, our equivalent lie in Panchayati Raj, decentralized media initiatives, oral traditions, and participatory development frameworks. These are all terrains for dialogue, mutual learning, and co-design. Though we differ in context, we share common imperative to design communication systems that are accountable to people and communities, especially those included from the dominant discourse. So, to return to the core of the theme of the ICA conference, Disrupting and Consolidating Communication Research, let me say that community communication doesn't just disrupt, it reorients towards equity, towards dignity, and collective well-being. To us in Bharat, India, it offers not only a medium for centering those who have long been left out of the conversations, but a method for empowerment, for advocacy, and for building research that serves the people it studies. I'll stop with that. Thank you.
Kanchan, for that comment and also for the presentation as to how we can take the research to the community-centric perspective and also throwing some light on the issues that we face as researchers. We will continue. Professor Mohan, will it be Leon Salter now or are you going to? Yeah. Thank you.
Hi, India Hub. This is really cool that we've connected like this. I was just saying to Valerie before, like connecting periphery to periphery like this is such a good idea, especially with the political situation in the US right now. But yeah, I was just going to talk about my own work, as my own advocacy work has been in the space of precarity and academia. So I was a precarious academic worker post-PhD in 2020 when COVID hit. I don't know what the academic system is like in India, but here we have a kind of two-tier system where a lot of the teaching is being done by people on these fixed-term contracts with no kind of research component, and they're kind of treated a little bit like second-class citizens. So, and when COVID hit, we kind of got bringing it back to sort of Mohan's ICA methodology, we kind of found we didn't really have a voice, either in our union or our universities. We didn't really, we weren't really even acknowledged with a name, like the name that was given for the sort of like the time that you were post-PhD was early career scholar, with this kind of narrative that you were going to go into a postdoc and then you were going to go into a permanent job. But what we were finding in our group was that there weren't these postdocs and there weren't these permanent jobs to go into in the music industry, especially like post-COVID. When COVID hit, our university system was so reliant on international students, and then those kind of disappeared. And then the university started laying people off, and the union was really preoccupied with protecting their membership, which is mostly like the permanent academic jobs, which is kind of understandable. But then what kind of didn't really get highlighted was all the temporary and fixed term jobs that were being shed by the universities in kind of silence. So yeah, we got together as an advocacy group, Tertiary Education Action Group Aotearoa. And yeah, and bringing it back to what Mohan was saying about community, that felt kind of more, even though we're all researchers, that kind of felt more ethically sound for me as doing research and advocacy in our community, because we did the first ever survey of precarious academic workers. We got about 700 participants, And yeah, the findings were just really stark of just how the levels of exploitation. And yeah, we really found a collective voice from that. And now through that, Mahi, through that work, we've the precarity is becoming, although it's very slow and it's kind of 2 steps forward and 1 step back, precarity is at least being recognized as an issue in the sector. Like when MB do reports on what the problems are in the sector, they'll recognize precarity as an issue, whereas they didn't before. So yeah, just bringing it back to sort of like having like communicative inequality and erasure of voice, that we're finally kind of like having our voice recognized. Yeah, and so I just wanted to talk a little bit about, because Mohan wanted me to talk a little bit about unions and the situation here, and we're kind of constantly battling a bit with the conservatism of unions here, and both with our kind of Manawhanua communities and our migrant communities, it's kind of, unions are still a little bit very like kind of white. I don't know if you find this the same, Arama, like the leadership at least is still quite white and male, and we don't really see the Māori communities kind of reflected in that leadership. And even though there is progress there, like our union, the TU, is the first union that's being treaty-led. There's and they're installing a co-governance structure, which is great. At the same time, they're still not really like addressing that precarity issue, which affects Māori and Pacifica more, excludes Māori and Pacifica from coming into academia. It makes it even more of an unwelcoming space. So yeah, still a long way to go there, I think. Yeah, that's me. Kia ora.
Back to you, Professor Sanjay.
Now I request our colleague, Professor Burushova Dasgupta, to make present his views or perspective on the topic. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Sanjay. Thank you, Professor Datta, and others present here. Just to continue with what Professor Kanchan had said, that yes, India's Communication for Social Change, or CSC, if we put it that way, it is more grassroots. It is not basically tied down to, say, academic exercise, or what has happened is it has a long tradition of, having movements from the grassroots itself. I mean, like the most notable one we had seen, say, in the 80s, when we found, say, the people protesting against the conditions applied to the World Bank development loans. We did see that. And then in the 90s and 2000, we saw the great movement of the RTI, the right to information, which started from a village in Rajasthan, and it was led by, that's also very gender sensitive. We had Aruna Roy, who was who resigned from his, executive post, the IS post, and became the leader of the movement. And that was a movement which rose from the grassroots and then made a policy change. It moved towards, it became an act in 2005. And that was a very successful, you can say, communication for social change. And in recent times, we still have a lot of agitation on CAA, the Citizens Act. And that is something which has a lot of agitation, not of protests in it, because it's supposed to be discriminatory. It has included, protection, citizenship for 6 religious sects, like the Sikhs, the Hindus, the Buddhists, Jains, and the Christians, but not the Muslims. So those are these are movements which are rising, rising from the grassroots level. So we need to watch the movements, how it operates, and our communication also, the process has to follow that. We can't keep, say, our, the communication for social change restricted to our classrooms or to the, the academic models. We will have to move towards a greater integration between what the people want. If we are really interested in changes, social change, we will have to look for the voices which come from below. And that has happened. I mean, in many cases, especially the RTI, which we have talked about, that has happened. And it has had a lot of, initial, there was hesitancy in the media to be covered, but it has been later, it has been covered. It went to the Supreme Court, and there are a lot of coverages on the right to information. And the CAA is also, has been a continuous process of, in media also, we have seen a lot of coverages on this. It may be, you can say it may be political, but it's in India. You can't remain in silos. It has to be the political, the social, the cultural, everything will come together. Yes, it has its role. If we stick to this, it can be amplified. It amplifies the marginalized voice, the voices of. We have the subalterns in, say, the tribes and the minority religious communities. We have many differences within the society. It's a very large. If we compare with New Zealand, it's very focused. The movement, it says it's bicultural, but we can't, and India is multicultural. We have so many languages, we have so many cultures, our movement in social change is very expansive, and we will have to follow, and we have lots to learn from New Zealand as well. Making it, the movement needs to have a focus, but at the same time, we can't leave out, in order to become focused a movement, we can't leave out the other communities or the other voices. So that needs to be looked into. But I will just add one more point and leave it at that. I've been to Australia, I've been to New Zealand, and I have a feeling, yes, there is a movement towards change. Giving the rightful place for the Aboriginals, and they don't mention that word, and giving them, giving them a position. But I have a feeling, my stay was very short, but I would like to, that's my curiosity. And there has been changes in names. For example, we are talking about, I find it very difficult to spell also, New Zealand as Aotearoa. Am I right? I'm sure I'm going wrong with the, pronunciation. But there are many other things which have come to the surface. But this changes in nomenclature, changes in, it stays in the surface. I have seen it, we have seen it in India. We have changes in names from Bangalore to Bangalore, Calcutta to Kolkata, and Bombay to Mumbai, but that remains in the surface. Whether it really trickles down to the bottom, whether they are going into the, the spirit of the backward tribes, that is something, a question. It's a question for, the locals in New Zealand. It's a question, or, which has to be raised by what purpose does it serve in changing names in India as well. So we have to be genuine in our look for, for the development of the people who are disadvantaged. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Burushiva. Mohan, will it be Dr. Arima?
Namihi nui, kia ora. I'm handing over to Dr. Arima.
Kia ora tātou. It's lovely to be in conversation with you all on this lovely panel. There's been so many things that have been raised that I want to pick up on, so I'll try to do my best to do that. So some of the things that were discussed were around our communities and solidarities and the power of standing and advocating for one another from the margins, from positions where you're not necessarily in power. But I think that provides just wonderful opportunities to stand in solidarity with one another, because you're not doing it in a way that's paternalistic or tokenistic, but in ways of actually connecting your struggles, your experience of colonization, the ways in which colonization is not something that just happens locally, but is globally, and connecting all of those things. And as I have this discussion, I want to acknowledge particularly Ara Simmons, who I've been in many discussions with her PhD research looking at the experiences of South Asian women in Aotearoa. And so we quite often have lots of dialogues around this, and she'll be presenting, I think, tomorrow. So if you haven't put that in your diary, make sure you check that out. It will be a wonderful kōrero, I'm sure. So some of the things that Ara and I talk about as well are around the ways in which New Zealand has tried to escape its identity as a settler colony. So earlier, one of the presenters discussed the differences between extractive colonialism versus settler colonialism and the different dynamics that puts colonized people in. And so here in Aotearoa, Indigenous people were very limited in the types of resistance we could engage in. Obviously, we're demographically overwhelmed, and so any type of armed resistance would be violently crushed fairly quickly. But the state is still left with this problem of how do we rebrand ourselves as something other than a settler colony, and the way that the New Zealand state did that here was through the Treaty of Waitangi, our treaty signed between the British Crown and Māori rangatira leaders. And prior to this kind of international pressure to decolonize, the Treaty of Waitangi was dismissed as a legal nullity. But under this pressure, we suddenly see the New Zealand state start to put emphasis on this treaty, start to celebrate Waitangi Day. So the first celebration of Waitangi Day was held kind of following World War II. And since then, it has become something that Māori use strategically to try to, it's one of the only instruments that we have that actually gains any kind of traction to advance our rights. But the problem with that is that then we have this bicultural framing that was discussed earlier, which really erases the multicultural demographic reality that we live within, and people who are not white or Pākehā, as we call it here, feel very much excluded from that idea of biculturalism. And so when it comes to relationships with Māori, they seem to kind of get filtered through the Crown or filtered through European cultures, rather than there being spaces for Māori to engage meaningfully with other ethnic communities. And, you know, when we have state funding for different things, there's always a Māori pot over here, and then a pot somewhere down the line, the crumbs of the crumbs are left over for different ethnic communities to fight over. And it does kind of create competition, but it also creates different funding pathways. And so it's very difficult for us to do things together that are things that are funded. We have to find ways of doing that in community that are not funded. Yes, and I think another thing that Ara discusses in her work as well is the way in which ethnic categorization occurs in Aotearoa. So we have the main ethnic categories that people are like divided in through by our official statistics, categorizes all Asian people in one category. And so that really obscures the inequality within that category. And I think it obscures a lot of the shared class interests that Māori have with South Asian communities as well. Quite often Māori will say, you know, we're at the bottom of every type of social indicator of well-being, but a different conversation might be had if South Asian, if there were different categorizations. So if we went down to the next level of categorization, we might understand more about our shared class interests. What also tends to happen is kind of, you know, oppression Olympics, where people are racialized in different ways, and it then kind of becomes this, rather than understanding that, you know, that it's a system, it racializes people to the detriment of all of us, but that it shows up very differently. And so, you know, at the lower income brackets, we have Māori and Indian communities forced into close proximity in impoverished neighborhoods. And then for those who kind of access higher income jobs, we have a different type of racialization that happens at that echelon of society, where a lot of institutions allow only a little success. They'll have like the token DEI representation of different ethnic groups, and Māori certainly come into that. So there becomes this kind of fetishization of Indigenous people who like have, for myself, I can talk about my own experience. Nobody was interested in anything about me until I was university educated, and then suddenly everybody wants to hold you up as the example of like, oh, we can't be a racist country. Look, we have this person who counters that narrative. And so there's this kind of fetishization that happens, and it becomes like a performance for kind of white liberals. I do think that despite all of that, there are some really powerful organisers, people like Anu Kaloti, who is involved with migrant union organising, who always speaks powerfully about challenging those kind of racist stereotypes that are that we see circulating in society. And I think those types of solidarities are incredibly important, powerful. I recently met Vijay Prashad and invited him to Aotearoa, and that put me in contact with a lot of Indian communists living in Aotearoa, and the revolutionary potential amongst that group was incredibly inspiring to me. And, you know, you talked about like there being a disconnect with Indigenous people and unions. Imagine if we were able to connect. Imagine the revolutionary potential of migrant workers, unions, Māori communities. We've just had our biggest protest action ever in the history of this country, where our hikoi to Parliament. And so Māori are incredibly, you know, we talk about communicative strategies. I think in the Māori community we call it the kumara vine, or the sweet potato vine, as being our way of communicating. So when an important event's happening, often you won't find any mention of it anywhere online, but everybody knows, everybody's connected in the way that they need to find that out. And when there's a disaster, COVID, when the government comes for our treaty rights, we see mobilization happen in such an incredible way through those powerful, like non-state funded ways of communicating. And we see, I think, am I going too long? Okay. We see our one example I think is quite interesting to look at is Te Pāti Māori, our Māori Parliament, our Māori party that holds 6 seats within our Parliament. Unfortunately, we don't have a strong collective outside of Parliament, and so the danger of having a Māori party is that sometimes the solution that's offered to you is electoral politics, which is not going to give us the type of transformation that we need. But they are also incredibly strategic in the way that they communicate. So they realized mainstream media was never going to give them a fair shake, and so developed their own ways of communicating with their people. They don't really care about being in Parliament. They care about being in our Māori meeting houses, talking to the people. They use social media to communicate their messages, and they've been incredibly effective. We saw recently Hana do a haka in Parliament where she ripped up the Treaty Principles Bill, which was a really powerful way of communicating that reverberated around the world. And now we've just seen that Te Pāti Māori MPs have received a suspension that is the longest suspension that MPs have ever had in the history of our Parliament for that action. And so there have been big protests around, you know, allowing people to do a haka in Parliament. But what has been fantastic about this really disproportionate and racist response to the haka is it has made Māori realise that we are not fighting to be able to do a haka in Parliament. We are fighting for our own Parliament. but what we need, I think, is to learn from our revolutionary movements elsewhere around creating that pressure outside of Parliament also. You know, I think Te Pāti Māori are kind of, they sit somewhere between being in Parliament and outside of it, like currently suspended from Parliament. So it will be really interesting to see where they go with that. But I just, I strongly believe in the revolutionary potential of our solidarities. Kia ora.
Kia ora, ngā mihi. Thank you. There is so much to reflect on there in terms of social change and what does transformation look like when we talk about the revolutionary openings of social change. Over to you, Professor Sanjay.
Now I request my colleague, Professor Kulwin, to offer your views and perspective on the theme. Over to you, Professor Kulwin.
At the outset, my compliments to Professor Shubha and Professor Sanjay for curating this session. Indeed, a very important conversation. And it's a pleasure, always a pleasure to listen to Professor Datta. His culture-centric approach has been a way to evaluate, to approach community communications for advocacy, for various other purposes for all of us here in India. I have used it for one of my projects, which I'll share. So today I'm going to share a couple of experiences, but of course with a disclaimer that I started my career as a campaign planner, designer for corporate organizations and non-profit organizations as an advertising professional. So this journey from advertising campaigns to advocacy and research has been extremely full of enriching learnings for me. I have been part of advocacy campaigns as a participant, as a researcher, and as a mentor in the last 10 to 12 years. One of my significant memories has been the 2020 September Farm Bill protests, when farmers from our region, that is north of India, Punjab and Haryana, they started the Dilli Chalo, that is Go to Delhi movement, and that in protest against the 3 farm bills institutionalized by the government. This was a movement wherein my premise of digitally led entertainment education, SBCC, that is social and behavioral change communication, can play a significant role in public advocacy, in social advocacy or communication campaigns per se, with significant results. I remember that as an amplifier, one particular couplet of a poem which I was doing to provide updates, everyday updates on what the farmers are up to and what are the results of the ongoing conversations between the government and the farmers. And that was and it was, Man bahut vichlit hai. Man bahut vichlit hai, ਸਿਆਲੇ ਦੀ ਰਾਤ, ਪਾਣੀ ਦੀ ਡਿੱਗਦੀ ਇੱਕ ਇੱਕ ਬੂੰਦ, ਉਹ ਬੈਠੇ ਨੇ ਮਜ਼ਬੂਤ, ਸਿਰੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਚੜੀ ਅੱਜ ਵੀ ਕੋਈ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ. So that was like, providing information to the diaspora, to everyone associated with the communities in the region, that even today's meeting fell flat, that people are still resolute and the protest moments are on. And why did I say that it is digitally enabled, digitally integrated, or at times digitally led education entertainment model, which is working significantly at the moment in some communities, especially communities of young adults or adolescents. One such experiment which was done during this time of resistance movement led by the farmers was trolley times. They had started this campaign, Twitter to Tractor, and that started a publication, Trolley Times, which was distributed to the diaspora, to the South Asian diaspora across, which was able to mobilize not just the funds, but also a lot of sentiment, a lot of support from across the world. And we've seen a significant positive change which led to then the bills being taken back by the government. So this was my experience as a participant. Later on, as a gender advocate, we initiated a campaign in a small community in Rajasthan in order to sensitize, in order to make younger women have, adolescent women have more open conversations on sexual and reproductive health. Now, it was very interesting early on when we started working with the local community with the help of local NGO. Early interactions were very dry, curt, they were difficult. But once we started taking help of an existing campaign, which was Chaja, Go Shine campaign by an NGO, uh, when we started taking reference points, Bol Behen, a chatbot, a digital Didi, Tanu Didi, the stories which were already shared, they were already available, the visuals and comic strips which were already in place. We started building transmedia story narratives around them. Then they opened up. The spiral of silence, the cultural silences which were there, which were led by the community at that point, were also broken. From there onwards, our engagement with the community in the form of participatory workshops, which Kanchan has also talked about, the importance of a bottoms up approach in community communications. So, a lot of integrated, mobile-led use of social media mediated and internet mediated initiatives and interventions at times make us significant contributions, and it worked with us. After a while, the young girls were very enthusiastic. They joined the Buck Buck community, wherein they could talk about not just issues of teen pregnancy, not just issues of menstrual health or MENAC or the care or availability of sanitary napkins and so on and so forth, but also issues which were very intimate, which were psychosomatic in nature, which were not just limited to health, but aspirational. That I want to make a digital reel. Can you teach me, Didi, how to make a digital reel? And that is what led to the third phase of our intervention in that particular community when we started training them. That was a mobile literacy intervention. It was 4-day workshops organized for the young girls, wherein they were taught how to make a digital reel, a small mobile film, and they felt extremely empowered. Now, there was an interesting case there. Initially, the fathers in the community were extremely reluctant. So much so that the girls said that we don't even have a Facebook account, we don't even have an email. They were not willing to share any of their digital identities or footprints. However, when we started interacting for a longer period of time with the community, understanding them, and told them about the promotional side of using a digital reel to promote their artifacts, their Meenakari works, their local craftsmanship. That is where the interest took off. And they said, all right, there is no harm in learning how to make a 2-minute reel or a 1-minute reel. So it's been quite a journey. And we are still in touch with about 17 of those girls who interact with us on the mobile phone in the Bug Bug gang. And they keep on telling us, of course, it is it's quite an enduring effort to drive conversations on sexual and reproductive health. But since we could have other conversations along with that, uh, the community building, their ideas have been an integral part of this social and behavioral change initiative. And my last interaction, which we are having now, we're trying to spread this initiative to other parts of India. And one such initiative or sub initiative of this kind is Digital Se Dosti. So we're trying to help older adults now, uh, especially in terms of financial literacy, how to consult doctors for their psychosomatic disorders. So this has been the journey. And as a researcher, evaluation, like Professor Datta pointed out, and Kiran's also mentioned, Kanchan's also mentioned that evaluation has been an important aspect. While most of us coming from campaign planning and research have been part of theory of change, wherein we've been looking at not just the inputs, but we've been looking at the outputs and outcomes of various campaigns, be it Happy to Bleed, be it Lahu Ka Lagan, various advocacy initiatives over time. But the real significant outcomes, I won't say, but significant interest is amplified when you create a campaign, you develop a campaign with the community. That can be a game. Of late, games, digital games have been an idea where young adults are thriving on, whether it's for news literacy, digital media literacy, or sexual and reproductive health literacy. So these interventions, if work together in a bottoms up approach with the community, but keeping the education entertainment through transmedia storytelling format in mind, will perhaps help a country of this diversity, of this demographic diversity more.
Thank you, Alvin, for that both interventionist and practical approach to how we can carry forward the theme of advocacy and activism. Mohan, I know that you had made opening remarks, but I also thought that you had your own specific perspective. You're on if you would like to offer a few more comments, and then I can open it up for discussion and wrap it up. Thank you, Mohan. You're on.
Thank you, Prof. Sanjay. What a beautiful thing it is to listen to this Correro moving both ways. And so I just want to thank each one of the panelists for your graciousness and kindness and for this dialogic opening. I think, the thing is, when I think of learning my theories of social change, actually they were from accompanying my uncle to lockouts, to factory lockouts, where we would be performing as young people in street theater and protest performances. And so you talked both Kanchan and Kalvin about the power of social change, and Prabhu Shiva also mentioned this in terms of communities driving this, and only if we learn to listen to what communities have been doing. I think India has a rich and strong history of the ways in which communities have organized and mobilized and built infrastructures for social change, all the way from our anti-colonial struggles to I love how you bring up the contemporary context, in all your conversations in terms of the farmer protests, the anti-CA protests, where people have so much at stake, and yet you have there, people crafting songs, writing poetry, dancing. I think about the CA protests and the spaces that were created by Muslim women around singing and dancing and poetry. And, connecting that to the kinds of Maori-led indigenous transformations that we see in Aotearoa. I think what Arama was referring to in terms of the power of community networks and community storytelling and community communication and rapidly spreading the message. So you talked about the Hikoi, and that's a powerful example in terms of how it mobilizes the community together. But I think also one of the most beautiful things that we see here in Aotearoa, and there's a lot to learn from about that, is the kind of solidarity that the struggles of Tangata Whenua generate across registers, and we have heard this narrative throughout this conference in terms of, Hikoi being one of the strongest protest marches, actually seeing Maori alongside Tangata Tiriti in terms of Pakeha, ethnic migrant communities coming together to stand in protest. I also wanted to touch a little bit upon what both Arama and Leon highlighted within this context, is that any movement in this sense and social change process is not monolithic. There are so many dimensions, like Leon talked about the union movement, largely in a broad sense, being largely white in Aotearoa. And of course, that is changing gradually. Those registers are changing, but there are also long ways to go. And within that context, when Arama, you referred to the work of Anu Kaloti and Migrant Workers Association, it does incredibly amazing work with hyper-precarious migrant workers, including hyper-precarious Indian workers who are exploited. And I just wanted to then come back to, something that both Kanchan and Kelvin touched upon, this notion of transmedia storytelling being anchored in community. And what I found really interesting is when these stories get picked up by community. So what you're saying is that social change becomes meaningful when the stories are meaningful to communities and they drive that change. And then, I love the comment made by Dr. Burosheva in terms of the reference to the GATT protests of the late 1980s. In fact, I came to my social awareness about movements and change and left politics through participating in many of those protests around Dunkel draft is what it was called in those days, and learning what that awareness is. So there is so much in terms of offering in the movement of ideas across these spaces. I see the synergies, but also see a lot of dialogic potential. Arama, I loved how you framed this in terms of looking at the global south and looking at the third world and the social change work of the third world and the theoretical work of the third world that is often ignored or erased by the whiteness of the left or the social change sector. And yet, the third world had so much rich history that it offers, including a very strong intellectual history. So I tautoku you for acknowledging that and for making that visible. Thank you, Prof. Sanjay.
Open the floor for discussion and queries. My opening question to any one of you is, we're also actively engaged in graduate studies programs in our respective universities. What I would like to ask is, how do you probably develop a research methodology pedagogy which moves away from the absolute notions of scientism, scientific method, etc., to the conception of the debates that we had in journalism? It is not necessarily always to be objective, but also try and articulate on whose side you are on. So this is a challenge for absolutely neutral, technique-oriented research methodology courses in many of our universities. And I'm sure that all of you, by way of your work, have developed modules or units, but they are specific to your classes. Is there a framework like, for example, either New Zealand and India could develop for a comprehensive graduate studies research methodology approach, which positions advocacy activism not necessarily always in political binaries, but in terms of policies and for people who matter? I would request any one of you, either from India or New Zealand, to take up this. I don't have any particular preference, but this is a larger question. I thought I could open up the discussion before specific comments come in. Mohan, Kulvin, Kanchan, Leon, or Arma, anybody can take this question. Thank you very much.
Oh, kia ora. Great question. Well, obviously, your culture-centered framework, I think, is hugely impactful and able to be applied to lots of different contexts. For ourselves, myself and some of my colleagues in the room here and Ara online as well, are part of a program of research called Wero, Working to End Racial Oppression. Wero also means challenge in our native language here. And for that work, we were working with researchers across multiple disciplines and different backgrounds, and maybe even different working definitions of what racism was when we first came together. And so we very quickly needed to develop some kind of framework that we could use together, so that there was some kind of coherence across our research. And so we were very much inspired by the work of Bagel Chalisa, who has a textbook on Indigenous methodologies that's very, very accessible. And so we used her work to develop a framework that we call takarangi, which is a double spiral pattern. So it spirals inwards and it spirals outwards as well. And it's prominently featured in our carvings here. But really the components of the framework could be applied to any kind of visual representation that would be suitable for the context that it was used within. But what our framework contains is positioning. So how are you positioned in your research? Who are you doing research with? What is the power relationship between you and the people that are involved in your research? Who's not involved with your research? So just thinking through those types of positioning questions. Then we have our researchers think about their ontology. So how is it that they view who they are and the nature of reality and these types of things. So we ask them really fundamental questions that a lot of scientists never actually stop to consider. Things like, do you believe you have a soul that is separate from your body? And so having people actually, because many people who are not part of the mainstream society think about these things all the time because we're always othered, and so we're always having to come up against something that's different to ourselves. So by having all of our researchers ask these types of questions of themselves, they realize that when they go into an interaction, we hope through this, that when they go into an interaction, they're bringing beliefs and they're bringing values and they're bringing ideas about the world into that exchange. It's not just that they have a universal perspective and an objective perspective and somebody else is bringing all of these subjectivities into the equation. And so we also ask about their values, and then together as and then we consider the values of the communities that we're working with as well. So we're always thinking about ourselves and those involved in our research. And together as a team, we come up with our ethics and our ways of grounding our research in different epistemologies. So what are the kind of crucial anchor points in our research? What are the foundational texts and charter documents that we will draw on in our research? What are our shared definitions that we'll come up with together? And so our research becomes legible to one another. And then the final level of the framework is our research goals, which usually is something that you all define at the very beginning. So that is also like your political project. And those different layers also connects to every stage of the research. So engaging with communities that you'll be working with, designing the research, collecting data, interpreting it, disseminating it, and transformative action. So beyond just academic journals or conference presentations, how is it that you're using your research to come to create some kind of transformative change? So that was the model that we used. Yeah, would anyone else like to add anything?
I would love to, and that's really interesting, Araman. I think there are real convergences with what colleagues in India on this panel were suggesting. So I would love to hear your perspectives, in terms of what you're seeing in India in the context of research design and method.
Kulveem, do you want me to go first or you're going? You're talking. Go ahead, Kulveem. I'll come up to you.
To answer your question, Professor Sanjay, I have not come across a standardized or a uniform advocacy framework wherein we are able to place the actor, the subject, and the subjectivity of our research per se. But yes, there have been very interesting adaptations of inquiry. Like, for instance, when we are working with in the area of hashtag activism, with online advocates, with issue specialists, or in the case of student-led advocacy campaigns. At that point, Indian adaptations of participatory culture have been extremely supportive, wherein we've been able to create a template wherein the researcher or the principal researcher or a team of researchers, they identify almost on the same lines in terms of their involvement. Let's say if you're working in the area of online trolling, or if you've been, or digital sexual abuse, or domestic violence threats online, online hate, any such conversations. So initially, their identification to themselves, their understanding of where they're coming from, is something we encourage them to, through pen and paper, to identify themselves in that particular place. So that journey is undertaken. However, I have not seen a very structured way in terms of pointed references. Designs are, much more carved out in the mixed methods approaches we have, or even for that matter, multi-method approaches, we have qualitative designs, ways of qualitative inquiry, which are completely indigenous. Like, for instance, I was talking about games for change. So a lot of games like Stapu, like local games, have been adapted as research designs, as systematic research approaches, from the way the goals were defined, to the objectives being identified, to enrollment of participants in that particular game, how the game would be structured, layered, and tested, to the final conduct of the experiment or on-ground activity, to final evaluation frameworks. Those are much more designed and have been Indianized according to the hyper-local context. And also the issue-based context. That's very important in our country. If we're dealing with menstruation, like for instance, I've been dealing with menstruation-based games, so those contexts, or sexual and reproductive health, so those contexts have to be appropriated in that game or the intervention that we've created as part of design. Action research, participatory action research has been adapted in various ways. But if you're looking at a step A to step C kind of a template in advocacy, there have been various adaptations of theory of change in public advocacy. Initially, interrogating theory of change was through non-governmental organizations, but social media advocacy, corporate social advocacy, and public advocacy have created their variants in India, which have been working fairly well.
I'll just add to what Kulveen has said. Professor Datta is very well aware of the work that we do at the UNESCO chair on community media. Kulveen knows about it also. And at UNESCO chair on community media, the approach right from the beginning has been very participatory, that Kulveen was referring to also. It's always about stakeholder engagement. And our approach is also, guided by feminist methodologies, so that adds value to our participatory approach. It's always about talking to the stakeholders. It's always about interacting with them, learning from them, and bringing in their perspectives into the research work that we do. Whatever work that we have done so far, whether we worked on a toolkit or a manual, it is always incorporating ideas that have come from the people. And we try to acknowledge and give them credit for, all the inputs that they have given. So, I mean, any work that we are doing would be meaningful only when, the people who are involved in the community media, in the community radio, they come on board. Whenever we've had, interactions with them, it kind of reinforces our faith in the power of community media. There is so much of diversity and in the ways the responses come from the field. They are very different, they are very contextual, but they are so enriching. There are things we would never think of in a particular way, and they are able to tell us, this is how you should be framing your question, or this is how you can look at this phenomenon. They give us reasons why a particular thing is happening, why a change is possible, why a change is not possible. So there's a lot of learning that comes from the ground, and any research that is being done, there's a lot of reflection, self-reflection that happens during the process. So you go to the field, you learn some things, you come back and you relook at the table and see, okay, are we asking the right questions? There's this whole very stakeholder based, very community based kind of approach that we follow in here in any research that we've been doing for the last 20 years. I think we have a lot to thank the communities for all the work that and learning that we've had so far.
Can I just add two short sentences? I think there is so much synergy between what Arama was articulating and what you both are articulating. And I think, with a lot of the work that we do with the culture-centered approach, and I think about, the concepts I was outlining in that Communicating Social Change book in 2011 was really dealing with 5 important questions. One is, how do academics negotiate the power that we bring with into spaces, working with communities? How do we reflect upon this power and turn this power into a positive resource in the process of co-creation, which then gets to the second question, which is, what does the power inequality look like in the co and create? That hyphen holds the power. So what does it mean to co-create voice infrastructures in communities, in processes of organizing for social change? So in that sense, when I compare, for instance, our work with Adivasis, like with Santali spaces, and here in the context of our work with Tangata Whenua, I think one of the synergies that appears there is the notion of land being at the heart of, and the relationship with forests and ecosystems being at the heart of how you design research methods. So that's one example of what it means then, which is my third point, to listen to community voices with an ethic of humility to design the research process, so that the research design doesn't come as an ad hoc or post hoc, but it starts from the very beginning of the process. The fourth point I wanted to bring is a notion of accountability. So what does it mean to be accountable to communities and be accountable to spaces, as opposed to be accountable to the funder, or to be accountable to the journal articles, or to be accountable to the institutional structure of the university? And that calls for a fundamental kind of rewiring. And I will give you an example from our work with Singapore. When we were doing the work with migrant workers in Singapore, our accountability meant that they called upon, the work of the research team to publish white papers, develop advocacy campaigns that would place us under risk. Yeah. But we had to sort of think through that and go ahead with it, because that is what accountability meant, which is my fifth point, which is, the point about body on the line that Arama was also talking about earlier. I don't think social change communication can happen without placing one's body on the line. The rest of it is performative, whether we talk about class, ethnicity, gender, gathering data to publish in journal articles, a lot of it can be performative unless it is committed to a politics that places the body on the line, particularly when the structure pushes back. And this is the thing I want to say, voice infrastructures is not just feel-good term that we have Adivasi people dancing and singing, and that's a voice infrastructure. A voice infrastructure is when communities speak, the forces of the structure will push back and seek to repress and use all kinds of repressive strategies. The question is, what are we going to do to sustain ourselves then? Are we going to vanish? Are we going to give in and cower down? Or if we are going to sustain, what are the kinds of relationships we are going to need? What are the kinds of connections we are going to need to sustain ourselves? So I think, Prof. Sanjay, it's a great question about method and design and how we are educating the next generation of graduate students and students around social change. I also think that a big part of that is the recognition that that change work has to dismantle the institutional structures of universities within which we are situated. And that often constrains the kind of change work we can do to actually become aware that the change work has to be in partnership with communities. You know, I'm really skeptical of your Yale-educated MBA who has returned with a degree on communication for social change and is going to Bangladesh and teach young people in Bangladesh how to eat healthy food. You know, there is a lot of that kind of social change that is fashionable and seductive. And I think we have to really think about an alternative way of doing education that is grounded and anchored. But thank you.
I'll just take 1 minute. The thing is, just to follow up what Professor Datta said, the thing is, we need to listen more than we teachers seem to talk too much. Maybe we can change our method and start listening. You know, the voices which are lower down. That is one major change that has to happen if we have to build a restructuring of the research methodology which we are talking about. Because, I mean, the examples that just comes to my mind, one of my, research scholars is doing, a research. We were talking so much of, say, physical health. We have never talked about the mental health. There are, and we need to make use of, the new kinds of equipment or the technology that is coming. Kulwin talked about the games. I would like to add on to which this a scholar of mine is doing. She is using apps. We need to look into many of these apps. Now we have the artificial intelligence, AI apps, which is trying to test the mental health of the youngsters today. They suffer from so much of depression. And these apps, there are a lot of apps which have come up, which helps people to overcome their depression. So why not? We need to listen. If we are willing to listen, we can find out solutions for mental health. And these are greater problems, future problems that we have to face. So we will have to accommodate these kinds of element which comes from below. My people, we will have to listen to them and find out the reasons why what are the causes of their depression or what is going wrong. So unless we open up, there will be initial, resistances, but it's not very difficult. As Kulwin's experiment shows, they can break these initial hesitancy and then enter into the real lives of these, or the real voices of these downtrodden. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Both the panels are kind of, running out of their time, both in terms of technical and other variables. What I would like to do is, ask my colleagues here and also the participants there in New Zealand to pose their questions to me and to Professor Mohan. We will take it back to the panelists as well as the network of scholars we have, and we'll definitely be responsive to both the scholars and other intellectuals who are here. And on that note, I particularly thank the New Zealand Hub and my colleagues over there. And we are very happy to have collaborated on this first ever hub-to-hub collaboration. And this is not the end, but it is just a beginning of a dialogue where both New Zealand and India can address its respective issues of inequity and social change in a much more significant manner in the days to come. Thank you very much for my colleagues from India. Thanks again to New Zealand, and thanks to the participants here online and offline. We have had a great start off, and Mohan, you will be on in a few minutes from now. Thank you very much. It's been a great morning. Give us a good clap. Thank you.